Shoot, I'm on here talking and can't even hear me. Let's get the likes popping, please, people. How y'all doing this morning? All right, there we go. Oh, they didn't do that. All right, so let me see. All right.
2 children. He's 28 years old. He has 2 children. He has a 5-year-old son, Your Honor. He has a 2-year-old.
Let me see something.
Little daughter that was born.
Now I gotta check. My computer is
July
zapping out on me.
2022. He has never met or seen his daughter in person until today, as she's here in this courtroom.
And we are back. Thank everybody for watching this video. We have 2 more plea deals we're gonna see today, y'all. Go ahead and hit that like button. You know, it helps us out a lot. Good. And it helps you because it helps us.
That's good. The bad thing is that my computer audio is zapping out, so I won't be able to hear. I'm gonna have to listen on my cell phone, but at least y'all can hear me. So that's good to know. I'm gonna have to turn my cell phone into my audio for the moment, though. That's a little annoying. But at least I can see y'all can hear me, so that's good. And y'all can also hear the audio from this.
So today, y'all, as you can see, we're going to see 2 more plea deals. Lil Rod's going to take a deal, and also Quay Huey is going to take a deal. Which,
all right, people, so let's get some. I was just testing out the audio. Let's get some predictions. What are we looking at today, everybody? What are we looking at? Morning people. Do hit the like button. Please. What are we thinking is going to happen today? You know, I want to address something here early in the morning. We got Antoinette in the house. We got Dav in the house. We got Robin Dolphin in the house. We got Andre in the house. We have Paris in the house. We have a lot of people. We have a lot of the regulars, the people who have started to hang out with us every day. Y'all want to address something. Solitude's here. Morning. Unique. One thing I've been noticing, y'all, is there's been kind of a lack of information, right? Air is here. Morning, Air Hall. Air Hall, I want to, if you give some information, some background on the name Air Hall, I'd appreciate that. I am just wondering, what does Air Hall mean? Is that something you would not mind explaining or giving some information on, where you get the Air Hall from? Oh, Shay. Is that Shay US? So Big Boom is here. So y'all, one thing I want to address real quick is I've been kind of consumed by this YSL thing for the past several months. I mean, it's become kind of an all-consuming obsession. Oh, got you. Okay. Air Hall, got you. And, you know, I think I just want us to all try to be kind to one another. You know what I'm saying? I think in the lack of information, sometimes people jump out there and try to get information out there quickly, and they're not always right. I think there's a difference between jumping to a conclusion. So speculating, y'all know I'm speculating all day, every day, right? Kitty Blanco, watch my content every day, or watch every day, never comment. Well, drop a comment, people. Yeah, I like this. It's free 99. Got Gemini Rising here. So y'all know I'm a big speculator. I don't make any apologies for that. But what I do is I try to let everybody know, speculation alert, right? I'm always telling people this is speculation. I don't see anything wrong with it. As long as everybody is clear that we are in speculation land, right? We're in speculation land. As long as everybody's clear about that, and we're spitballing, as we say sometimes. So speculation, I think, is the least pernicious, it's the least damaging, as long as we're all clear that we're kind of trying to think these things through. That's speculation or imagining this scenario, that scenario, blah, 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 right? That's one. Yeah, this isn't CNN, right? Y'all don't have any reason to believe that I have the inside scoop. I've never, but I'm not accused of that, so I don't need to go off into that. But then I think there's assumptions or jumping to conclusions. And that's when you're starting to get a little bit more, I don't want to say dangerous, but it's a little bit more serious when you jump to a conclusion, right? And I think when you just straight up say something that is not true or that you don't have any reason to believe is true, that is certainly something that should be denounced. So is this live? I'm live, yes. The court that you see in the background is not live, or I wouldn't have it on pause. So I'm live. The court that you see in the background is not live. That's from yesterday. This is when two guys took a plea yesterday. This is Quay Huey that we're looking at. I was mistakenly calling him Quay Harvey for some time, till somebody graciously corrected me. And Quay Huey, I made a video yesterday saying Quay Huey skated on 3 life sentences plus 100 years. Quay Huey, I say, skated on 3 life sentences plus 100 years. I wait for confirmation from those involved. Anything else is gossip. I wouldn't use the word gossip there, Shay. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Well, sometimes it's gossip. Sometimes I think gossip. I don't. Yeah, you might be right about some of the stuff would be maybe classified under gossip. I'm gonna have to take my comment that it's not gossip back, and I'll say some stuff would fall under gossip, and some stuff would just fall under misinformation. Okay, some stuff is speculation. I don't think speculation is necessarily gossip. Okay, I was looking at a King AK-47 video last night. I don't know if y'all familiar with him, but he's interesting. Yeah, hearsay. Yeah, hearsay. I like that one. Here's the hearsay rule, y'all. If we ruled everything out that we under the hearsay rule, there would be nothing to talk about. We would all just have to sit by and watch and wait. Anyway, I just think as long as everybody's acting in good faith, I don't see anything wrong with anything, right? I think as long as people are acting in good faith. So that's what I try to do. I just want to go on the record as trying to always act in good faith. So if I'm ever wrong, I'm the type of person, I typically don't have a problem saying I'm wrong, I'm sorry, jumped out there, shouldn't have done that, my bad. You can really avoid a lot of problems by just saying my bad, and trying to do better the next time. Huey deal was unbelievable. 3 life sentences, according to the judge, 3 life sentences plus 100 years. Let's be honest, y'all. Nobody on this call, on this live knows what that actually means, right? Like I think a human is incapable of knowing what that could actually mean. You know what I'm saying? 3 life sentences plus 100 years. Because 100 years sounds like a life sentence to me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, King AK. I like him a lot, honestly. I like his content and his style a lot. I really do. Very, very entertaining guy. Very entertaining. And I saw him and Seti Nash on last night together, and that was just entertainment central. It was just entertainment central. Then you had Nick at Night in the middle of these 2 guys, and it was quite entertaining, y'all. Entertaining. But yeah, I like King AK a lot. I mean, I like his content a lot. His style, he just has a very engaging style. We have no idea what that man was feeling. Y'all, as a dad, as a dad of a daughter, the idea that I have this little creature out there who I've never been able to hold, who I've never been able to hug and kiss and comfort and say, I love you. Like, I've been able to say it, but not in that personal way, that her mom is having to do it all alone, or, you know, maybe she has help, but it's not the same. That would just like if I didn't have kids, it probably, okay, I say creature, you know what I mean. If I didn't have kids, I probably wouldn't identify with that so much. But having, I can use whatever word I want. So, you know, if you don't like the word, that's on you. Having that idea, because creature is something that's created, by the way. Okay, so hopefully, if it's my daughter, I helped create that person. Anyway, having somebody out there that's my child, that came from me, that I see growing up, that I see like this, then I see like this, then starts to go like this, and now it's walking around, now it's talking. Oh man. Did they let him hug his daughter first before he got locked up? Did they let him hug his daughter first before he got locked up? You know what I'm saying? I hope they did. I hope they allowed him to you know what I mean? I hope they allowed him to hug his daughter before he got locked up. I hope they allowed him to give her a kiss. She'll remember it, probably. She's 2. She's 2. She probably won't remember it, honestly. She'll remember it for a little while. You know, one of the most emotional videos. I'm not known to be the most emotional guy. Honestly, y'all. I love my daughters, but I'm not known to be like a sentimental type. But there's one video of a few. There's one of a few. I'm gonna show y'all real quick. I'm put the Law and Crime on real quick. I'm gonna show y'all this video that always gets me. I'm gonna show y'all a video that always gets me. It never doesn't get me. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, let me see here. Let me go back here. Let me see here. What were you saying, Miss Stan? You said all I could think is it. You know what? Though? You kind of broke my moment because I was going in a sentimental moment. But I didn't think that. I didn't have that exact thought. So I didn't have that exact thought. But I did have the thought of, I did have a timeline thought, because Judge Whitaker said he was in prison or jail, I guess, or whatever. He had been locked up. It was either Whitaker or one of his lawyers. His lawyers had said he'd been locked up for like 3 going on 4 years. So I'm like, if he's been locked up with this case for 3 going on 4 years, and his daughter is 2, it did cross my mind, but the thought did not go any further than that. So it never went to the whole, is it his and all that stuff. You see what I mean? So it didn't go to that, but it didn't go to that far. But I did say, that time, because I was really more thinking like, how long has he really been locked up? You know, how much time does he have left? So it was more, I was like, do they have conjugal visits there? You know what I'm saying? I was like, do they have conjugal visits there? So that was one of my questions. Yeah, the math on that. If he has a 2-year-old daughter and he's been locked up almost 4 years, and if it's been continuous locked up time, you know, there's really no way to put that together unless they have conjugal visits. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, plus 9 months of pregnancy. Exactly. So that part. I didn't think is it his, but I did think I wonder how much time he really been locked up, because if he has a 2-year-old daughter and he been in almost 4 years, and I think he said associated with this case, so it's like you wouldn't think he got out and went back. So who knows? There has to be some X factor there, y'all. There has to be some kind of X factor. Let me see. He was locked up, released, and locked up again. Yeah, that could be the missing element. So this, I think, is the video, y'all. This video, as a dad with daughters, never been to prison, but this video does something to me, y'all.
Okay, she's out after school.
This video.
Okay, let me.
This is her right here.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. But is she in or is she out after school?
This video does something.
She's out now. I'm taking her.
No, I'm talking about just in general.
Yes.
Really. All right, that's about all I can take of that. That's about all I can take of that. I have daughters that's about that age, and you're like, dang, man, that's exactly what I hope my daughters would do if I was gone and I came home. So, you know, when I think about that, I'm like, man, you know what I'm saying? I think that video speaks for itself. He's been gone somewhere. They say it's prison. You see that and you're like, oh my gosh. That is yeah, that's emotional. Again, as a dad of a daughter, about that age too, about 5th, about 6th grade. That be about where she's at. Anyway. Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that. But I saw that video the other day. I've seen it a few times, and it always does something to me, because it's like, again, no, that's not Huey. No, that's not Huey. No, I was just talking about Huey having a daughter that's 2. I think he has a couple of other kids, they said, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. We have trial. We have the court that's scheduled at 9:00. I mean, it's been like that. We've been waiting for 9:30 the last few days, and it didn't necessarily come out that way. So we'll just have to see. I wasn't trying to make anybody cry, y'all. I'm just showing y'all, you know, again, I'm not a sentimental type of guy. I'm not a crying type of guy. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't cry, but I could have cried. You know what I'm saying? I could have, thinking about that. You know what I mean? That's my because I have daughters that age. Okay, rumor has it 11:00. All right. See, now if I say rumor has it 11:00 and that's wrong, then people are gonna be like, "Why are you spreading misinformation, man?" Yeah, it is healthy to cry. I'm not one of these people that say men can't cry. I just think you know, have to have a good reason. You have to have a good reason. So Dora looks like she might be in the house. She just tweeted out, "I really hate this courthouse with like everything in me." Oh, I guess everything inside of her hates this courthouse. So, you know, speculation alert. All right. If Dora's in, I mean, people, maybe his sister, Thug's sister, is there today. You know what I'm saying? Dora is Thug's sister. So y'all, we are speculating. What are y'all expecting or agree? What are you expecting or thinking might happen today? Do you think this is it? Do you think that Thug pleads out, Shannon Yak plea out, and that's it? Is that what's gonna happen? You know, is that what's gonna happen? Don't have a good feeling. What would be a bad outcome according to you, Andre, within the realm of reasonableness? We've seen we've seen, I think we can kind of put Lil Rod to the side because he's already serving a life sentence. So what happened with him doesn't really help us a whole lot, doesn't help us know a whole lot. Thank you for joining up, your girl Avery. Appreciate it. Welcome to the fam. So if we put Lil Rod aside, we have two examples. We have a guy who had an M charge on him who got it, let's just say dropped, even though that's not the technical legal term. We have a guy who had an M charge on him who got that dropped, who got sentenced to 7 years. 7 years. We had a guy facing 3 life terms plus 100 years who got 9 years. So, Andre, if you say you get the M charge on you, we're going to drop that. We're going to give you 7 years for all the other stuff. Another guy facing 3 life sentences plus 100 years. Look, we'll give you 9 plus time minus time served. Plus, we're going to give you a diversionary program that who knows what that's going to do with your time, but it's going to help you out. What do you think, given those parameters, could be the worst that's going to happen to Thug? Reasonably speaking, Andre, let's not, they're going to give him 50,000 years. I mean, that wouldn't be reasonable within what we've already seen. They didn't give all those dues. Okay, so okay, I see Papa Bear and Andre, y'all seem to be in agreement. Papa Bear and Andre, y'all seem to both be saying maybe. So is the sentiment then? Do I understand the sentiment? I did watch Harvey. Yeah, I did watch Harvey's interview, Antoinette. It's Bear. All right, PB. PB and Andre, are y'all insinuating that Thug might be the only one who doesn't get a deal? Is that what y'all are saying? They got rid of the mistrial issue. Yes. I was screaming that from the rafters. With pleas, the state got rid of speedy trial issue with all of the state's guns aimed at 3 remaining worst case. So are y'all saying, y'all, oh man, that would be monstrous. That would be dastardly. That would be dastardly. True J, I don't know that he is. I have previously speculated about lawsuits, civil suits, but I was not taking into account at that time the statute of limitation, which may have run on some or most or much or all of the civil suits. So that's an open question. It's an open question as to whether Thug could take a plea and then face civil suits due to the statute of limitation. Okay, so I am not going to comment on that because that seems to be a question mark. So I have commented on it. Everybody who's heard me comment on it, I'm falling back from any of my previous statements because I was not taking into account statute of limitation, which makes the whole thing more complicated. I would say that if a suit can be filed, then a plea would probably hurt you. I would say that, but I don't know about the possibility to file a suit due to the statute of limitation. So, all right, y'all, now I'm nervous. I wasn't even nervous before. I was not nervous before, but now y'all are starting to raise the specter of a dastardly plan by the DAs to get these other guys off the trial. And like you said, aim their guns at Thug, but they did not make those pleas contingent. None of the 3 pleas we've seen have been contingent upon testifying. None of them. So none of the 3 pleas we've seen thus far have been contingent upon testifying. So therefore, it still feels to me like it's possible Thug will get a deal today or any day, any day that this continues. It just feels like it's still possible. Let me see. Y'all never call news stations who make money off. I just want how people get mad at bloggers. Yeah, I'm not gonna wade into that. I was just reading a Seti Nash thing. I think we try to keep it positive here, so we're just gonna keep it moving. Let me see here. Let's take a look at a Cat Not Williams tweet here, y'all. Not saying the state won't try it, but they're not supposed to use these pleas as substantive evidence of the remaining defendant's guilt. That seems to indicate to me that Cat Not Williams considers it a possibility that these 3 remaining defendants will continue with the trial. Y'all think the trial continues? Do y'all think that this trial is continuing? My mind is, I'm being honest, this is not dramatic, y'all. I thought we were all tuning in today, and I thought everything was leading up to what kind of plea deal is Thug gonna take. I thought that how when you go to the beach and the tide or the waves are just pushing in a certain directions. I thought that the direction that the waves were pushing, that the river was definitely flowing very strongly toward plea deal today. So now I'm starting to see people in the chat. I'm starting to see a couple of comments that maybe he doesn't take a deal today. And I can't say that I didn't consider it a possibility, but it's just strange to me that so many people. Yes, it will. Finding out. Hold up. Jay Williams. Yes, it will. You saying the case will end today? Or the case will continue? Jay, are you saying the case will continue and you think Kramer's going to beat Fonnie? Jay, are you in Atlanta or are you in, let me see, this will be a Fulton County. So are you in Fulton County or are you in the surrounding area where you would have firsthand knowledge of this? Or is this kind of just like a gut feeling you have? The way Doug was talking on Twitter, it sounds like they're proceeding with trial. I agree with that, but I also think Doug has a reason not to show his cards. I think it's just appropriate right now to not reveal your cards. So while I do agree that Doug seemed to, he did his body language, his verbiage seemed to indicate that. I also kind of took that with a grain of salt, thinking he doesn't want to let on what's happening behind the scenes. Even this plea stuff is kind of crazy. The one reason I think a plea feels like it, the one reason I feel like a plea is a little, we have some big questions out there. And shout out to King AK 47, who I was watching. And he mentioned this, and I think it's an important question. Fonnie Willis made it very clear that she was going to do all she can to bring Donovan Thomas's, to bring that person or those people to justice. And morning, Miss Lily. Morning. Welcome. So who's going to take that hit? And what is the hit gonna be? Because they say Thug rented the car. They say Thug rent. Let's go to the indictment real quick. Hold on real quick. I want to see something. They say Thug rented the car. If I rent a car for somebody to do a M and they do the M, I'm implicated in the M. Let me see. I need to go and see what the I need to see what Thug is on here for. I need to take a look at it again. Because I really need to see if we need to see what Thug's indictment says. Jeffrey Williams is here. I thought I saw somewhere that he had more counts than just this. Does Thug only have 2 counts on this indictment, y'all? Does Thug only have 2 counts? One, which is the conspiracy for Rico, and then 56 participation in. They came out with a new one after this, didn't they? Because this doesn't. I felt like I saw. Yeah, there's more. So there were only 2 to start, but didn't he get added to? He got some more because he got some more. Didn't they add all of the drugs and stuff to it? Yeah, exactly. He got drugs and guns and stuff. But he didn't get linked directly to the Donovan Thomas in the indictment in any way, right? There's got to be more than 11 likes. Everybody, if y'all could just go ahead and hit the like button, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead and hit the Lizzie like. If you like. I mean, do you like? You know what I'm saying? If you do like, doesn't it only make sense to hit the like? If you're here, I have to imagine that you like. Yeah, he only had 2 charges, and I think they hit him with the additional stuff that they found in his house. Something like that. Morning Chicky. So if they hit him with the stuff that they found in his house, not less than 30. Y'all, this is just, I don't know, maybe I drank too much coffee this morning. I feel like I'm off kilter a little bit. 224 likes. We have a bunch of people in here. If y'all would please just hit the what do you think is a theory that people won't hit the like? Like, do they just open up the stream and throw their phone, somewhere and go and just listen to it? And they hit the like and they'll be like, I'll hit it whenever I get my phone back in my hand. And they just forget. Like, what is a good reason to not hit the like to something you're actively listening to? Can somebody help me out? We just forget. So, okay, so I need like a button. Like. All right. Sylvia said they indicated to her not to worry, not being able to record because it's over. Okay. People have been. So we've gotten some good information from Miss Sylvia. We've gotten some information that other people have disputed. But I think Miss Sylvia has overall brought a lot of light to many things that have happened. Yeah, we just forget. Okay, I hear you. People don't understand how they help the channel by the like. Y'all want to know something? I used to never hit the like button. My daughter had to teach me that. Because, kids, they grow up with YouTube and people are always telling them to hit the like and they just do it. So one day I was watching a video. I'll always call my daughters and say, hey, watch this. And once we finish, she's like, you're not going to hit the like? I was like, huh? You're not going to hit the like? Hit the like. I was like, okay. Maybe there's a lot of guys out there that feel like pressing the like button is not manly enough. If you're a man and you feel like not hitting the like button, if you feel like pressing the like button brings your masculinity down, I want to tell you something. It actually gives you a testosterone boost. New study says hitting the like button actually boosts testosterone. Okay? This is not misinformation, okay, y'all? For all my fellas out there, hitting the like, every time you hit the like button on one of my videos, as long as it stays liked, you have to hit it on consecutive videos. It actually, you know how you can prove it? I just want you to put it to the test. Hit the like button on all of my videos and watch you get a testosterone boost. Next time you get in a fight, you will win. The next time you have to handle some business, some manly business, you will be manlier than ever because you hit the like button on my video. Trust me, bro, it's bro science. You feel angrier already. There you go. See, Ike already feels angrier. That's what we're looking for. Looking to get our anger up. All right, y'all. There you go. See? Lou 2 times. Lou, you can put a 3 on it now, man. You just upgraded to Lou 3 times when you hit the like button. Congratulations on your upgrade. All right, y'all. Let's just check Twitter. This is kind of our daily routine now. Y'all know yesterday we didn't get anywhere till 3 o'clock. Day before that, it was like 1:15, something like that. Jazz, thank you, sir. That will cop out to a misdemeanor possession of an unregistered gun. You talking about thug? I guess you mean thug. Cop out to a misdemeanor possession of an unregistered gun. So Jazz, thank you for the $4.99, buddy. Appreciate it. So Jazz, are you saying you think that that's it? And if it's misdemeanor, what, time served? If it's a misdemeanor, it's got to be time served because that comes with less than a year. This is what I was saying yesterday, people. Like, if he copped to a misdemeanor with time served and misdemeanors get you less than a year in jail, this guy been in for 2.5 years. He needs to be like, yo, can I bank 1.5 years for the next, if y'all catch me again, just take that off my next thing. Because y'all already got me for 2.5 years on something that has a max 1 year in jail if it's a misdemeanor. You need to bank that. All right, let's go to Twitter. Y'all, we're gonna be kind of hanging out today. We'll stick with Dora. Dora's Thug's sister. Dora says it feels like walking into the devil's house. It's dark and low vibrations. The injustice there is so loud. You can't shake the negative energy. So interesting. Now I'm gonna show y'all real quick the problem with trying to deduce stuff. In her first tweet, she says she hates this courthouse. So that gives the impression she's there. She's in the courthouse. Then if you say, okay, she's continuing with that same theme, she says the injustice there is so loud. So if she's still talking about the courthouse, now you like, I don't know if she's in the courthouse or not. Because first she's talking about this courthouse, which makes you think she's inside. Then she says the injustice there is so loud, which makes it sound like she's outside. So really can't tell, but let's rock with her comment anyway. It might not be obvious now, but your brother's blessed. So Vinny, because of his status, many people got a view of the corruption. You guys are strong, loving family. Sending positive vibes. How many people on this call were like moderate to high level Thug fans before, when all of this got started? I had Nosy Rosie on a couple of days ago, and Nosy Rosie probably still cannot name a Young Thug song. Maybe she can, but she certainly said when this whole thing started, she didn't know anything about his music. How many people on this call were actual fans? Not had you heard his music, but how many people on this call would be like, yeah, I regularly play Thug music, or when it comes on, I'm jamming to it? And how many people were like, nah, I wasn't really a fan? Not that you had to be a hater, but you just maybe that wasn't your thing. Maybe you hadn't heard it before. Maybe it just wasn't your thing. Maybe it's still not your thing. Maybe you just aren't a fan of his music, which I think is okay. Okay, so Andre is a fan, is a regular listen and play. Ike, not even a Thug fan, just interested in the trial. Okay. I only heard Thug mostly on features. Okay, so Paris looked like she's not a fan. Solitude looks like Solitude is a fan. Definitely listening to him a lot, says Dweezy. Slime Love, I think that's fan. Akio says, nope, never. My favorite is Lifestyle. I think one of my favorite Thug songs is Halftime. I think Halftime is one of my favorite. Y'all, I'm gonna put on oh my gosh, I don't want to get demonetized. Y'all know who one of my favorite artists is? Y'all are probably gonna laugh at me. People laugh at me because I'm in my 40s. I'm about to sit, y'all. Your boy about to move it down. I'm about to sit. Y'all know who one of my favorite artists is? One of my favorite artists is Lil Uzi. And Thug and Lil Uzi have collabed a few times. And I tend to like their collabs, man. I like I can't even tell you the name of the songs. I can sing them, but I don't know the actual names of the songs. But I can't take that risk, man. I thank you, but it's still risky. But thank you. Anybody is your favorite Thug song? There's one from okay, I'll put that on. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Let's take a look at that. That is a very good idea, actually, while we wait. Very good idea. Thank you. I'm going to play that. I think that would be allowed. That, I think, will be on 11 Alive. I'm looking for the interview now. Probably under videos. I saw that, but I don't know where I saw it. Anybody have a link for the Bruce Harvey video so we can rock that? While I saw it this morning, but where did I see it? Let me see if it's on X. Anybody have a link for the Bruce Harvey video? I'd appreciate it so we could play that. Very good interview. Did I see that last night or today? Anybody have a link for it? It would be good. So we can watch the Bruce Harvey video. Yeah, no, Bruce Harvey. I mean, even the Matthews, you know. I was a little surprised that Miss DeWilliams wasn't there for the plea after everything she went through on behalf of her client. Not judging, obviously. I don't know her situation, but it was a little surprising that she wasn't there. Okay, here it is.
What you think of this plea deal you were able to negotiate? So walk us through what you think of this plea deal you were able to negotiate.
Well, insofar as it resolves all of these charges against Mr. Nichols, I think it is an exceptional result. It's an exceptional result for the following reasons. No murder charges, no gang charges, no factual acknowledgments required by the state, no other charges except for one conspiracy charge that was factually underpinned by convictions that Mr. Nichols already had from almost 6 years ago. So that result, I think, is an excellent result for him and resolves all of these cases. You know, the RICO charge in this case was a RICO conspiracy. And underlying the RICO conspiracy were all the 100+ factual predicates, some of which have already been resolved
by and against Mr. Nichols. Some of them we hadn't even gotten to. And I don't believe the state would have been able to prove Mr. Nichols' responsibility for those predicate acts. So this was, yeah, we were in a conspiracy. Yeah, we acknowledge that factually the underpinnings of the RICO conspiracy are satisfied by what already was presented and what he had already pled to, but nothing else. No, as we said, no murder, no guns, nothing else. No gang charges. Listen, there is no gang charge. He did not acknowledge being in a gang, being responsible for being in a gang, committing any kind of violent act on behalf of any gang. Yes, I was in a overall conspiracy. Thank you. See you later.
You were behind kind of the original mistrial motion that led to this flurry of negotiations.
Yes.
Just walk us through kind of how it went from that to taking a plea.
Well, the state made several, errors in the case into which we had to ask for a mistrial. So we were satisfied that the judge, she heard us and our motion and asking for a mistrial, and that, errors cannot be repeatedly occur in front of the jury and inadmissible evidence being heard by the jury. And so we're glad that the judge, heard our motion and said, do you want a mistrial, and will you take a mistrial without prejudice? And, and then we went into negotiation, and we're pleased with the outcome of our negotiation.
How relieved are you after, being?
Let me pause it real quick, right quick there, y'all. Repeatedly. Oh, it's so funny you said repeatedly. Let me say this real quick. Remember, I had a theory that they wanted to get the two Quays off of this trial, but I've, over time, I've really developed this idea over the past few days, I should say. It seems like this is just moving toward an end for everything. So it seems like we have people right now who are postulating that the trial will continue with Thug and either Thug and Yak or Thug, Yak, and Shannon. There are other people who think this is about to finish up in a plea deal for everybody. We got a super chat this morning that said Thug is going to cop to a misdemeanor possession, which would be a deal. If he's copping something, that's a deal. So just remember, she's the one who got all of this started with her objection when the Free Quay comment was read. Miss Westmoreland, and y'all want to know something? Miss Westmoreland has been quiet. She's spoken up, but she's been relatively quiet. I felt she was not. If I can say there was one person that I felt Judge Whitaker brushed aside and did not treat with the same level of respect as everybody else, I kind of feel like Miss Westmoreland she didn't seem like she got taken as seriously as other people. Many times Miss Westmoreland was speaking up, and I felt like Judge Whitaker was not respecting her and what she had to say. Not so much respecting, but it just never went anywhere. She would say something and Judge Whitaker would just automatically brush it aside. So but then, again, and let's just double check. All right, so we still don't have any court. But y'all remember yesterday, and again, I have to repeat this. I used the movie analogy not to minimize what's happening with anybody's life. I know this is real life. I know people's lives are really on the line. So nobody misunderstand me when I use the movie analogy. Nobody misunderstand me, please. And like I said yesterday, this will probably be made into a movie. So, it is fitting in a sense that the person who I felt Judge Whitaker most brushed aside was the person who came back and derailed the trial. So again, I'll say it again. I felt Ms. Westmoreland was brushed aside repeatedly or repetitively repeatedly. She was brushed aside, in my opinion, repeatedly by Judge Whitaker. And I think it's fitting from a from a storytelling aspect. It's fitting that the person who was brushed aside repeatedly, as Ms. Westmoreland says, by Judge Whitaker would then come back and be the same person who derails this trial with a very well-timed motion that she caught instantaneously and derailed this trial. So, again, nobody misunderstand me. I'm not saying this is a movie, but I'm saying this will be a movie. And in the movie, if the people who make the movie pay attention, they will show, they can't get around showing Miss Westmoreland derailing the trial. And if they pay attention, they'll build up to that by showing her getting brushed aside multiple times by the judge, by the new judge. From the first days when she's making motions, when she's saying what's been happening repeatedly, Judge Whitaker brushing her side, and then it's Miss Westmoreland who, in the 11th inning, somehow comes out and gets the home run with the bases loaded. So just a little bit of commentary on Miss Westmoreland real quick.
Part of Georgia's longest trial that, your portion of this at least is over.
Well, now we can wear B suits and A suits. No. How relieved are we? Once you're in that routine and once you're there with your fellow lawyers and your fellow co-defendants, I mean, that it's almost ritualistic. I mean, we were there every day. We were working every day. So, we're relieved because the result for Mr. Nichols was the right result. Now we have to deal with the rest of the world. They can release us from our kidnapped status.
You're gonna miss courtroom one thing?
Yes and no. Yes, clearly. But I'm glad that all of us could work that resolution. And that resolution, again, for Mr. Nichols was no gang, no factual acknowledgments, no murders. So he can go on about his life and get out. He's a young man. He's a nice looking man. He's a smart guy. So I'm hoping that this projects him forward and doesn't leave him in the lurch.
So you're almost,
sorry. I saw that you choked up during.
I did.
And this had to be a difficult decision because during this time, he's become family in a sense.
Yeah, very much so.
How difficult was it actually deciding not to go with the mistrial without prejudice versus go ahead and make?
Yeah, but that allows him to do it again.
Yeah.
That allows the case to continue and doesn't resolve the case and doesn't give any sense of finality. Without the factual acknowledgments, without agreeing to the state's factual contentions, this ends the case. I mean, it's over. A mistrial without prejudice means it's subject to recurring. And there's a whole other group of severed defendants that are still out there and awaiting resolution. And I think we're in the best posture at this particular point with this particular judge in the 2 years that we've been litigating this and everything that has happened to strike at this particular point.
You were talking about, you guys do a word of the day.
Yes.
Can you talk about that and kind of what's next for him once he gets out?
Well, can I tell you that he is a very receptive young man. He's like a sponge. He doesn't have a formal education. He doesn't have a consolidated family upbringing. But he's very curious and he's very smart. So we would use a word or get a word a day and we would define it. We would use it in a sentence. And, you can see his intellectual curiosity. He's a really good kid and a smart kid. And I want him, truly.
It's true. I mean, we've spent 2 years, over 2 years with our client. And like Attorney Hard was saying, he's intelligent and he's so much more than unfortunately what comes out during a trial process. And, the word a day, he asked the word a day. Myself, Attorney Harvey, we go back and forth of picking a word, and we teach him the pronunciation of the word. And then, 2-3 weeks later, he'll use a word that he learned, 2-3 weeks before, and he keeps it going. And so he's a great individual, and we're glad that this is over for him. It's been 2 years too long.
But he's also developed a pretty sophisticated understanding of the system. I mean, he can look at me when something happens and go, hey, this is what happened. This is what should happen. I know what is going on here. So he, like I'm saying, he's a sponge. I mean, let's bring these kids forward.
This trial has been a learning process for all involved in YouTube and media, and also in the prosecution. What are you hoping to come from all of the things that you've shared and done with?
Well, let me just shout out to the YouTube folks. I mean, we all watched it. We all watched the commentary, and we love the commentary, and we point out the commentary. So we've had a good time seeing the reaction to what has happened in the courtroom. And, people have an idea of what happens in court, that it's always, inflammatory, it's flamboyant, it's this, and something always interesting has happened, except for the days and days we have with phone records. And so somebody up there saying, well, this is the phone number that's associated with, Miss Johnson. And really, what was the name of that? What's the address? And let's write that down. I mean, it's just drudgery. It is, section after section after section. And I know it's all part of a puzzle, but I hope that everybody understands that it is not all excitement, and that you've seen how deeply everybody has dug into this case and all of the things that have been litigated week after week and day after day after day. So we appreciate what everybody says.
Any message to the rest of the defense attorneys still fighting for their clients in this case?
Good luck.
Do you think this plea is going to affect any of the rest of the case moving forward?
Does that deserve a rewind?
Any message to the rest of the defense attorneys still fighting for their clients in this case?
Good luck.
Do you think this plea is going to affect any of the rest of the case moving forward?
Well, something, I think we were lucky. Not lucky. Let me try to find a better word.
I know y'all don't want me to keep stopping, but we have time, y'all. We got to stretch this out a little bit. What he's about to say, he said this, I think, 2 days ago. So we can't say that there have been nothing new that's happened since then. This was Tuesday. Okay. This was Tuesday, and we're now on Thursday. But what he's about to say gave me the sense that he didn't feel that there were going to be more plea deals, aside from the Quays.
We were able to resolve our case in a different fashion than what I understand has been put on the table for others. When I say we resolved it to a single, I understand. We were able to resolve our case in a different fashion than what I understand has been put on the table for others. When I say we resolved it to a single count, we resolved it without those other acts, We resolved it without any factual acknowledgments. If you have been following this closely, every other person in this case who has pled has signed a plea agreement with factual acknowledgments. YSL, I'm a member, it's a gang, I did this, I would do this on behalf of the gang, and I did this. And I agree that that's what the situation is. We were able to resolve our case without any of that. And that's the distinction. And I certainly hope, I wish the very best for every one of those young men, and including, you know, Jeffrey Williams, who's been sitting in jail for years now. And he is an incredible talent and a wonderful young man. So I wish the best for all.
Dad, hold up. I wanted to address this. Dad, that's not what I got from it. What I got from it is we were lucky, he said, but then he pulled back and said, well, not lucky, but yeah, they were lucky. Okay, let's just call it what it is. They had strategy, don't get me wrong, but it was lucky for them that Free Quay was read in court. That was luck. They couldn't have controlled that. So, but they took advantage of it though. They saw the opportunity and they pounced immediately, and they played their cards right. But what he said is we were lucky. Well, not lucky. I'm going to say they got lucky. Okay. They lucked up. And Dav, what I understand him to be saying is because the luck fell to the Quays had a unique opportunity to get out of this trial without accepting harsh conditions that they otherwise would have had to accept on a plea deal. Both Quays had the opportunity due to the Free Quay comment in court. They both had the opportunity to avoid the Monk-Tunk type of deal, which would make you testify against other people, which would make you sign factual acknowledgments, etc., and other conditions. And he said we were able to plead it down to it. I mean, the guy got a murder dropped. So my take on what he's saying is we lucked up that this guy said Free Quay. Our guy's name is Quay, and we were able to leverage that to get a better deal than anybody's gotten in this trial before. It wasn't about snitching. It was actually saying that, so it's not that his client is the only one who isn't a snitch, unless you're including the people who came before. So if you're including the people who are still in the trial, I don't know, he's talking about them. But if you're saying his client is the only one who isn't a snitch, as meaning compared to Monk-Tunk and the previous people who signed the deal, you know, then maybe I can see where you're coming from. Okay. Hit the like button, people. We're going to continue.
Last question from me. Do you know the 7 years? I know there's like a complicated formula of how early in theory he could get out.
It's not that complicated. Okay. You know, it doesn't take Einstein. Remember, E equals MC squared. Do we know that? We do know that. Do I know? No, I don't. If I knew, are you going to ask how much time? I was going to say, how much time does he have left of the 7 years? But he's got what? 24 plus 5, 29 months in. There are parole guidelines for his offense, but at the end of the day, it's up to the Georgia Board of Pardons and Paroles. And if I knew that, I would be the richest lawyer in the world, and I would be on a beach with a cocktail in one of those little umbrellas, and my pinky would be up. Okay.
I think it was kind of cliffhanger if he had any other outstanding issues that would affect any of his probation going forward. To your knowledge, well, I know that you can't go in depth, but is there anything that will affect his?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. There is nothing related to this case. There is nothing that he has in his past that is affecting his ability to move forward and appropriately serve this sentence. Okay, his kids and his wife look forward to getting him back home.
That was good content. Let me address this real quick. Tree's House. I don't like. I like Vert's music. I like it a lot. It's probably one of my favorite rappers out right now. But I probably would not go to a show. Previously, I probably would have gone to a show. I'm not interested in going to see the man live at all due to all the antics and stuff I don't particularly like. But if I can put on the music, I like the music. I like almost everything Vert does, but I don't like all of the antics and the extra stuff at all. Not a fan of it. PB asked a question about Wooney Lee. I don't think Wooney Lee is in any trouble. He wasn't coached. He wasn't coached properly. And at the opportunity that they had to coach him, they being the prosecution, they had an opportunity to stop the trial, to pause it temporarily, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and just take him outside, give him a quick coaching, be very clear. They declined to do it. I don't think he faces any kind of sanction at all. Yeah, he's talking about, yeah, exactly. So back to that comment about his client being the only one who's not a snitch. Yeah, if he's comparing his client, what his client did 2 days ago to what the previous people did, then yeah, in a sense, he is kind of saying that. He is kind of saying that. So yeah, I agree with that. Okay, Mr. Boombastic. All right. When do you think will be up for parole 30 years, even though he is innocent? Say that again, Diane. When do you think will be up for parole? I'm not totally sure what you're saying there. Crazy how the system takes the most valuable thing from you, and that's time. Y'all, we still haven't seen what's gonna happen. We still have not seen what's gonna happen. Not coaching, but preparation. Okay, that's probably a better word. That's probably a better word. So we got Real Talk LLC. Are you the one who's stuck on whether people are wearing dresses or not? I think Real Talk is stuck on the dress thing. Mr. Collins, I feel like they knew they were framing them for the murder so that they would flip. I don't know. I just tell you, they slimy like that, straight mob tactics. Again, in the movie, Hilton would be the person who brought this whole thing down, because it's unconscionable that you would be trying to lock somebody up for a murder that you are not certain, or at least highly convinced that they committed. Okay, use voice to text. Okay, I got you. Well, this message came out. Yeah, Monk got it worse than everybody so far. Like, relative to what he actually did, relative to what Monk did to go to prison. And I get he was on probation, so he had done some previous things. That is not lost on me. But the act that sent him to prison was his testimony, and he got 5 years. And then the guy who had an M charge on him got 7. Think about that, y'all. Monk got sent away to prison for the way he testified, and the guy who had the M charge on him got it dropped and got 7 years. Can the movie show a lot of charges that Huey had? Huey would look like he actually was facing the most time as it relates to this trial. I wanted to ask everybody while I have y'all, if y'all can start putting what other type of content are y'all interested in? I just saw somebody ask Cat Not Williams here to find a new YouTube. Okay, that wasn't quite what I was thinking. But what other type of are y'all interested in other trials, or has this trial just captured the attention of everybody like OJ, and it's like after this you go back to your regularly scheduled program? Can Monk Tunk get an appeal? Probably. I think it's a question of time, though. How long would it take for him to get an appeal? And where did Paige Whitaker go wrong? I don't think any of us who looked at the sentence that she gave Monk Tunk, people were upset about it, but I didn't see anybody credibly say that he did not do what he was alleged to have done to go to prison. I mean, the man did actually violate the terms of his agreement. And so I don't know what his appeal would be about. Is there a reason to appeal? Probably, but I don't know what that would be. This trial has drained us, Nico. It's so bad that I try to sleep and I'm still waking up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. It's crazy. 100 years after 3 life sentences. Dirk, Diddy. What's more? Oh, more trials. Dirk, Diddy, other trials. I did make a video this morning about Megan Thee Stallion is suing some blogger. I haven't been totally clued into the whole Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez thing, and thank goodness, because that whole situation seems to be very toxic, and it seems to be very toxic. And I know Academics has commented extensively on it, but that's an ongoing thing. Megan Thee Stallion just launched a lawsuit against the blogger, and I do have a video on that. So I think any kind of celebrity or interesting either trials or court cases, court filings, etc., I'm going to try to cover. Yeah, Monk Tunk's lawyer, y'all. Monk Tunk's lawyer absolutely let him down, y'all. Yeah, so now if she goes at AC, that would be, I think, also kind of a blockbuster thing. If she sues Academics, that's going to be big. Academics has spoken a lot about Meg. And when Meg's lawyer announced a couple of days ago that they were going to be filing suits, Academics, he seemed to be ready to go toe-to-toe with them. So that's interesting. Tunk lawyer was ineffective. Yeah. Megan Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez, another guy who I hear has phenomenal music that I've never listened to. I've been out of the loop. No encontraste nada. I don't know, pero tú viste algo, no? Okay. A crime series. Yeah, we're gonna get creative, y'all. We're gonna get creative. Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion and Tory. That I never listened to Tory's music or Megan for that matter. So I didn't have that kind of like fan appeal for either one of them. But I'm just starting to notice now how wild that whole thing is. Diddy trial would be great if you could televise it, but the Diddy trial is going to include a lot of language that could probably get you demonetized. So if you did have that trial, I don't even know if you could stream it. I mean, you're going to get graphic descriptions of stuff that happened to people. I will look into the Melly trial. Y'all, musically, I just been out of the mix. I did hear something from Melly though. It's pretty good. Tory Lanez I've been hearing Tory is a musical genius. I'm gonna have to just start listening to more music. My daughter is half Puerto Rican. Why'd you mention that, Papa? My daughters are both half Dominican. Oh, did you mention that because you heard me speaking Spanish? My daughters are my wife is Dominican, and my daughters are half Dominican. Diddy is federal, yeah, no cameras. Morning, Rena. Yeah. My wife and I speak Spanish. We don't speak English. Ruth Toribio. Ruth Toribio. You're Dominican, hey? Yeah, Dominican people. We're a I don't know if we would say biracial, you know? Like when I was growing up, there were mixed kids. But when I look at my kids, I don't really think of them as mixed kids, but I guess they are because my wife is definitely not black. There are like black Dominicans, but my wife is not one of them. All right, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get into that Melly stuff, y'all. Federal court, no cameras. It's Thug Matamoto. I don't know. Oh, K, yeah. We got some K's in here, huh? It's so funny because like with this comment that Trump made about Puerto Ricans, not Trump, but the comedian made at the Trump rally. I was listening to a Puerto Rican guy talking today, and I was like, man, the Puerto Rican accent, American accent is just totally different from the Dominican American accent. It's just totally different. Other trials, OG, I see your comment, but I'm not gonna bring it up. Sarah Boone trial. I heard that was disturbed. Y'all think I don't want to be looking at people stuffed in a suitcase though. No, it was a comedian who said that. It wasn't Trump who said it. It was a comedian who said the comment the other day. Yeah, Tony Hinchcliffe. All right, so we'll just get into some more cases and some more court filings, y'all. We'll get into some more cases and some more court filings. What's happening, guys? Morning. Good morning. A lit Scotty boy. We just waiting on. We might be here, you know, like previous days. We've been rocking and rolling till what? 3 o'clock. Federal trials aren't televised, but release transcripts, right? I know Megan Cuniff was able to get some transcripts from some of the earlier hearings, and so I think so. Also, they are live blogged by City Press. I forget the name of the live tweeted. That's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to not be able to see what's happening, but to get transcripts and to get live tweeting. That's going to be a whole different way of interacting with the trial. You know? YNW Melly trial, can you do it? Yes, I can do it. Cuff Boys covered the Melly trial up to the mistrial. Yeah, I like Cuff Boys style. I like Cuff Boys style a lot. Cuff Boys is a very interesting channel. I've watched many of his videos about this trial, about the YSL trial, and very, very good, engaging style. You know, one of the reasons why my style is not even similar to that is like whenever I'm talking on my videos, people are like, hey, can you talk less? Cuff Boys talks through the whole video, which I think is great. You know, he's reacting, he's interpreting, he's helping you understand. But somehow people just told me to just let the content play. So I tend to you will hear me at the beginning of many of my videos, like, I'm not going to talk that much. I'm only talking at the beginning, and then I'm just trying to let you watch. So that's the type of, yeah. So, and then I get this feedback. I like your style. So I honestly think I'm going to do members only for me talking a lot. But when you don't have the video, then you're going to have to talk more, right? Thanks, nurse. You're going to have to talk more. Yeah, some people don't like the AI. It's weird because I had a lady who just enrolled in our paralegal program the other day, and she's like, you know what originally attracted me to your content is the AI. I love that. That was so innovative. And I was like, you know, I stopped doing that because people kept saying they hated it. So I think I'm just going to do a little bit of everything. honestly. And if you could just gravitate to the stuff you want. What's on the docket, please, at 3 p.m.? We don't know, y'all. We do not know. Yeah, that Dolph trial was somber, wasn't it? I mean, that was one of the ugliest courtrooms I've ever seen in my life. It was just, and the way they filmed it, it was one of the most somber looking things I've ever seen in my life. They
It's left in the drawer
where you're not even seeing the person, where you're not seeing their face. Look at this courtroom. Like, what is this? Like, this is the actual. How do you even design a court to look like this? The lights are kind of dim. I would hate to be in there. I would hate to be in there talking about somebody getting killed, of all things. I mean, golly, can you imagine being in there with that lighting and that ugly decor and talk? I mean, and look how, I mean, it almost feels like something you would see on like a movie about another planet or something. Not another planet, but like, I don't know. I just don't get. It's fabric. Is that fabric? You know what I'm saying? And then you don't have any barrier between the witness, and you don't have any barrier between the witness and the lawyer. It's just, golly. That when I saw the way that courthouse looked, and then the lighting is all kind of off, and the colors are, like they said, like earth tones, like you almost feel like I don't know. I feel like this is one of the ugliest courthouses I've ever seen. And I'm not trying to go in on them. It's just when you look at the YSL courthouse, it looks good, you know, relatively speaking. You see this, you're like, oh my gosh, what are they doing? Like, they need a redesign stat, like, quick. I mean, this is like fabric, y'all. So you have to you couldn't just wipe this down. This looked like something you would have to steam clean or something. Like, is that even practical? And it feels like there needs to be a barrier between them. It feels like, I don't know, the influence can reach from him to her too easy. She needs a barrier so that she can have her own space to be her own individual, and that he can't send his influence across. I don't know. Maybe I'm just tripping. But I feel like she needs a barrier here so that she's in her own little bubble and she can just be an individual. But this is kind of like they're sharing the same space almost. Anyway, I'm over analyzing. Yeah, it's just something about. So anyway, whenever I think about the Dolph trial, it's hard for me to think about what happened. I can only think about where it happened. Like, my mind immediately goes to this, and I can't, like, my mind it gets stuck on just how did anything serious happen in this venue? Because this venue just doesn't look, y'all, you know, since we have some time, let's take a look at some other courthouses, y'all. We have a little bit of time. Oh, is this live? Oh, this is live. Let's go, but let's look at, I mean, I haven't seen any that look like that. Let's see.
Her own slide.
Yeah.
6 beneficiary.
Yeah, like this looks like what a courthouse is supposed to look like. Kind of small, but is this Georgia again?
And what got me was she was like, nobody asked me.
the factors are the credibility, believability, and
I gotta admit, y'all, the YSL courtroom is one of the best looking that I've seen, considering the size of it and whatnot. They kind of spoiled. Yeah, fabric or the wood is crazy. Y'all, I'm gonna look at one other. Y'all look, we're just biding our time, okay? So it is what it is, people. We're just biding our time now. We don't know when the trial's going to start. We don't know what's going to happen. This courtroom was like tiny.
Elderly male and young female.
Oh, it wasn't that tiny, but it certainly wasn't big. Anyway, I'll let the courtrooms go for now. Boone case. Okay, let's take a look at that one. Was it Sarah Boone? Yeah, Sarah Boone. Let's take a look at that one. Opening statements. I'm just muting it out. I'm muting it out. All right, this isn't the best one. Oh, wow. Y'all, I think there is a, can y'all see that? Yeah, you can see it. I think there might be a true need for court interior designers, y'all. Like there might be a true need for a court interior designers out there, because this also is, I mean, it's not as bad. It's a little bit more, you know, bit more spacious, and you kind of have this open space in the middle, which is kind of cool, but just doesn't look good. All right, people. So I guess what we'll do, y'all, while we wait, I think what we're going to do, the best thing for us to do now, we're just going to go back. I'm going to, all right, let's just take a look at the Karen Reed real quick. Then I'm going to play the video from yesterday. Is it Reed or Reed? R-E-A-D. Blah, blah, blah. Karen Reed trial. Let's see. Will any of these show? Oh, here we go. Y'all think I'm going to just throw in a video from yesterday? We'll just watch. Right now, we don't have any activity. Let me double check and see if we have anything on X. All right, I'm going to throw in a video from yesterday, people. And we will, let me see. Bear with me 1 second while I get this up from yesterday so we can just have something to watch in the meantime. We'll just rewatch what's already happened. We'll start with Lil Rod and just take it from there.
Superior Court for the county now in session.
Make a banner.
Judge Paige Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order.
Good afternoon. So I understand we have a few pleas to be tendered. And are we going to do them at the same time or separately?
Separate.
All right. Are you ready, Ms. Bossy?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And he's handling this for the state.
Your Honor, it'll be Simone Hilton for this.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ryan.
No.
Yeah, come up to the podium, and then Sergeant Ingram, can you swear Mr. Ryan in?
Swear first testimony you give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
And your name and your first and last name.
Rodalius Ryan, Rodalius Ryan, Ryan.
And Mr. Ryan, are you the same person referred to as Rodalius Ryan on indictment number 22 SC 183572?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you at this time under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
Currently 20 years old,
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you are charged in this indictment with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this plea of guilty and waiver rights form with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you and your attorney both reviewed it and you signed this document?
Yes, ma'am. That's my signature.
That's your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Ms. Leah Abbasi, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding charges in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to speak with her about any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No.
Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
You also had another attorney, Ms. Angela D. Williams. Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
No, ma'am. Could you repeat that for me?
Sure. Do you waive any and all defects in the indictment?
Yes.
And have you been arrested on these charges, specifically count 1, the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act?
He was already in custody, so he was not taken into custody for these charges. However, he was booked for the charges in the Fulton County Jail.
And he was served with the arrest warrant on this?
Yes.
Has Ms. Abbasi advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for the charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court a sentence of 10 years to serve, commuted to the time you have served in this case? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that this sentence should run concurrently with the sentence that you are already serving for 19 SC 168236? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept this recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
And the court can sentence you to the maximum on this charge?
I understand.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you are not in the United
One
States?
moment. Please repeat the question.
Sure.
Do you understand that the
Enhancing
convictions?
sentence, that one, the one on enhancing sentence?
Yes, I just needed to explain a bit more what that means.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, and transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you went to trial, you had the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? And after I say each right, I'll ask you to respond, okay? The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to the presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges at the trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, if this case were to proceed and continue with trial, Your Honor, evidence has shown and will further show that Mr. Ryan conspired with others to participate in the Young Slime Life gang through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants and unindicted co-conspirators have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, including drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder, also including social media posts asserting the violent nature and dominance of Young Slime Life, AKA YSL. Your Honor, the court has been present for evidence regarding the February 23rd, 2019 homicide of Mr. Jamari Holmes, in which Mr. Ryan and YSL co-conspirator, Damon Blaylock, lured both Jamari Holmes, Bernard Mitchell, and Rodney Uten to an apartment at 50 Mount Zion Road, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area. The evidence came out that during the course of that incident that Mr. Ryan, along with Mr. Blaylock, emerged from the apartment complex, shooting at the vehicle which Mr. Holmes, Mr. Uten, and Mr. Mitchell were in, shooting Mr. Holmes in the head. After this incident, a few hours later, Mr. Ryan is seen posting on social media, on a public social media post, saying that YSL makes the news. Right, there has been other social media posts in which Mr. Ryan has promoted or enhanced the reputation of YSL. Your Honor, the state intended to show further evidence that once Mr. Ryan was convicted of the homicide of Mr. Holmes while in prison, he continued to enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL, specifically when YSL co-conspirator and co-defendant Christian Eppinger was given a bond for shooting at an Atlanta police officer. Mr. Ryan, while on a contraband phone in prison, posted on his social media account, he flashed the YSL sign and stated, "We're coming to get you. YSL shit, free my N-word breasts, F the DA, the gangway, we cashing bonds on this shit." Your Honor, this is the evidence that the state would have intended to show if we would have continued with trial. Given the current status, Your Honor, we've made an offer to Mr. Ryan for this commuted time served offers from our concurrent with his current conviction, Your Honor. And I can approach with the documents.
You may. And I wanted to just add one thing to the information about the different methods you have to file things after this plea. And that is that Misty Williams and Ms. Abbasi will represent you until either the end of this term of court or 30 days, whichever's later. And so they would be the ones to talk to about filing those things, unless either of them is permitted to withdraw before that time. They would be the ones to file those for you, okay?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Abbasi, is there anything that the defense wants to add to the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have had the honor really of representing Mr. Ryan along with Misty Williams, who I'm quite disappointed she could not be here today for an important day. This trial has been exhausting for everybody, and that certainly includes Mr. Ryan, who has been going through the court system since he was 15 years old. We categorically and adamantly deny that YSL is the criminal, dangerous street gang, which it's been made out to be through this trial. We're actually quite happy with the record, which was established during the presentation of the state's evidence of the alleged murder of Mr. Jamari Holmes. This plea today, Mr. Ryan is making a decision which is going to be the best for his future, what future he has, because he's already serving a life sentence. Were he to be convicted and sentenced to additional time, he would remain in custody. As I stated, we think the record established will strongly support his appeal, and hopefully, when his conviction is overturned, we don't want him sitting in prison for something else. Certainly not for actions he took when he was younger, and actions he took which are largely a product of how he grew up. As I stated, Your Honor, Mr. Ryan was 15 years old at the time of the Jamari Holmes murder. You've seen through the text messages, he was out at all different hours, doing all different things, which I don't think anyone would want their 15-year-old to be out doing. And so that is where he was. And so he did adopt the people who were around him, the people who could support him, the people in his neighborhood who grouped themselves, calling themselves YSL. Mr. Ryan at no point was trying to advance a criminal street gang and their interests. He was trying to protect himself, being a young person, largely on his own, and this is where he's ended up. I would like to say that there's been some sort of rehabilitative function here since he was sentenced to prison. It doesn't appear that that has happened. As you've heard, some of his additional cases are within the prison system. It would be wonderful if some of the money spent on a case like this could possibly be invested in the future of people like Mr. Ryan, who go into custody at such a young age, and who really then are not given the resources to make the changes that they really would like to make to have a productive future. With all of that said, I think Mr. Ryan has grown up a lot during this trial. He doesn't want to sit through this anymore. He doesn't want to ever be back in a courtroom ever again, Your Honor. He's heard about all sorts of incidents, which the 2015 crimes, he was 11 years old. Mr. Ryan's most sincere wish is to move on with his life, to put this behind him. And we thank the court for the opportunity to resolve the case in this way and not drag it out any further than it has been.
All right.
He just would like to thank the court, Judge.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Ryan, I just want to make sure that you understand that this is ultimately, the decision is yours to make, not your attorney's. And I appreciate that both Ms. Abbasi and Misty Williams have been available in giving you legal advice and guidance, but it's ultimately your decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you in fact want to plead guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you've had enough time to think about it and to discuss it with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Bossy, have you and or Mr. Williams talked to Mr. Ryan about the benefits and drawbacks of all of his different options?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. I find that there is a factual basis for the guilty plea to count one, the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Whatever the difference of opinion may be with regard to what YSL is or isn't, and what Mr. Ryan may or may not have intended. There is a factual basis that exists from the record as it already is in this case to support the necessary elements of the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. And I have heard many of the alleged overt acts and the conspiracy evidence to advance the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity and to control personal property and money. And I find that the factual basis for that exists. And I am going to accept Mr. Ryan's guilty plea. I find it to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences of this plea. And I'm going to sentence in accord with the recommendation that both of the state and the defense have worked hard to negotiate here, which is a sentence of 10 years commuted to time served and to be run concurrently with the sentence that Mr. Ryan is currently serving. And certainly within the court's consideration is the knowledge that Mr. Ryan is at this time serving a life sentence for the murder of Mr. Holmes. And while I understand that that is on appeal right now, those are the facts as they exist right now. So that is the sentence of this court. Mr. Ryan, at 20 years old, you have most of your life ahead of you, and I don't know what it is going to hold with regard to your appeal or anything after that. But whether it is more years in custody or whether at some point in time you see the light of day to the outside world again, which is very likely considering your age, as long as you behave yourself while you're incarcerated and do not continue to either commit crimes in prison or violate any of the prison rules. If you can be on the straight and narrow, then somebody your age, after serving some amount of time, is probably going to be considered favorably for parole. And you just have to keep that in mind, that you need to be looking out for sort of the long run and not playing the short game, but playing the long game so that you have a future in front of you still. So that is your sentence, and I wish you luck, and I wish that with further maturity, much like Ms. Abbasi has said that you have already exhibited throughout the course of this trial, that you are able to make better decisions and steer your life in a better direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Matthews, are y'all ready? All right. You may. Yes, and I'm going to go ahead and, where's Mr. Roster? Give you these documents, and then is that in the, give Mr. Yes. Okay. All right, so we already have the signed copy of the indictment. Mr. Huey and Mr. Ryan have both signed, so I have that already. Yes. It's just that data. Okay. All right, and Sergeant, if you can swear in Mr. Huey.
You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name, first and last, spell the first and last name for the court.
My name Marquavius Huey.
Governor, we have just received the redacted document here, so if I can have an opportunity just to execute the.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Right.
And Mr. Matthews, just so that the record is clear, I know that y'all are just now signing the, I guess it's still a, 5-page document? That this is not the first time you're seeing the most of what's in that document, correct?
Absolutely
This is,
not.
right.
We've seen
So
this.
there were a couple of items removed from the sentencing acknowledgments at your request. Is that right?
That is correct. Your
Okay.
Honor.
And otherwise, other than that section 4, everything has essentially stayed the same with regard to the rest of the document. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
All right. And you and Mr. Matthews and Mr. Huey were aware of the changes that were getting made?
Yes.
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Do y'all need any additional time to look over the refreshed document?
We do not. Your
All
Honor.
right.
I've reviewed it and we are ready to proceed.
All right. Sounds good.
Where those legal veto rights.
Okay, I have it.
Did you want to see it first, Ron?
No, that's all right. It's essentially the same.
Y'all, just to give you a quick update on what I've seen, we have Kathy Rasan of Law and Crime. She said that court was supposed to start at 9:30 today. It is now 10:38, but likely the last 3 defendants are still in plea negotiations. So she said likely. No media or public allowed in the courtroom. So they're still apparently talking things over. Also, Doug Weinstein, before Kathy Rasan posted this, Doug Weinstein had posted this on X. What will today bring in YSL? I don't have much more certainty than y'all. Nevertheless, we will meet whatever challenges the day brings. Proud to still be fighting alongside Max, David, Brian, and Keith, as well as my colleagues Katie and Jay. I don't expect to see media or public in the courtroom first thing this morning. So maybe this is what someone was referring to when they talked about Weinstein's comment. Maybe if y'all want to rap about this a little bit, let's take a look at some of the follow-ups to that. I just hope it goes well for DK. That's Kendricks, Shannon, and Jeff. I know you guys have been working hard fighting to get them a good deal. Just know that we have a huge respect for you all. So Doug, as of this morning, just a few hours ago, seemed to not know what is going to happen today. That would mean that Mr. Kendricks still did not necessarily have a deal on the table. Jay Marie, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the fam. Appreciate it. So as of now, we are likely in a holding pattern as we have been for the past couple of days, the past 2 days, where they are negotiating, maybe feverishly negotiating, even up to minutes before the camera comes on. Yeah, so it appears that that's what's happening right now. So if anybody's wondering, there are 3 people left. These are the 3: Diamante Kendrick, Yak Gotti, Shannon Stillwell, SB, and Young Thug, Jeffrey Williams. These are the 3 who are left over and apparently are seeing what kind of deals they can get. My man is Shannon. Okay. Wendy says, my man is Shannon. A lot of these pleas aren't requiring them to testify. Well, ATF, I think that if Thug is gone, I don't know who would testify as to what. Triple dip in the lottery for freedom. I feel like if Thug is gone, I don't know who would be testifying to what. So this is what I was telling everybody for the last several days when people were like, Thug shouldn't take a deal. We're waiting still. Yes, they are in court, but it apparently looks like they're still working on plea deals. And that's Miss Atisha. So this is what I've been telling people for the last few days. I've been saying that you can't just wonder whether Thug is going to take a deal or not without considering other people's potential deals. So far, we've seen 3 deals, and none of them, at least on the surface, requires anybody to testify against Thug or anybody else for that matter. So I would agree with this. I would imagine that the next deal we may see would be Shannon. I would imagine the next deal we would see would be Shannon. I agree with you, Lou. Lou, I mean, again, we're speculation alert, because people I don't want people to say, well, you were saying Shannon. No, I'm saying that's what I'm thinking. That's what seems to make sense to me. That Shannon is probably next. Now, why do I say Shannon is probably next? Like, what would be the reason for that? Because doesn't it seem like out of everybody, aside from Woody, maybe, Shannon seems like he is one of the real guys who was really out there doing that if you know what I mean. Court is not live. Oh, no, court is not live. Let's see. No, court is not live. So Shannon seems like he was one of them guys that was really out there doing what you do. And I could see Shannon saying, look, this might be a good time for me to just get a deal. This might be a good time. This might be a good time for me to just get a deal. Yak also seemed like he was out there doing what it do. And I don't know, Yak feels a little bit more, I don't know. I mean, I don't know these guys, but I guess maybe from listening to, because Mr. Weinstein is so public and he doesn't seem to have indicated any kind of deal yet, it just doesn't feel like Yak is as close. Yes, I believe both Shannon and Yak were out there doing the business. I believe they were both out there doing the business. So it seems like Mr. Weinstein is indicating that he he certainly didn't say anything to make us believe there was a deal that they were happy with right now. I think Frankie, I think if Thug gets 5 years, even if it's like a suspended sentence, if it's probation, I think even if Thug goes home today, but with some kind of 5-year penalty, even if he doesn't have to serve it in prison, I think there's going to be a lot of people who initially are going to feel heartbroken by that. They'll probably get over it because he will be home and he'll be seen and he'll be heard and he'll have his, he'll start to become a public figure again out that can interact with people. But I imagine that if he gets 5 years in any fashion, even if he doesn't have to serve it, 5 years probation, 5 years suspended, 5 years, whatever, I think people are going to initially feel bad because you're going to have to see him stand up there and take it. Like if you just somehow heard he got it, but you see him out and about and you hear he got 5 years, that would not have the same effect as seeing him stand up before the judge and accept his 5 years. Again, even if those 5 years are not to be served with any additional prison time. So I think people are very, now from his perspective, from Thug's perspective, maybe that would be, hey, I need to go home. I don't know. But I think the way people are treating this is a lot of people, they don't want to see any kind of win for the state. Mr. Boom says, if YSL was at war with If Gang, wonder why the state didn't do a RICO on If Gang. I don't know. It's a good question. So far, the deals taken were a blessing to each of them. I believe Thug will be all right for sure in the end, considering lack of evidence against him. Yeah, and that's why I, as a spectator, I don't have my feelings so much wrapped up in any kind of plea Thug might take. Because if he decides he wants to take the plea, that's a voluntary action. He's seen how this trial has gone. His lawyer, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, has indicated that he thinks they're winning. If Thug decides he wants to take a plea and that is even better than what already seems to be a winning case, unless it was just something egregious, 10 years, 20 years to serve 10, that would definitely feel like, oh, shoot, what happened here? But any reasonable plea that I think I can imagine right now, which almost certainly seems like it has him coming. But the thing is, you just don't know. You just don't know because they really do want him. And you just don't have any certainty that they're going to give him the same kind of favorable conditions that they've given to the previous few guys. So it's really tough. It's really tough to make that determination because you don't know what's on the table. Yeah, Gemini says take it to trial. The scary thing, and y'all have I feel like y'all have influenced me today. The scary thing is that they just want Thug. So hasn't the state pushed back? I will say the state has pushed back on the notion that they just want Thug. So if we see the state go harder on Thug than whatever we would expect, then that will serve as evidence, potentially even confirmation, that this was all about him from the jump. Remember, they have said during the trial that it's not all about Thug, that is a false narrative. Okay? We need Thug home. Music been whacked since he been gone. Y'all think he makes music today if he gets out today? Y'all think he makes music today? I don't know. I mean, we played that game yesterday where we were speculating. We even did a poll about what you would do, what you think you would do when you get out. Thug's been the target the whole time, and all the M charges they dropped for others, someone's got to do time for it. I think SB about to take that ATF. Again, I don't have any inside knowledge about this, but I agree with you. Like, I totally agree with what you're saying. You have Shimel Drinks and you have Donovan Thomas. And they are both supposed to get justice through this trial. And you already let Nichols off. And the other person you have on, who did they say was in the car? Who was in the car with the DT hit? It was Shannon. Somebody remind me, who was in the car with the DT hit according to the state? Was Yak there? Is that the M charge they have for Yak? Shannon, Yak, and a couple of other guys who are not on Nard. Was it Nard and who was it? Shannon, Yak, Nard, and who else was it? Y'all remind me who the state is saying was there with the Donovan Thomas hit. By the way, y'all, I think we're all clued into this, but you can't do a ride along on a hit. So if you're in the car, barring some real extenuating circumstances, you're gonna get charged with the act, with the murder. Yeah, Shannon and Yak for the DT. So Shannon is on trial for drinks and for DT. Who are you talking about? Shannon? Or you must be talking about Nichols. Yeah, they gotta get somebody for Shimel Drinks and for DT. I mean, Nichols is gone. He's done. So you would have to think, yeah, that's the thing. Shannon has the DT. Oh man. I'm not saying Shannon's guilty, but jeez, man. I'm glad. I thank God I didn't. I thank God I didn't have to. I wasn't in that kind of lifestyle, man. That is just not passing judgment on anybody, but Jesus, man, you on trial for killing two people. Yeah, Shannon, Yak, Nard, and one other. Yeah, look at the indictment, please. Thank you. Shannon is on trial for two different bodies right now. And the problem is if you're going to get justice for those two people, you already let Nichols off. Basically, y'all, I think Shannon's going to be next. The next person to take a plea. When I say next, I don't necessarily mean Shannon's going to take a plea, I think. And I think it behooves him to take a plea before Thug, because once they get Thug to take a plea, they might just say, well, Shannon, we're not giving you a plea deal. Watch what video, PB? What video am I watching, PB? Did you drop a link? I'm missing the point. They can't prove drinks because no evidence. I haven't heard the drinks evidence yet. I mean, I feel the problem is, I know we've heard some of it. I don't even know if they presented all of the drinks evidence yet, because they've been jumping around between so many different instances and incidences that, frankly, I don't even remember all the evidence I've heard. The most evidence they've presented are for like the April 28th shootings, and they already got the people who did those, and they have already served time. So while you might be right, I don't know I don't know that they've presented all of the evidence that they have about the Chamel drinks. They've been jumping around, confusing everybody. What do y'all think the jurors? How are the jurors going to feel that they had to sit through this whole year-long process and they don't even get to render a verdict? How's that going to feel? Like, didn't they stick it out? Didn't the jurors more or less do their civic duty? How is it going to feel that you had to listen to all of this, that you had to go through all of this, that you had to have your life totally interrupted for a year, and then you may just see this whole thing turn? I mean, a mistrial would probably be more satisfying in the plea deals, because you like the mistrial, you have to run the trial in order to get to a mistrial. But plea deals, like, y'all could have done this from the jump. Right? I mean, if it's a mistrial, it'd be like, dang, man, something went wrong during the trial. But those things happen. But plea deals is like, couldn't you have just done a plea deal from day one? I mean, I get that the plea deals might be coming because of a mistrial motion. Don't get me wrong. I'm totally aware of that. But my point is, you're a juror and you don't even get to do you've been listening to all of this for what? You know what I'm saying? I was in that lifestyle and around dating men, just like them. I'm so happy. Woo, I'm gonna have to tell my daughies, please. I think everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people we really want these guys to choose the right path in the future, you know? Diamante, Shannon, and Thugger. That is your prediction of the order. I think once Thug takes the deal, if Shannon doesn't have his deal ready, if it's not signed, he could be vulnerable. Thug has no jury appeal after his co-defendants plead out. All of them will be used against him. Thank you for the 5, Fred. All indications seem to point to Thug being in the negotiating phase as well, Mr. Fred. So we don't have anything. We don't have any updates from Thugger Daily. I'd like to talk to Thugger Daily and see what Thugger Daily is going to do next after this trial is over. People have said he needs to, get invited out to a concert and all that stuff. I think Thugger Daily is going to get taken care of based on whatever, whatever is appropriate. You know what I'm saying? But what do you do after this? What do you do after this? You know what I mean? After you have developed this unique set of skills to document a trial, to understand legal maneuvering, to build an audience among people and become a trusted source of news, a trusted source of analysis, to clip videos and put them up on Twitter within seconds. So recognize what happened. That's important. Clip videos and put them up within seconds. Probably network with important people in the trial. Seems like it would be tough to just say, oh, I mean, I'm sure he'll be happy it's over. Don't get me wrong, because some people have been, caught saying, oh, I hope it doesn't end. I'm sure he wants it to end. But I just wonder, like, what's next? Would he be able to use, or it's actually, I think, a duo. Would they be able to use all this? Will they feel they want to continue to do this type of work going forward? Or will it just be like a 2-year period of life and like, now that's over. Now it's done. Oh my gosh. Sorry to hear that, Gemini, but I'm glad you were able to turn the corner on that one. Switch to Dirk Day. Y'all, Dirk Daily has to happen. Dirk Daily has to happen. And I'm not, I am not, somebody needs to make a Dirk Daily. I'll just put it like that. Somebody needs to make a Dirk Daily. That's real. Lil Dirk, not a joke. Somebody needs to make a Dirk Daily. I feel like Thugger Daily is a true Thug fan, and like somebody like I don't feel like I could do a Dirk Daily because I'm not a Dirk fan. I'm not a hater either. I've been saying this. I'm just not that familiar with Dirk, so I don't have the same emotional vested interest in following it the way Thugger has followed this. I think he's just a real Thug fan, and that's how it started. What's the Dominic Dunn? I'm not familiar with that person. I feel like these deals are a way the state will get their W with the Rico. Stop wasting money. Yeah, but they wasted the jury's time. He should definitely follow other trials. I agree with that. Do y'all think he should just stick with the name Thugger Daily? Do you think he should just stick with Thugger Daily and then just move on to other trials? Like, would he need to call it Dirk Daily, or would he just stick with Thugger Daily and just move on to something else? I think, like I told Thugger Daily, I was like, man, you need to make some merch. I was like, I want a hoodie because I would rock it on the stream for sure, and I wanted a coffee mug. I think Thugger Daily, if he continues, I think he should stick with the name Thugger Daily and not change it to Dirk or any. I don't think he should follow the name of the artist. I think he should stick with Thugger Daily, make it a brand, and if he wants or if they want, because I think it's a pair of people, if they want to continue, I would say stick with Thugger Daily. And then just move on to other artists. You know, I don't think you need a new profile for each artist. Yeah, Trish, and remember, I say he as well, but it's actually there's two people doing it. But I think one guy is the Twitter guy. So whenever you say Thugger Daily, if you're thinking about the Twitter guy, I think that's one guy, and I think the Twitter Spaces voice is a different person. So they work together. That's my understanding of it. That's scary. No, nobody knows Slim Life what time we're supposed to. There is no supposed start time right now. We're just waiting. You know, if we get to 12, then we're going to probably have a lunch break from 12 to 1. So that's how things have been going. I think that's going to trial. And if some of these dudes are guilty, oh, shoot. This is a very weird moment. And for it to be Halloween at that, it just feels like a surreal moment. They want him. Remember, the lady said she wants the big fish. I did a video on that, Curtis. That wasn't quite what happened, but there have been reports of people saying that. But that when the prosecutor said that, she actually said, "I just want the video in." If you're talking about the same thing I'm talking about, but I played that and I broke it down, and there were people who still insisted. She said she just wants it wasn't big fish, but it was a word or a phrase that means big fish. And there were people who were like, nah, I don't care. She said that. So there were people who were still convinced that that's what she said. Thug got a plea out for the gun charge and whatever work he got caught with. Wasn't that in his house, though? All this violence in the streets and these YSL dudes wasn't making no real money, just robbing and shooting folks. Y'all know what the sad part is? Isn't it gonna be? Aren't there 2 or 3 or 4 crew? I'm gonna call them crews to not use the G word. Aren't there 2, 3, 4, 5 crews in every major city with some rappers in it and with some guys who may be trying to rap but are making moves in a criminal way? Maybe not a Rico, but you know, just a group of guys who know each other, who mess with each other, who every major city got to have at least 3, 4, 5 groups like that. Even though you got YSL happening right now. You have to keep the pressure on corruption in states and follow other trials that are not as high profile. All right, well, shoot, y'all. If I follow them, if Thugger Daily follows them, y'all are the ones who help make that worthwhile. You know, the views, the comments, the respect, the likes, the love, all of that is what makes it worthwhile. So just keep that in mind. If y'all want this type of citizen journalism, citizen commentary, citizen blogging, whatever we're going to call it, y'all want it to continue, then you have to keep paying attention. Maybe not to the same extent, but dropping a like, hit the like button. Okay. How about we just start with hitting the like button right now? When you go on Thugger Daily, drop them a like. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, let me go drop Thugger Daily a like right quick. Let me put my money where my mouth is. I'm about to go like everything Thugger Daily did so far. Because I'm also one of these people who I'll forget to hit the like. So let me just hit the like on everything I can see right quick. Because this is kind of like sometimes it's the least you could do is just hit the like button. You know, if y'all want Thugger Daily to keep moving, I doubt Thugger Daily would have continued with this if people weren't paying attention. You know, that's the least you could do is pay attention, hit the like button, make a comment, give some positive feedback. That's what makes this kind of thing worthwhile for people. Again, I'm not speaking for Thugger Daily. I'm just giving my opinion, you know. And as you can see, I've read all of this stuff. And I didn't like any of these, so I'm just as guilty as everybody else. Just going through and liking. I really like this post. We were looking at this yesterday, man. I love this post. So yeah, y'all. So if you want people like me, like Thugger, like anybody who you like, hit the like button, y'all. That's like literally that's compensation to people. That's the minimal amount of compensation. That's like giving a tip, but it's free. It's free. So you literally can give everybody a tip for free just by clicking the like button. Dropping a comment is like giving a 15% tip. Sending a super chat's like giving a 30% or 40% tip. But just give the free tip at least and just give a quick little like. So I'm going through. I'm going to just like as many as I can right now. Let me see. So we still waiting for, so whoever's just getting here, we've been on since 8:45. It's 11 o'clock, 11:09. We have been waiting to hear something. I'm on a bit of a rant about hitting the like button when I myself have looked at all of this Thugger Daily stuff and I didn't hit the like or the heart hardly at all. So I'm just going through hitting it a bunch of times. It's my opinion that Thugger Daily, if Thugger, the group, wants to continue, I would tell them, if not that it's my place, but I'm making a comment, an opinion, I would say they should just keep the same name and move on to other trials or whatever they might want to cover of this type. I would say they don't need to change up the name. The name is now trusted. The name is established. The name is represented with Thug True, but it's also represented with citizen journalism. It's represented with integrity. It's represented with a lot. So I would just stick with the same name probably. And also it tells you where things come from. It tells you where they got started. Man, this was a terrible moment. This moment has to be, if they make the movie and they don't have this moment in the movie, this is going to be a hard moment to recreate in the movie. This is going to be a difficult moment to recreate in the movie. Would y'all agree with that? This is going to be a tough moment to recreate This would show you if the director and the casting and the score, even the costume, everything would have to line up perfectly for you to get to this moment and feel it. Everything would have to line up purposefully for you to get to this moment and feel it. Earn your likes, period. What do you mean by that, Grey Wolf? I mean, I think I know what you mean, but is there an indication that somebody didn't earn their likes? Yeah, this Monk Tonk moment. Like, how would you feel if you watched the movie and you don't get this moment? Because this moment is really not that important to the Thug story, but it's important to the trial story. This is how you're going to know if the director, when the movie comes out, if the director really watched the trial and consumed everything. They would have to have this moment some kind of way. They would have to represent this in the movie because it actually, this moment arguably fed into the Woony Lee moment, because when she threw Monk Tonk in jail, we all agree, I think, that Woony Lee knew that happened and was determined for that not happen to him. So I'm not saying if she hadn't done this to Monk Tonk, things would have turned out differently, but his mind seemed to be made up. I'm not trying to go to jail. So yeah, the moment made me angry. That's why I say it has to be in the movie, because there's real emotion and real significance around it. And I think it would be, who do you get to play Monk Tonk? I mean, we don't know, but I'm just talking. Who do you get to play Monk Tonk? How do you get the crowd who's not familiar with the trial? How do you get them to feel true anger and disgust and heartbreak like so many people did? How do you do that in let's say a 90-minute to a 2-hour movie? How do you get people invested in Monk Tonk? That's what I'm saying. That's why I said it would. You'd have to be a talented director, I think, to have the crowd, the people watching this movie who are unfamiliar with the YSL trial, but just interested in this movie. They're watching the movie. You'd have to be very talented to have them feel anger watching this, because you can't spend the whole movie making it the Monk Tonk show. You can't spend the whole movie building up to. So you'd have to somehow, in limited time, get people invested in Monk Tonk enough to feel anger at this moment. And that would be difficult when it's really not the Monk Tonk trial. It's the YSL trial, and he didn't even go to trial. So I think this moment's got to be in the movie. Yeah, now if it's a Netflix series, it'll be easier to do it because you could spend more time on Monk Tonk as a character. If it's just a movie, you won't have time, but if it's a series, then you can build up to this a lot easier, I think. Forrest Whitaker. Oh my God. When Forrest Whitaker was younger, I agree. But yeah, I think a little too old. But yeah, I can see that. I can really see it with a young Forrest Whitaker. I can rock with that. The current Forrest Whitaker, I don't think so. But young Cuba Gooding Jr. playing Monk Tonk, I can kind of see that too. I can see that. Young Cuba Gooding Jr. I can kind of see. Younger Cuba, because Monk Tonk is 40. So, I mean, yeah, younger Cuba Gooding Jr. I can see a Forrest Whitaker. But y'all, you know what's funny? Thinking about, I want y'all to just do a quick little thought experiment. Think about how different you would feel if you didn't know who Monk Tonk was, right? And you're looking at this series, you hear about this YSL trial, you're looking at the series. Think about if you see Forrest Whitaker playing him, you would get one feeling. And if you saw Cuba Gooding Jr. playing him, you would get a totally different feeling. Both of which are somehow related, I think, at least reasonably related to the real Monk Tonk. But those two guys would give you two different feelings about this Monk Tonk. Monk Tonk. Monk Tonk. Monk Tonk. Yes. We do have a very diverse chat. Yeah, but see, he was too young though. Cuba Gooding Jr. was in his 20s at that time. I guess they could age him up a little bit to play Monk Tonk. Yeah, I know. You would have the lazy eye. But Monk Tonk doesn't have a lazy eye. But I still don't think that would be a bad choice. Lawrence Fishburne playing Monk Tonk. Thing is, Monk Tonk's not a very big guy, y'all. Like, Woody's not a big guy. Monk Tonk is about Woody's height, I think. So getting a taller guy to play him would also change his stature. Like, if you notice he's not a big guy. He comes across, I think, on camera bigger than he is, I think. Vivica Fox as Love, I could 100% see that. Especially if she gained a couple of pounds, cut her hair short. She can make all of those crazy eye faces. That was a good one right there. That was a good one right there. Vivica A. Fox as Love, I could totally see. 100%. Who would play Lil Woody? I think Lil Woody would have to be a new actor that is about to make his debut, his big break. I can't think of anybody. Because the biggest thing about Woody is true. Whoopie for fine. Oh, Fonny. The thing about Woody is you'd have to have a guy who's naturally charismatic. And I don't know who that would be. Like, he would have to be a natural. And you'd have to do a casting call for that one. I could certainly see Vivica as Love, though. 100%. 10 million %. Samuel L. Jackson as Glanville would be. Oh man, that would make. I don't even know what comment I want to give to that. It would make things interesting. Let's put it like that. Yeah, the chat is tripping. We tend to go off the reservation a little bit up in this chat. We go off the reservation. Ice Cube as Monk Tonk. Ice Cube a little too old. A younger Cube, 10 years ago maybe, might be able to see it. Might be able to see it. He have to get a tan though. I would want him to get a nice tan. Oh my gosh, Orlando Brown. If he wasn't out there physically, yeah. Physically, I think so. Yo, Kevin. Yo, so now if we talking about the comedy YSL, and nobody get butthurt about this, we just talking because it's not a comedy. I know it's real life. It's if anything, it's more like a tragedy, to be honest. But since we're just talking, if you were gonna try to make this a comedy about this trial and really exaggerate the characters, then I think I could see Samuel L. Jackson. Then I could see Kevin Hart. But if you're going to try to keep it real and dramatic, nah. You know what? Is that the comedian? He kind of has the look. Is that the comedian? He kind of has the look. He does have the look. Mike Epps. Woody has you could probably just get the real Woody. Honestly, that'd probably be the best bet. Who would play Paige? Do y'all think? No, I'm not gonna say that. That's disrespectful. I'm not gonna say anything disrespectful. Put it like this. More so than anybody, in the entire show, series, movie, whatever, I would want to see the home life scenes of Judge Whittaker. I think about the home life scenes of Judge Whittaker a lot. Like, again, y'all know I'm kind of thinking of this as like the portrayal. And I think about Judge Whittaker sitting and talking to her husband. I don't know if she's married, but I just think about that. Where you get to see what she really thinks about everything that's happening. And so you would need somebody who doesn't just portray her in the courtroom, but you would need somebody who could portray, you know, many of her out of court moments. And I'll be honest with you, I'm lost for that. Roland Martin as Glenn. Y'all, this chat, we are a little bit. Michael B. Jordan as Huey for sure. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see the resemblance, but Huey just never says anything. Notice that who you choose as Thug, who you choose as any of the defendants, they mostly just gonna sit in trial and not say anything. You know? Unless you're doing before the trial and after the trial, or you're gonna do a lot of jail type of stuff. Y'all, this is not gonna be an easy movie to make or an easy series. It's not gonna be easy. And if you're a documentary maker, it's gonna be hard as well, because how are you gonna tell Thug's story? How can you tell his story through this trial when he doesn't talk? You would need cooperation from him. He would have to give you information, or else he would just be totally passive in his own trial. If you get cooperation from him, then he can tell you, I was feeling this, I was thinking this is what was happening in the jail. These are the conversations I had with my lawyer. You can include a lot of that to give him to shed more light on what he was going through. But without that kind of cooperation, you're kind of in the dark about him, because he doesn't talk. We haven't heard Young Thug's voice. I've been saying this. Besides the leaked jail call, we haven't heard his voice in 2.5 years, y'all. We haven't heard his voice besides a leaked jail call in 2.5 years. Sandra Bullock. Oh, you must be talking about Sandra Bullock. Yes. 10 million%. Totally agree. Dang, man. We making the movie right now, y'all. Again, I keep saying this because I don't want anybody to get upset. I'm not making light of what people are going through. We're actually thinking through the movie that will probably happen at some point. So, you know, and we're killing time. And we're just killing time. So nobody feel like we're being disrespectful. We know that this is serious. But the reason that there even will be a movie likely is because of how serious it is. Viola Davis. I'll be honest with you, Avery. I'm feeling Vivica Fox for Love. I really am. Let her put on a couple of pounds. Love is kind of a tall woman. I don't know how tall Vivica is, but I guess she doesn't have to be stature wise. She doesn't have to be the same. Now, a younger Viola Davis, maybe I could put her in as Hilton. I might put her in as Hilton, but the ages don't line up. Yeah, Sandra Bullock is definitely Whittaker. There's no doubt about it. There's nobody else. You'd have to get her. Sam Wilson. Who is Sam Wilson? Let me Google that. He's too tall. He's too big. We talking about Lil Woody. Woody is small. Woody is a small guy. He's of short stature. Sam Wilson's too big. Yes, she would give. Yeah, for a younger Hilton. Yeah, if she were younger, she could probably rock the Hilton. I think our best casting choice so far is Sandra Bullock as Judge Whittaker. I think I think we knocked that one. Whoever said that, y'all knocked that one out of the park. Orlando Brown as Woody. That would be fun. That would be fun. Tyrese as Keith Adams. I could see that. I could see Tyrese as Keith Adams. Oh yeah, by the way, y'all, we got a couple of supers. Thank you for the super sticker. Is that I'm not, man, I wish I knew how to pronounce that. I'm gonna call you Big O. Thank you for the super sticker, Big O. Oh, we got another one from you. $4.99 super chat. They should get them to do voiceovers or something like that while the actor's sitting there. Yeah, I agree with that. The way you would bring the if you're talking about the defendants to do some narration, I kind of feel like that's the only way you would get them, or showing jail scenes. And to be honest, I don't think there's a lot of jail scenes we need to see besides SB. He got attacked in jail. Basically, the only jail scenes you need to see are the ones that we've heard about. SB got attacked. There's been some contraband situations. You may or may not need to see all that. You do want to, I would probably recreate the leaked video between Thug and Mariah. I would probably recreate something like that to add some humanity to Thug, and also to her, and also some romance. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be a lot of romance in the movie. But I don't think I would do a lot of jail stuff personally. Ben Stiller as Steel, yes. Yeah. I feel like we're inadvertently making a comedy though, y'all. I feel like we are inadvertently making a comedy. Snoop is a little too old to play Quay, but a younger Snoop, I could see it. I could kind of see it. Ben Stiller as Steel is somebody said that, I think, the other day. That's totally on point. But again, I feel like we're making a comedy. I mean, if you think about this, you get Orlando Brown as Woody, Ben Stiller as Steel, Samuel L. Jackson as Glanville. I mean, y'all, we almost got a comedy right there. It would be, a tragic comedy. Yeah. You would have to be so talented to make that movie work, to make the emotions happen. You know, it would be a tragic comedy though. It would be, I mean, because the reality is quite bitter. So yeah, Kevin Hart as Woody, you basically talking about a comedy at that point. Oh my gosh, people are really feeling that. Kevin Hart as Woody. That would be a comedy at that point, people. We Cedric the Entertainer as see, y'all, maybe we need a little comedic relief. Maybe things have been too serious around these parts, and we need a little comedic relief. I think Forrest Whitaker would be better as Glanville. That's a good point. So maybe we need a little comedic relief to take some of the tension off. But I think y'all just made the YSL comedy. Brat as Gaither. Yeah. You know why I say yeah? Because I could certainly the problem with the Brat as Gaither is you barely see Gaither in the trial. So if you were gonna do a lot of shooting of like background scenes of like how we got here, yeah, but anybody could play Gaither if you're gonna play Gaither from the trial, because you didn't see Gaither. But I guess you could have the Brat as Gaither and then show part, and then also show that people at home can't see it. So you can show from the courtroom angle where you can see her, and you can show from the home angle in other scenes where you can't see her. So yeah, that will work. That would work. Y'all, so we still don't have court. We're at 11:31. Sexy Red is Hilton. Oh my gosh. Y'all made a comedy. Y'all didn't mean to probably, but you made a comedy. So we still have no court. I know y'all say Woody is funny though. So I mean, from that standpoint, somebody who's funny, anybody funny playing Woody would kind of make sense because Woody is he has blown up for being funny anyway. I think Uncle Phil passed away, Slim Life. Yeah, that's another good one for Gaither. Queen Latifah. So I'm gonna go back, y'all. I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna do my Twitter rounds. I'm gonna do my Twitter rounds and try to see if anybody has let's see, Dennis Byron, he's probably there. Let's see. Nah, I'm not seeing. Let me see. Who else might know? Kathy Rassan. Let me see. Let's see. I'm just double checking, y'all. All right, I'm gonna just fire us back up where we were yesterday. Let me see. I'm gonna put us back on where we were yesterday.
The waiver of rights and this separate kind of list of the charges and the sentences.
Continue to rock with this for the moment.
And the indictment is with Ms. Rosser. I'm ready whenever.
Ms. Hill, you can please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence shall give in the matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hands down.
I think he already got sworn, so you're double sworn at this point.
Please state your true and correct legal name.
Marquavius Huey, MarQuavius Huey.
And are you the same Marquavius Huey on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No.
How old are you?
28.
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade high school diploma.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you were in this indictment charged with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Yes.
Count 3, you were initially charged with armed robbery, which carried a sentence of 10 to 20 years or life.
Yes.
You were charged with count 4 and 5 of this indictment, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which each carry a sentence of 1 to 20 years.
Yes.
You were charged with count 6 and count 7 in this indictment, which the charge of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
Yes.
And that carries a sentence of 5 years to serve consecutive to any other count in the indictment.
Yes.
You were also charged with armed robbery in counts 14 and 15.
Yes.
Also charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for count 16 and 17.
Yes.
You were charged with hijacking a motor vehicle in the first degree.
Yes.
You were initially charged with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
Yes.
Counts 19 and 20. You were charged with 4 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, which were counts 21, 22, 23, and 46.
Yes.
And you were charged with possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, which was count 44, and possession of a telecommunication device by an incarcerated individual, which was count 45. You understand that those were your initial charges in this indictment?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this waiver of rights form with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your signature on this document on page 4 of this document?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Carrington Matthews Sr. and Carrington Matthews Jr., about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charge in this indictment, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need any more time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Nope.
Are you satisfied with their counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes.
Do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
Yes.
Is it your understanding, have you been arrested on all of the charges contained within this indictment?
Yes.
And Mr. Matthews Jr., are you aware of any other outstanding warrants for these charges?
We are not aware of any.
Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court the following sentence?
Yes.
Let me tell you the sentence first.
Oh.
As to count 1, which is conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, the state's recommendation is 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, the balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 3, armed robbery, based on the negotiations, the state will reduce the armed robbery to robbery and offer a sentence of 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with count 1, the balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 4, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the state will recommend 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1 and count 3, balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 5, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the state agrees to null pros or dismiss that count. As to count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state's recommendation is 5 years to serve, consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 44 to be suspended. As to count 7, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state will null pros or dismiss that count. As to count 14, which is armed robbery, will reduce that to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1, 3, and 4, balance of 11 years on probation. Count 15, armed robbery, reduced to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, and 14, balance of 11 years on probation. Count 16 will be null pros or dismissed. Count 17, that count will merge with count 15. Count 18 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 19, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, will be 5 years to serve, 5 years to serve consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 17, and 44, but concurrent with count 6, and that will be suspended. Count 20 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 21 will be 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 44. Count 22 will be null pros or dismissed by the state, as well as count 23 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 44, possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, will be 5 years to serve concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 17. And counts 45 and 46 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Do you understand that that's the state's recommendation?
Yes.
Do you understand that the total sentence is 25 years to serve 9 years in custody with a balance of 14 years? 9 of those 14 years will be served on probation and 5 years will be suspended. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation?
Yes.
And the court can sentence you to the maximum of each charge and can run those charges consecutively, one after the other.
Yes.
Do you understand this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are currently on probation or parole? Your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today.
Yes.
Do you understand if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes.
And do you understand that there were several special conditions of probation that you must adhere to, which are contained within this documentation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to go over each of these special conditions with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also go over with your attorneys your sentencing acknowledgments regarding this plea agreement?
Yes.
And is this also your signature on this documentation with your attorney going over each of the each of the special conditions of probation?
Yes.
And did you fully understand the special conditions of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hilton, can you pass that document up to the court, please? Thank you.
Did you want to review it before I continue, Nora? Did you want to review before I continue?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are not a United States citizen? A guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, the Department of Corrections, or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights? And after each right, I'll ask you to respond. The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assistive counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes.
the right to have the charge against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to the charges in that indictment?
I plead guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, if this case were to go to trial, the state would expect, or if we were to continue this trial, the state would expect to show, or evidence has shown and will show, that Mr. Huey conspired with others to participate in YSL through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants, as well as unindicted co-conspirators, have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, to include drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. Also, it includes posting on social media, asserting the violent nature of and the dominance of Young Slime Life, AKA YSL. Specifically, Mr. Huey himself participated in 2 robberies. He posted on social media and he engaged in text messages with his fellow co-conspirators. On April 26, 2019, Mr. Huey, along with another individual, armed around Mr. Dewan Maynard, at an apartment complex located on Masargo Drive in the Buckhead neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County. He robbed Mr. Maynard at gunpoint and pistol whipped him. Mr. Huey was wearing a very distinctive yellow jacket. He stole a ring, a necklace, a luxury wallet, and other items. He then fled the scene in a black Mustang. Portions of this robbery, Your Honor, were caught on surveillance video. After the robbery, Mr. Huey was seen on his social media account with the ring and necklace that was identical to the items that were stolen from Mr. Maynard. Additionally, on Instagram, Your Honor, on social media, there were several pictures of Mr. Huey photographed next to a black Mustang. There were several pictures. Lastly, there were pictures of Mr. Huey on his social media wearing the same distinctive yellow jacket that was seen on the surveillance video. Based on that evidence, Your Honor, arrest warrants were issued for Mr. Huey. While on bond for the April 2019 armed robbery, Your Honor, on October 1st, 2020, Mr. Huey went to the apartments located at 250 Fulton Street, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, to meet with Mr. Gary Holloman. Gary Holloman, who is now deceased, told law enforcement officers on the night that he was robbed that Mr. Huey, who he knew, asked to meet with him so that Mr. Holloman could give Mr. Huey money to put on another co-conspirator to Aquarius Mender's books or commentary at the Fulton County Jail. Aquarius Mender, who is a co-defendant and co-conspirator, is the nephew of Gary Holloman. Mr. Mender and Mr. Huey were friends or are friends. Mr. Holloman agreed to meet with Mr. Huey at the location. While at the location, Mr. Huey, along with another individual, approached Mr. Holloman. One person had an assault rifle. They took from Mr. Holloman his car and his money. They also robbed another young lady by the name of Lamisha Coppage. Mr. Huey and the other unidentified individual fled the scene and left. Mr. Holloman immediately called the police. When police arrived, Mr. Holloman was able to use another cell phone to track his phone. He was able to track that phone going in the direction of I-75 South, and ultimately that phone was located on Oak Drive, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area, which is the area or territory for Young Slime Life. Also, Mr. Holloman was able to show police officers the social media pages of Mr. Huey to identify him. Initially, the police marked this case as an information, and the case was not initially investigated. However, about 1 month later, Mr. Holloman went to the police headquarters, spoke with investigators. He was able to pick Mr. Huey out of the photographic lineup. Subsequently, investigator Marissa Viverito, who was formerly with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, found a jail call with Aquarius Mender, Mr. Mender's mother, as well as Gary Holloman discussing the robbery and Mr. Holloman discussing what occurred to him. Arrest warrants were taken out for Mr. Huey. He was initially arrested in November of 2020. During that arrest, and pursuant to a search warrant, his home was searched. In that search, they found 2 rifles, 2 rifle handguns. Also, they found items belonging to an individual by the name of Chandler Durham. During that search warrant, they seized Mr. Huey's phones, and pursuant to a search warrant, did a search of those phones. Upon seeing the items from Chandler Durham, investigator Viverito checked the Atlanta Police Department database to find out if there were any police reports associated with the Chandler Durham. She found a police report from March 12, 2020. In that report, Chandler Durham reported that while he was working at a music studio, his car and additional items to include a luxury bag were stolen. After finding the report, investigator Viverito went through the contents of Mr. Huey's phone, and she saw a few text messages of note. She saw a text conversation on March 12, 2020 between Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Huey. Jeffrey Williams told Mr. Huey that they needed to take that shit back. Mr. Huey denied involvement in taking the items and blamed it on another person. Mr. Williams then told Mr. Huey in this text message, if he doesn't take it back, he's going to die. Also found in Huey's cell phone were 2 incidents in which Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams were in conversation with each other regarding rival gang member Rayshawn Bennett, AKA YSL Rico. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Huey with a performance location of YSL Rico. The text message read, handle that tonight, slat. Then Huey responded, slat. Your Honor, based on the state's understanding, slat means slime love all the time. Then on September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett. Mr. Williams texted, flatty handle and stay very low. Huey's response was slat and for sure, I've been out the way. And appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me, I'm built on loyalty. Williams' response was slat, handle that, I got you. In 2021, we were able to recover another phone from Mr. Huey after he was subsequently arrested on grand jury warrants. When we did a search warrant of that phone, there was additional communication between Mr. Williams and Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey told Mr. Williams on November 14, 2021, you know I'm ready to handle the business and you'll sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama.
Y'all, I'm pausing it right here because I'm gonna back this up a little bit. This is one of those parts, and I was a little zoned out, but I heard where they're talking about Huey and Mr. Williams. This sounds like part of the evidence that they were going to bring in against Thug.
And appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. In this text message, if he doesn't take it back, he's going to die. Also, after finding the report, investigator Viverito went through the contents of Mr. Huey's phone, and she saw a few text messages of note. She saw a text conversation on March 12, 2020 between Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Huey. Jeffrey Williams told Mr. Huey that they needed to take that shit back. Mr. Huey denied involvement in taking the items and blamed it on another person. Mr. Williams then told Mr. Huey in this text message, if he doesn't take it back, he's going to die.
All right, so if they got to bring this text message in, then this would be used most likely to show that Jeffrey Williams was above Mr. Huey in the Rico, in the organization, in the gang, and whatever it is they're going to try to prove. So this is, I didn't see this evidence come in yet, but I would anticipate they'd be showing that part. They'd be showing these text messages.
Also,
yeah, no, I mean, again, this is evidence, y'all. I know that they're not presenting the actual evidence. They're talking about it, but it would be evidence to try to paint a picture. It doesn't mean that the picture that they're painting is the correct picture, but that's what they do. They would show it is evidence, Ocean. I knew you were going to pop in and say it's not evidence. Like you were the person yesterday who was insisting it is. What she is referring to is evidence. She's not presenting the evidence, but she's referring to evidence that they presumably have in their possession. Okay, so it is evidence. It's not proof, but it is evidence if they have it in their possession, and if they were gonna present it to the jury, it is evidence. So understand what evidence means. Evidence is something that helps paint the picture. It doesn't mean that the picture you're painting is the correct picture, but it certainly is something that helps you paint the picture. So Doug calls what she's saying. Okay, what is Doug supposed to say, Ocean? Oh, she has a great point. I mean, what is he going to say? It's evidence either way, y'all. So there literally is no debate as to whether this is her words are not evidence, but if they have these text messages, there's no debate as to whether it's evidence or not. If you disagree with that, then you're just wrong. So there's no other way to slice it. If you disagree that they have text messages that say what she just said, that the text messages say, if you're saying that's not evidence, then you're wrong. Now, it's not proof. The text messages message she just referred to could say what she just quoted, but her interpretation or usage of it, or what she's trying to prove, the bigger picture, it might not line up. Okay, so I'm not saying that just because she has that text message, it means that whatever picture she wants to paint is the right picture. Yeah, IG posts were evidence. All of that stuff is evidence, but it doesn't mean that whatever she's saying that it implicates or implies or means, that is not necessarily so. But it is, the word for this is literally evidence. I mean, that's the legal word for it. So using the correct legal term, again, her words right now are not evidence, but she's referring to text messages, which are evidence. And this is the stuff that I guess, would have been seeing, I'm sure we would have been seeing this as the trial continued. That first thing about take it back, if you don't take it back, you're going to die. I think that would be easy to rebut for Steele. Okay, Steele and or Adams would probably be able to rebut this first thing. Take it back. If you don't take it back, you're going to die. But that's painting a picture for the jury that Jeffrey has the authority to order him to take something back. Okay. Yeah, and Mr. Collins, you said she misquote before. So I'm just going based on the assumption that whatever she's saying they have, they actually have it. Of course, I don't know. I haven't seen it. We've seen situations in the past where we thought they had certain evidence, and then when they present it, maybe they do have it, but it's not what we thought. Okay. I'm just trying to analyze at this point what would have happened, y'all. Okay. They would have presented these text messages. They would have said that this shows that Thug has authority over, I think this is Quay Huey. So they would have said this shows that Thug has authority over Quay Huey. And then let me see. Clifton, man, that's a real friend telling you take it back before they. Yeah. That's why I said that just because it's evidence doesn't mean it's proof. They were going to try to use that to show their indictment, that they're saying, hey, look, he's an authority figure within this organization over Huey, and he can order to take it back. And then I imagine the defense would have argued something like you're saying here, Mr. Thomas, like, no, he's saying you need to take it back for your own good. Like, this is dangerous. This is wrong. You need to get this out of your possession. Get it back to the people whose it is, because you just created a bad situation. So this is something that we didn't get to see. Nico, he could say take it back as a friend, not as a. Again, my point is not, I'm not saying what I think it means, because I have no idea. I'm trying to imagine how the trial was going to go So I'm really thinking about what both sides were going to say about this text message, right? I'm not saying my opinion is this or that because I have no idea. You know what I'm saying? So I do think so. I don't know if they're proving Thug is guilty here, Mr. Collins, but they definitely are trying to lay down evidence. Again, they're not presenting the evidence, but they're talking about the evidence that they presumably have, and they are laying it down in such a way to point to Thug right now, for sure.
The non-involvement in taking the items.
So let me go back a little bit, y'all, because I think we really want to pay attention to this. This was one of the few times out of this whole trial. There haven't been a whole lot of times where they directly mentioned Thug interacting in a way that they could say he was acting as a boss. You know, renting the car was one of those times. This is another one of those times where they're trying to paint Thug as a boss.
2020. And that report, Chandler Durham reported that while he was working at a music studio, his car and additional items to include a luxury bag were stolen. After finding the report, investigator Viva Rito went through the contents of Mr. Huey's phone, and she saw a few text messages of note. She saw a text conversation on March 12, 2020, between Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Huey. Jeffrey Williams told Mr. Huey that they needed to take that shit back. Mr. Huey denied involvement in taking the items and blamed it on another person. Mr. Williams then told Mr. Huey in this text message, if he doesn't take it back, he's going to die. Also found.
So I think that was a good catch. Someone said that they could have been saying it as a friend. He could say take it back as a friend, not a leader. And so the prosecution would probably try to argue that Williams was personally threatening Huey, like you're gonna die, as in we're gonna do something to you or I'm gonna do something to you. Then the defense perhaps would have argued that no, he was saying that if you don't take it back, somebody else outside of our organization has already informed us, or we know about their reputation and they're gonna do something to you. So this was gonna be another one of those pieces of evidence if once we saw it, which was going to be, I think, not very convincing because the interpretation of it is so open. Take it back, man. You can say that as a friend. Nah, man, I don't have that. Oh, you need to take that back or you're going to die. That could be very well be your friend saying they're going to come get you. Or it could be your boss saying, I'm going to come get you. It could be either one. It really could. I mean, so it doesn't really prove anything. It's just evidence, but it's still not strong enough for you to, even with the other evidence we've seen, it's not strong enough for you to draw a conclusion that Thug was somehow above him. The jury was going to let them go and the state knew it. I still think at this point with everything we've seen, including, I'm going to play a couple of other things that Hilton is about to read off, but it doesn't feel like they had that, sometimes they call it a smoking gun. They didn't have anything that would make you say, oh man, you can't get out of this one,
Huey's cell phone were two incidents in which Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams were in conversation with each other regarding rival gang member Rashawn Bennett, aka YSL Rico. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Huey with a performance location of YSL Rico. The text message read, handle that tonight, slat.
Okay. Give me y'all's take on that one. We don't have any updates now. The only update is that there are no updates. So we're talking about some of this from yesterday in a little bit more detail. All right, y'all listen again. I'm going to play it one more time. I'm going to back it up a little bit.
Mr. Williams then told Mr. Huey in this text message, if he doesn't take it back, he's going to die.
All right, we just did that one.
Also found in Huey's cell phone were two incidents in which Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams were in conversation with each other regarding rival gang member Rayshawn Bennett, aka YSL Lucci. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Huey with a performance location of YSL Lucci. The text message read, "Handle that tonight, slat."
Okay, so don't we agree? First of all, that would be evidence if they have that text message. So anybody who thinks that it's not evidence, it is. Ocean Beach, no jury today. I think misdemeanor. The thug. That's why she read the text yesterday. She's reading because Fonnie sat love down. When you say update, did you get that from somewhere? We'll take a look at it. So this one sounds worse than the first one, but you know what? You know, the question is this: did anything happen to Lucci that day? She said January 19th, 2020. What is it? YFN Lucci? I'm gonna look. January. Did she say 19th, 2020? Let's see if something actually happened. If he said handle that tonight, and then something happened that night involving Huey and Lucci, then we could say that would be bad. Would y'all agree with that? Before we look it up. Crucial. If he say handle that tonight in a text message with reference to YFN Lucci, and that was January, I think she said 19th. I'm gonna look it up in a sec. And then something happened involving Huey or somebody else connected that same night. I'm gonna say that would be bad, y'all. That would be bad. That would actually be bad. Yeah, okay. Maybe nothing happened. If nothing happened, then you still have nothing. If something did happen, though, then that would be bad. I'm just saying, before we look it up, can we agree that if something happened that night and you have a text message from that morning telling him to do something or insinuating something should be done that night, that would be like, yo, this is tough right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm going to play this again and I'm going to look it up.
On January 19th, 2020.
Okay, January 19th, 2020. So let's just go here. We're on Google now. YFN Lucci, January 19th, 2020. I'm not immediately seeing that there was any kind of report from that day. So if nothing happened that day, then I think you're still in a position where you're kind of grasping. If something did happen that day, this would have been very bad. Context. Well, Avery, that's why I said did something happen. We don't really know what the context of this is, but we can say that if something happened that day, you can deduce the context, right? You're going to be able to make that case to a jury either way. Okay. When was Lucci stabbed? Let's see. YFN Lucci. Was he stabbed? He was stabbed in jail. That was after the fact. He was stabbed in jail, not out at a concert. So this was at a concert. So they would have said it. I don't necessarily agree with that. Handle that. That's the way you talk in code, even though it's easily decipherable. So at any rate, y'all, I don't see any evidence, just doing a quick Google search, that anything was handled that day. So this still has plausible deniability. If there had been something that happened that day, particularly involving Huey or anybody connected to Huey and YFN Lucci, that would have been bad. That would have been like real evidence and it would have been very strong evidence.
Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Huey with a performance location of YSL Lucci. The text message read, "Handle that tonight, slat." Then Huey responded, "Slat." Your Honor, based on the state's understanding, slat means slime love all the time. Then on September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of Mr. Rashawn Bennett. Mr. Williams texted, "Flat, handle, and stay very low." Huey's response was, "Slat, and for sure, I've been out the way. And appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty." Williams' response was, "Slat, handle that, I got you." In 2021, we were able to recover another phone from Mr. Huey.
Y'all notice she didn't say anything actually happened after either one of those situations, after either one of those conversations. Hello, No Weapons. Been a while. Welcome back. Did y'all notice that neither of those situations did she follow up with, "And then, Your Honor, we have evidence that this happened"? That's why I paused it, because I hadn't looked into it to see if something happened. I was totally ignorant as to whether something had happened. I knew she didn't say it yesterday, but I wanted to try to look into it. You look into it and you don't see that anything actually happened. Now, if something had happened, you would have to be very, very skeptical. Meaning you'd have to be a person who's just super skeptical to not consider that strong evidence against YSL. I mean, it would have been very, in my opinion, hey, handle that the same day, at the concert, after the concert, before the concert, when at the after party, whatever. Same day, you have Huey. This didn't happen, y'all, by the way. But if you did have Huey go and do something, or people that are connected to Huey go and do something to YFN Lucci, to his people, whatever, that would have been very strong evidence. But that's not what we heard right here. What we just heard is a couple of, "Hey, go do that thing," and then no thing was done.
After he was subsequently arrested on grand jury warrants, when we did a search warrant of that phone, there was additional communication between Mr. Williams and Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey told Mr. Williams on November 14, 2021, "You know I'm ready to handle the business and you'll sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama." This text message followed information that was provided to investigator Rico by Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland, during an October 2021 interview, advised investigator Rico that he was aware of a potential plot to harm another another rival gang member, Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Kel, at a venue, Diamonds of Atlanta on Northside Drive. Mr. Coleman advised that he was aware that Huey was to participate in this plot to harm Watts, and he attempted to tell Huey not to participate. Lastly, Your Honor, on February 18, 2022.
Hold up. Let me back that up. I was reading the comments. We can check out Steele's opening statement if we have much more time. If today goes like yesterday, and we're gonna be here till 3:00 or 3:30. How do you know you're talking about Lucci? I think the fact that he sent them the poster of the concert. Yo, I think on some level you have to be somewhat reasonable, right? Like we can't be overly skeptical, right? Like if they have beef with Lucci, you send a poster of Lucci's concert saying go handle that. We could be skeptical up to that point. But when an incident happens, we can't be skeptical at that point anymore, y'all. It's not a coincidence. Like it's clear what the message was. Okay. Now nothing happened. So we still get to be skeptical as to what was being communicated. Right. But we also have to be reasonable people. Like you send a message about a rival, you send their poster, they're going to be somewhere at the same time at a certain time. Go handle that. If somebody goes and does something, now you either have one or two things. You sent them a clear message and they did it, or you sent them a message and they misunderstood and they did something that you didn't want them to do. That's really the only two options. I think the fact that nothing seems to have happened either of those times, though, is like, well, you still haven't made the causal link between an order and something actually happening. Oh, excuse me, y'all. Never heard a kingpin tell them take stolen property back. You can think of it again. I'm just in a sense playing devil's advocate in this case. Think about Sopranos or the Sopranos. One of Tony Soprano's underlings takes something from another mob boss, and Tony finds out and he says, "I didn't tell you can go take that. You need to take that back and apologize." You know what I mean? That's very easy to imagine. That might even have happened on the Sopranos. I don't know for sure that happened, but it's easy to imagine that kind of thing could happen. She's lying. I see you say she's lying, Andre. Andre, I get saying she's lying is I get what you're saying, but we're just trying to analyze it. We're analyzing all of her assertions here. So we don't want to just say, hey, look at all these lies Hilton told. We want to say, well, okay, she's saying that this is the case. Let's take a look. Let's think about it. Let's see if we can find an incident that lines up with this, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? And if it doesn't come back, then we can say, well, then what did that actually mean? You know what I mean? What did that actually mean? But if we found out the truth, she's just over exaggerating, embellishing stuff. Well, Andre, remember that's her job is to present one side of the story, really. And at least as of right now, what we're seeing here, she's just telling facts about text messages that they supposedly have. Now, I would say she's lying if they don't actually have these text messages. She's saying they have these text messages, and I guess they really have them. I'm just saying I don't think when you take all of these text messages together, it still does not get me to the point they want to get me to, because I don't see anything happen. Like, they have to show me something happened. Thug did not order this guy to go out and steal and then tell him to take it back. Thug, if he had done it, if they could show Thug sent him out on a stealing spree, and then Huey stole from the wrong guy, and Thug said, give me this, 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 and this. You keep that, and you take that back because you stole it from the wrong person. Then we would have some big problems. Then we would have some major problems. But she just painted a picture of a guy who's done kind of out doing his stealing thing, his robbery thing. He stole from somebody that Thug apparently thinks he shouldn't have stolen from. And he said, yo, take that back. It's real serious. Like, you need to take that back. So it doesn't make Thug a boss necessarily. There's reasonable doubt there. There's reasonable doubt there. And the same goes for the other things, to handle that and all of this stuff. The point is, once we see that something actually happened, now our reasonable doubt is becoming unreasonable. Now it's becoming unreasonable to doubt that something that this was just, whatever kind of message. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what Ocean said. Ocean said something about the Sopranos example. Yes, your Sopranos example is exactly what I'm saying. Thug was saying that to Quay. Take that back. He stole. Way to get Thug, Mr. Vayner is through. What do you mean by Miss Prion? I don't know if I'm familiar with that term. I'm a little bit unsure what Miss. Let me look that up. Miss Prion. A deliberate concealment of one's knowledge of a treasonable act or felony. Explain that to me. I should probably know what that means, but I'll be honest, I don't. Ocean, give me some more information on that, please. On that argument. Miss Lily, what's going on? You got the black lipstick on now. Miss Lily coming with the black. Is that for Halloween? She didn't have to say it, and they getting the plea is all to make them look like, yeah, they had them cornered. They winning it. PR, image, damage control. He's so greedy. Andre, it's almost like you expect them to just say, we won. Sorry, we lied. We were wrong. We should have never done this. Everybody go free. We're sorry. We're going to refund you all your money. We're going to reimburse you. Like, she's doing her job, man. Now, lying is not her job. Lying is not her job. So anytime she's lying or concealing evidence or whatever, that's not her job. But right now, she's presenting the evidence that presumably she has, that she as a prosecutor feels paints a certain picture. Is it weak evidence? So far, yes. Based on everything she said thus far, it feels weak to me too. But her job is to read it into the record right now. So, you know, I don't think we should be look, we can be upset with Hilton for certain things. We don't have to be upset with Hilton for everything. She's just reading stuff into the record.
During an October 2021 interview, advised investigator Rico that he was aware of a potential plot to harm another rival gang member, Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Kel.
Y'all, is this? Hold up. Bloop. Is this another? Did she just say an interview? Did she just say that he was talking to Viverito and told that there was a plot to hurt Shell Kel? I totally missed that yesterday.
Investigator Rico that he was aware of a potential plot to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama. This text message followed information that was provided to Investigator Rico by Kenneth Copeland.
Kenneth Copeland
okay. During an October 2021 interview, advised Investigator Rico that he was aware of a potential plot to harm another rival gang member, Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Kel, at a venue, Diamonds of Atlanta on Northside Drive. Mr. Coleman advised that he was aware that Huey was to participate in this plot to harm Watts, and he attempted to tell Huey not to participate.
Y'all, did y'all hear that? Y'all, are we tripping? Y'all, did y'all just hear what she just said? She said Woody was talking. Okay. She said Huey had sent a message, apparently, I guess, to Thug saying, yo, man, I'm down to handle any kind of business and go sit down if I have to. Okay. So this is the picture she's painting now. She's saying Huey's telling Thug, I'll handle any kind of business for y'all and I'll go sit down if I have to. So he's offering himself up as a crash test dummy. Huey just raised his hand, according to Hilton, and said, crash test dummy at your service. This is what Hilton is saying. Y'all, I'm sorry. I got the door open, so let me turn this off. This background blur. Y'all aren't going to be able to see me. So now y'all can see me. So Huey just raised his hand and made himself a crash test dummy for the whole crew. This is what Hilton is saying. And then Woody is talking to investigator Viverito, y'all. This is a whole nother Woody interview in 2021. Did we see this? Did we see this? That's called loyalty. It's called, okay. Maybe. I'm listen, crash test dummy is what people have been calling them, okay, y'all? I'm not from the streets. I'm using a name that I've heard other people use. All right. If you tell, yo, I'm willing to go do whatever I got to do for y'all, and then if I got to go sit down, I'll sit down. Yeah, that's pretty much the definition, because somebody else is sending you to do what they aren't going to do. But anyway, that's not even the point. That was just a term that I'm using. If y'all don't like that term, we can use another term. That's not really the point. The point is, so did we see this Woody interview with Viverito? Hold up. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find a Woody investigator Viverito. How do you spell Vivirito investigator? Have we seen that, y'all? Have we seen Woody and investigator Viverito? You said, but hand of God, Woody a liar, and yes, we saw interview way back when. Man, where can we find? So we saw. Okay, I don't remember seeing that. I would like to see that one because if y'all hear the way Hilton is lining this up, this is the case they were gonna make. They were gonna make the case that Huey said, "I'm willing to crash out for the team." And then Woody went to Riverito and said, "Hey, I know this dude, Huey, he ready to crash out for the team. I've been trying to tell him not to." That's that's literally what Hilton just said. I think I missed this yesterday, but let's listen.
Recover another phone from Mr. Huey after he was subsequently arrested on grand jury warrants. When we did a search warrant of that phone, there was additional communication between Mr. Williams and Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey told Mr. Williams on November 14, 2021, "You know I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama."
Okay, so Huey on November 14, 21 said, "I'm ready to crash out for the team."
This text message followed.
So this was after Woody had talked to Viverito.
Information that was provided to investigator Viverito by Kenneth Copeland during in October 2021.
So in October, why didn't she just line it up what happened first and second? So now she's taking us back before the crash out text message.
One interview advised investigator Viverito that he was aware of a potential plot to harm another rival gang member, Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Kel, at a venue, Diamonds of Atlanta on Northside Drive. Mr. Coleman advised that he was aware that Huey was to participate in this plot to harm Watts, and he attempted to tell Huey not to participate.
All right, so is there court today? We're waiting. We do believe there will be court, probably additional plea deals, but it seems like they're still working on those. So that's for you, and that's for everybody who's wondering, is there court? Mr. Vegas, you said you hope Huey gets 30 years. Huey got 9 years yesterday, minus time served. He will probably be home. What's this, 24? He'll definitely be home before 2030 if he meets all the conditions. He'll be home probably within 3 to 4 years, something like that. So what we just heard is that Huey was ready to crash out, but the way Hilton lined it up, it's not clear because Woody had talked about, sounds like a specific plot to hurt Shell Kel at a specific venue at a specific time. And then Hilton links that temporally with a text that Huey sent over to Thug like the next month saying, "I'm ready to crash out for the whole crew."
Last, Your Honor, on February 18, 2022, while housed at the Fulton County Jail, along with Aquarius Mender, they were both housed in the same cell. There was a search of that dorm specifically, and inside of the cell, there was a shank and an illegal cell phone inside of their cell that they shared. And based on what we know from other evidence that we have, that cell phone was used to communicate with other YSL members. Your Honor, this is the evidence that we believe would have come out had we continued with trial. Given where we are, Your Honor, and the charges, we made a decision to resolve.
She didn't really offer enough evidence. She didn't offer enough evidence about, y'all know what y'all know what? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. If this trial was only about Thug, if it was only about Thug, this trial would have been a lot stronger. This case would have been a lot stronger if they didn't link if all of these other guys weren't linked in on it. I think they made a big mistake having 6 people on, because all of the thug stuff is relatively weak. In order to make it as strong as possible, they really needed to present all of the thug related evidence all together to give you a feeling that he was just out here doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that. And even though everything is weak on its own, maybe they had some shot at, when you line it all up in a line, it looks like, well, he couldn't have done all of this weak stuff unless there was something going on. But they were given a little bit of evidence about Thug. They were given a little bit of evidence about Woody, who's not even on trial. They were given a little bit of evidence about Shannon. They were given a little bit of evidence about, like, they were so all over the place that you wound up coming away not really knowing who did what. You wound up coming away like, huh? Huey got 9 years yesterday. Huey wasn't facing 100 years. According to Judge Whitaker, he was facing 3 life sentences plus 100 years. He was facing 3 life sentences plus 100 years is what Whitaker said. Not only weak, but the amounts of mistakes by the DA. Well, I think part of the mistakes was due to the weakness of the case, but also part was just too many different moving parts. You had too many people. You had too many people on trial together. And again, if you're going to present one day, Thug rented a car, and then 2 weeks later, Thug sent a text message to somebody saying, handle that. And then a month later, Thug talked to somebody on the phone after a murder happened or whatever. And it's like, I don't forgot the other stuff that you said he did, because it was way back then. So this has been a botched case. Sweet deal, but remember, his name is Quay. If either one of those guys wants to write a book, the title should be My Name is Quay, or They Call Me Quay, or something that has to do with Quay in the title. Because if your name wasn't Quay, you're not getting that deal. Yeah, did you hear her just say Tenquarius? Tenquarius. It would take me a while to be able to remember that name. Tenquarius Mender. Yeah, too many people. Too many people. So I think that the reason why he got that sweet deal, the other Quay got a sweet deal. Hold up. You know, it's funny because we almost are like, yo, Huey got a sweet deal. The other Quay got a murder charge literally just dropped. You talking about a sweet deal? They're saying he offed somebody. And then they're like, yeah, we'll just not even worry about that. So he could literally rap he got away with murder. He probably shouldn't, because I think they know prostate, which means they might be able to come back. I'm not sure if they can come back and pick it up, so it wouldn't be smart. But he did kind of get away with it, as long as he, stays a law-abiding citizen. This is not going to come back to bite him. You know what? This is one of the big things I saw they were talking about last night. I saw Seti Nash, I saw a King AK, and they were talking about the feds picking this up. I don't know. I have no idea. One, if the feds could pick this up, because people have to remember the Georgia RICO statute and the federal RICO statute are not the same. So first you have to analyze if what is alleged even qualifies as a federal RICO, or if these crimes even qualify. Now, let's just say they do. You still have what I would call doubtful notion, or the doubtful proposition that the feds want to wade into this craziness. Mary J., you said can't bring it again, double jeopardy. The feds can bring this. The feds can bring this case, Mary J. That sucks. So I'm about to tell y'all something that's triple jeopardy. I'm about to tell y'all a triple jeopardy. So we talked about double jeopardy. I just came up with triple jeopardy. Say you go to trial for something, you beat it, that's one jeopardy. Now say that same act or those same acts, you get brought up on a state RICO. You beat it. That's double jeopardy. Now say the same act or those same acts, the feds put a RICO on you. That's triple jeopardy. That could very well happen, y'all. You could go to trial for acts 3 different times. Double jeopardy on the state level, and then the feds can also presumably put you on trial for the RICO as well. And shoot, I don't even know if you could get quadruple jeopardy, because could you go to federal trial for the single charge plus the RICO of which the charge is related? You might even be able to get quadruple jeopardy. Quadruple jeopardies. But Mary J., if the feds pick it up, they can try it. It would not be considered double jeopardy. It sounds to me like we could, in theory, you could get quadruple jeopardy on the same thing. It sounds to me, and nobody go repeat that, okay? I'm not saying that that's the case, but it sounds like, let's say you move in a ton of marijuana. You move a ton of marijuana across state lines. So Georgia catches you with the marijuana. They put you on trial. You beat it. They say it was part of a Georgia RICO. They put you on trial. You beat it. The feds put you on trial for moving it across, that same act, for moving it across state lines. You beat it. And now the feds say it was part of a federal RICO. So that would be literally going on trial 4 times for one act. 2, where you got the charge, federal and state, and then 2 different RICOs. Yeah, that's basically infinite jeopardy. I don't know if that's possible. I got to chat GPT that one, y'all. I'm about to chat GPT this one. I'm gonna play this a little bit. I'm gonna put it on mute, and I'm gonna chat GPT.
Resolve this case with Mr. Huey for the offer that was relayed earlier, Your Honor. I have a copy.
All right, and with regard to the offer, I just wanted to be clear that on counts 6 and 19, which are possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, while this 5-page plea agreement document reflects that those are going to be served on probation, the intention of both parties is that those 2 counts be suspended.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes,
and in your global sentence, it says 5 years suspended, and so I assume that that's what y'all meant by that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Matthews?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon to this honorable court, Your Honor. I'd like to begin by expressing to the court that we emphatically and categorically deny all of the recitation that's been presented by the court with respect to some of these allegations that's been laid out by the state. However, we do recognize that there are enough factual allegations in the recitation to support each and every count to which Mr. Huey is pleading this afternoon. So we do stipulate that there is enough to move forward with this plea. For those reasons, Your Honor, we are standing before this court to talk to this court about the acceptance of responsibility with respect to Mr. Marquavius Huey. Your Honor, Mr. Marquavius Huey was born in Atlanta, Georgia. He lived in the Jonesboro South community, a neighborhood project in the Atlanta community. He grew up there. He's seen a lot of things in his short 28-year life. His father was murdered in 2010, and he's been without a father for a number of years. He's been raised by his mother as a single parent. He has a number of siblings. There have been times when Mr. Huey and his mother and his family have been homeless and have lived out of a car. So he's had a very, very hard life as it relates to his upbringing. Notwithstanding that, Your Honor, he did manage to graduate from high school. Mr. Huey, Your Honor, now has 2 children. He's 28 years old. He has 2 children. He has a 5-year-old son, Your Honor. He has a 2-year-old little daughter that was born in July of 2022. He has never met or seen his daughter in person until today, as she's here in this courtroom. He recognizes that choices puts him before this court in this case. Your Honor, we are asking this court to take into consideration that he has no prior felony convictions. I've had a very long time to get to know Mr. Huey because I've been with Mr. Huey on a regular daily basis during the week since January of 2023. I've got a chance to know him. I've got a chance to work with him on his case regularly. And he wants to, when he gets out of custody, Your Honor, he wants to do a number of things, 2 in particular. He wants to start and become affiliated with a nonprofit organization where he can be able to talk to young children, teenagers, because he was a teenager when he lost his father, and things begin to take a turn for Mr. Huey. He wants to be able to tell teenagers, young boys, young Black boys, he wants to be able to say to them, don't do what I did, and you have another way in which you can go. And he wants to be able to share his experiences in that way. I have linked Mr. Huey up with an organization called Young Generation Movement, and I've known that nonprofit organization and the founder of that organization for a long period of time. He's also present in this courtroom, and I've linked Mr. Huey up with them so that when Mr. Huey gets out of custody, he will be able to have an organization that can mentor him, that he can align himself with, where he can begin to engage himself with anti-violence nonprofit conduct and mentoring other young people. He also, in terms of being able to earn an income, because he is now, Your Honor, if this court accepts this plea, Mr. Huey will now, for the first time, be a convicted felon. He is not first offender eligible. He wants to get his commercial driver's license, Your Honor, and he wants to get a trucking company and be able to earn a living for himself, because he recognizes that it's going to be a challenge for him to be able to go out and apply for jobs and be able to get income by getting an employer to hire him. So he's going to focus and target himself to be able to fend for himself so that he can take care of his young children. that he has helped to bring into this world. Your Honor, we are here before this court because it's an acceptance of responsibility. We recognize that this has been a very long, enduring trial, and we have come to a point where we have painstakingly negotiated with the state of Georgia, and we've come up with a negotiated resolution that we believe is one that is fair. We believe that is sufficient to recognize the seriousness of the charges that are before the court. And we believe it's one that will cause Mr. Huey to be able to see the light of day in a reasonable period of time. Mr. Huey has been in custody. I'd like to enter into the record, Your Honor, as Defendant's Exhibit 1 for sentencing purposes, a proof of incarceration from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Huey, through the computations of the various times when he was arrested on these charges and released, and from the time that he's currently been in custody to the present, he has approximately 4 years under his belt against that 9-year sentence, and that 9-year sentence is parolable. So we're going to.
All right, y'all. So there's the confusion. He didn't say he's been in prison or, in jail for the last 4 years. He's saying he's been in jail for about a total of 4 years. So he's been in and out. He's been in and out. We were trying to figure that out as it relates to him having a 2-year-old daughter. Like, how did that happen? But as you can hear, it's not that he's been in for the last 4 years. It's that he's been back and forth for a total of about 4 years. Something else, y'all, I just chat GPT'd this. In theory, you could do 5 trials for 1 act. If you do an act of moving a key of something from one state to the next, you can get caught in the state, wherever state catches you, they can put you on trial for the offense plus a RICO. The feds can put you on trial for the offense plus a RICO, mean 2 different trials because you did it interstate. And if you're a member of the military could also try you for that same thing. So you could, in theory, be tried 5 different times without violating double jeopardy for 1 act. It's not likely, but it is possible. Yeah, it's fed and state. Out plus every state you pass through. Possibly. Let's just say it, we have it at least 5, y'all, and maybe more, but we have at least 5. You could be charged. We have you with possession to distribute on the state level. That's 1. You beat it. Well, you were part of a conspiracy to distribute. That's a RICO. 2. That's on the state level. And the feds, possession with intention to distribute. That's 3. You beat those 3. Well, we have you on a conspiracy to distribute. That's 4. You beat all those. Aren't you in the military? You can't do that as a service member. So now they're going to try you. You could be put on. You could be put on trial 5 times, and then PB says even different states you pass through could probably try you. And I probably, right, because each of them could get you with the possession, probably, and even the conspiracy for all the states that you pass through that has a RICO statute. So it's like infinite jeopardy. But you know what? Constitutionally, none of that would be considered double jeopardy. None of those would be considered double jeopardy. None of those would be considered double jeopardy. Because it's not the same jurisdiction trying you for the same, under the same statute or charge. So that's kind of wild. Yeah, interstate is what would make it federal. Hilton passed unredacted evidence to a witness on the stand. She knew what was going to happen, then act surprised. Yeah, we've been talking about that for the last few days. So y'all, we can see our court system. I mean, our court system is, well, it could get you hemmed up. Let's put it like that. Let's just finish watching it.
Going to enter that as an exhibit before the court.
All right, that'll be
This is
Defendant's
state.
Exhibit 1 to this plea hearing. And
This
as
is
you
state.
know, and as I'm sure you have shared with Mr. Huey, it's ultimately the Department of Corrections that calculates the time served portion of the sentence. So it'll ultimately be up to them, but I will include that as a part of my sentencing sheet as well. that
Thank
be
you,
given
Your Honor.
credit for time served.
Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to represent Mr. Marquavius Huey, along with my son, Attorney Carlton Matthews Jr., who also would like to address the court at this time, Your Honor. So we're asking this court to accept the negotiation that has been represented to the court and Mr. C.J. Matthews.
Yes, good afternoon to this honorable
Good
court.
afternoon, Mr. Matthews.
I've been gracious with this opportunity to represent and serve Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey is an honorable young man. Mr. Huey does not allow his mistakes to define him, but he is remorseful, Your Honor. He has learned, grown, and became a better man during this trial. Mr. Huey will have a release date, Your Honor. And I'm confident in him that he be a working class citizen in society when he is released. We thank this honorable court and we respectfully ask this court to accept this plea on today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Huey, I am sure that Mr. Matthews Sr. and Mr. Matthews Jr. have, I know that they have been working with you and negotiating with the state for I'm sure the entire course of this trial and proceeding, but very, very hard over the last week and a couple of days to get where we are right now. And I know that you know that given the severity and the number of charges that you were facing, that had you been convicted of all of those charges at trial, you were looking at the possibility of 3 consecutive life sentences, plus I think about 100 years after that. So the fact that the state is recommending jointly with your attorneys that your total sentence be 25 years with 9 of those to serve is, it's frankly remarkable, and something that you should not take for granted or take lightly at all. These are very serious charges, and I hear what both Mr. Matthews have said about the challenges facing you in your life, and I am sorry for the loss of your father. One would hope that to have anybody that they love taken from them in a violent way like murder might have an impact upon their lives that would lead them in the right direction, but it's not particularly surprising that sometimes that's not what happens and it goes in a worse direction instead. I hope that with your age and with having really been faced with the distinct possibility of spending the entirety of the rest of your life in prison, the fact that you are getting this opportunity is not going to be wasted. I hope that you appreciate what the Matthews have done to go out of their way to line up somebody to be looking out for you when you are released from prison. I want to ask you, just like I have asked both Mr. Nichols and Mr. Ryan, is this your decision to enter this guilty plea? Because no matter what your attorney's advice is, it's ultimately up to you whether to plead guilty or continue with the trial. So is this what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Y'all, no shade, but I want to show y'all something. This is a bit of a radical change of topic. I know y'all just watching this guy basically get the second deal of the century. Like, they handing out deals of the century, y'all. It's like Black Friday out there today. Well, yesterday and the day before. But I want to show y'all something. We've been trying to figure out what's going to happen. Do y'all agree with me? And this is no shade, man. I really love Doug Weinstein's work in this trial, so I'm not shading him at all. So nobody. But if he just tweeted 45 minutes ago, again, speculation alert, speculation alert. If he's tweeting right now, y'all, do y'all feel, doesn't it feel like maybe either no negotiation? It doesn't feel like he's tweeting about the election and negotiating for Yak Gotti at the same time, right? Again, not throwing shade. I'm just saying, you think negotiations might be over? Think it's done? Whether they're going to take a deal or not, it would seem to me like, unless this is lunchtime and he just like, hey, let me decompress. But seems like maybe negotiations might be over, y'all. Maybe negotiations might be over. I don't know, y'all. I'm just speculating. I don't know anything. I really don't have any idea. But I just saw that he was just tweeting. I'm like, man, that would seem to me to indicate that the negotiations might be over. Yeah. French putting in their parlays. Yeah, he was commenting on this from, I don't know, a day ago, 2 days ago. Couldn't have been today. The poly markets are showing a Trump win. Big time. I don't put much stock in that, though, people. Sorry to interrupt the program, but just wondering.
Right. And have you had enough time to consider all of the different scenarios and to discuss everything you wanted to with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. I think it's very clear that this plea is to your benefit, considering the potential downside of moving forward with the continued trial. I find there to be a factual basis to this plea. I appreciate the fact that y'all have stipulated that there is a factual basis. And I find the plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I will accept it as such. And I will sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. I'm not going to read everything out again. We've thankfully got it in writing for the sentence sheet, but in accord with what was put on the record and what is reflected in this document, with a total sentence of 25 years to serve 9 in custody, balance of 14 years after that, 9 of those on probation and 5 suspended. And I'm going to impose the special conditions that you have already acknowledged that you would abide by. And, somebody with a high school diploma, which is more than a whole lot of people ever achieve. So you've already achieved and proven that you can achieve good things, and who is only 28 years old, and who can really look down and already see the light of day for a release date. You need to make sure that during your time incarcerated that you don't pull any of the kind of thing that you have been, that you actually are pleading guilty to, at least some of, by having contraband or in any other way getting in trouble, because that's not going to bode well. I am going to recommend a transition program for you. I know that there's a lot of different job training available in our correction system, so I hope that you take advantage of that. And whether it's a commercial driver's license or whether you find something else that you want to do while you're in there, be making good use of your time while you're in there and furthering yourself. And you have had a fine example next to you for the past 2 years of what somebody can do with their lives. So don't forget about that, and be the father that you need to be and that you ought to be to your very young children. They're still going to be very young when you get out. And please make sure that you abide by all your probationary conditions, because if you don't, then you're going to be back to see me. And because I recognize how much of a break you are getting right now, I'm probably not going to be as lenient if you come back before me again, because you are getting a huge opportunity to turn your life around. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that's the sentence of the court, and I want to wish you good luck and good fortune. You can get through the next few years, and then you can have the rest of your life to do good work with.
Can you address the court?
Yes. I should have asked that. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Judge. Thank you.
I want to thank the court and thank God. And I want to apologize to my kids, my family, and everybody who done supported me in this stressful process. And, I plan to do my time, come back, be a better man.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, let's take a recess.
Your boy got some chicken. Are y'all eating lunch? Can't starve, y'all. I gotta have some food in my. Let me push this microphone back a little bit so you won't hear me chewing. We're still waiting for the trial to come back. Well, I shouldn't even say come back, to come on. It's after 1 o'clock. Yesterday we got started after 1. No. 2 days ago we got started after 1. Yesterday we got started after 3. Here's an interesting little thread. Let me blow this up so y'all can see it. Here's an interesting little thread. Oh, hold up. All right, grain of salt. Y'all know what grain of salt means, right? Don't take this too seriously. According to Thug's father, Jeffrey will be pleading to the drug charges today. If this is true, it's what I said. He's pleading to drug charges like Nichols, but not the Rico. Drugs can be dropped down to misdemeanor, or he can use his first-time offender. This person seems to be very excited about that. Thugger Daily said, did you hear him say that yourself, or did you hear from a super chat on a YouTube channel? Because people are trolling with those super chats and sending misinformation to make YouTubers look stupid. I wanted to ask y'all, as y'all are watching, y'all inherently know that nobody really knows what's going to happen, right? Like, everybody watching this inherently has just the innate understanding that nobody knows what's going to happen, correct? Or am I tripping? Right? So we see something like this. We know it's just some guy saying something, right? I mean, we don't actually know what's going to happen. I'm imagining that the chat is up, is astute enough to know that these are just speculations, right? All right, so here we go, Walrus. Walrus, please. Please, Walrus. Please. Here we go. All right, Walrus, I hope you trolling. You got to be trolling me. So, y'all, grain of salt. Y'all see the grain of salt there? That means don't take this information too seriously. Don't take it to heart. Thugger asked, do you know this personally, or are you just trying to make people look stupid? If he takes a plea, they definitely going to give him Rico with some kind of suspended sentence where it's time served. Was he even charged with drugs? Yeah, he was definitely charged with drugs. I think he was charged with drugs later. Seeing this too, been trying to find this on TikTok. Sounds like BS. YouTubers falling for $10 rumors, then Twitter spreading them. People are like really upset about the rumors. I don't get it. I don't get the amount of upsetness about the rumors. We all know that everything we see right now are rumors. The only thing I think that people should be upset about is the start time. That's what I'm upset about. When it's supposed to start at 9:30 and it don't start till 3, that really affects me. All of the rumors don't affect anybody. We all should have enough common sense, we should, to know that anything about a plea or whatever, we don't know. There's no way to know. There's no way to know any of this stuff. Yeah, I definitely think people want to be first. Walrus, we don't know what's going to happen. So we do talk about speculative stuff, but we don't know what's going to happen. If Donald Trump wins within the first, okay, you think, he's going to take Fulton County down? I don't know how he could do that from a federal level, though he might try. He might try something. As part of his plea deal, according to a source, that he's walking free with testifying on a later date that Shannon and Thug ain't take. Sports Fever, would you be more clear what you're saying? Are you talking about Yak? I don't know what you're talking about. Anybody want to place bets on the outcome? I don't, because I really don't have any idea. I don't think Thug's taking a plea tomorrow because my understanding is court is closed on Friday. Maybe you mean on Monday? Yeah, right now it's a plea deal wave. I feel like if you want to take one, you should just take it now. Take it today. Why spend the weekend in jail if you don't have to? I mean, if you're going to take it anyway. Oh, you right. Michelle, you must be watching late. But you are so right. Sorry for eating in front of y'all, but I got to eat. So it is what it is. Michelle, you know what? You just came in with the late but also timely call. Okay, Nico said that too. Yes, you are totally correct. If I'm taking a deal, give me my deal now. Let me out today. Especially if I'm getting out, I go trick-or-treating with my kids this weekend. Y'all know Halloween is one of my favorite days to be a dad the whole year. Going trick-or-treating with them little Bamas. By the way, y'all, that's some more DC area slang for you. Bamas. I'm chewing, y'all. Give me a sec. Testify against who, sports? Y'all, everything we say on this channel is for entertainment purposes only. Okay? Everything that I'm saying is for entertainment purposes only. It's for informational purposes, in as much as I can say something that I know to be factual that you can imagine might be factual. Late start time equals a plea. Otherwise, court starts at 9 as usual. I would say late start time equals plea negotiations. I would agree with that more or less, but does that mean they actually will reach a plea? That is TBD. Yo, is there any? I don't think there's any realistic shot of Fonnie losing this. Oh, yo, I got sunflower seeds today too. I'm not gonna crack in y'all ear though. I'm gonna try not to. Yeah, plea negotiations likely. Plea deals, we don't know. Plea negotiations, plea back and forth, plea whatever, likely. Plea deal, we are not sure of. Mistrial, I think they got the 2 quays out of the way. I don't think we're going to see the mistrial. I do have a question. I think Doug's mistrial motion, not Doug's, but they said Doug was still trying to push the mistrial thing, even though the 2 quays are gone. These folks don't know about Bamas. You got to be from around here. I've been calling my kids Bama since they were born. I don't even think they heard anybody else say Bama yet. I don't know if Bama is still like as common as when I was growing up. Bama is Bama is somewhat disrespectful, but it's also taking on the same type of term as the N word and the B word that women might call each other. That's my B, and black people say that's my N. Bama is kind of like that too, where it kind of started off disrespectful only, and now people can just use it. Well, you say we. Are you in a DMV? Because I mean, so am I. So, yeah, Bama is a DC thing. Okay, cool. Well, I'm in PG and we say Bama too, but I know what you mean. I call my kids Bamas all the time. I never heard Bama used nicely. I mean, it's an insult, but like I said, it's kind of like the N word. You know what I'm saying? Or the B word that referring to a woman. Like now, people have taken these words and just use them casually. So, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of how Bama is, in my opinion. Bama. Now, you know the one thing that tripped me out? People, when I was young, everybody would say Joe, like, nah, Joe. But at some point, they started saying Mo, like with an M. I have no idea when Joe became Mo. I just woke up one day and it was Mo. I don't know who decided that. Abama, when I was young, Abama was like the word you would use for a person who couldn't dress, who didn't know how to dress, and more generally for an uncool person. That would be a Bama. So DC people would say Baltimore people are Bamas. That was the thing. I'm not saying that of myself. I have a Baltimore side and I have a Virginia side, and I'm raised up in the DC area. But we would use it for people who can't dress, and more generally for people who are just not cool. So it would be like, man, they some Bamas. Usually they couldn't dress, but also again, they aren't cool. You know what I'm saying? Baltimore people had a whole nother style. Like between Baltimore and DC, like the styles were totally different. When I was growing up, DC, matter of fact, when I got to college in Baltimore, I went to college in Baltimore, and somebody in the newspaper wrote an article about why do DC people only wear dark blue, gray, and black. It was like, in Baltimore, they would wear all the colors. They would wear red. Now, this was like 1999, y'all. So this is back in the day. But back then, not saying nobody would wear colors, because you could rock some colors, but you wouldn't wear colorful jeans for sure. You wouldn't wear a lot of colorful pants, especially. And if you rock some dark gray or some dark blue or some black, you were always safe. If you started rocking too many yellows and oranges, depending on how you put it together, you were at risk of being called a Bama for sure. You were at risk of being called a Bama for sure if you started rocking a lot of different colors. Now, we did have colorful short shirts and stuff that came out that were local, DDTP. Who know what DDTP is? Y'all remember DDTP? Anybody here in the DC area that's over 40 should remember the DDTP shirts. Some of those were quite colorful. You could rock the DDTP with colors, but you had to be careful how you rocked your colors or you might cross over into Bamadom. You know, you might cross over into Bama hood. yeah. DDTP is old, but DDTP had the colors on it. We Are One. Yeah, there was a bunch of them, but my favorite was DDTP. Y'all run around cross. When I was a kid, cross colors was verboten. You absolutely could not put on Karl Kani. You absolutely could not put on cross colors when I was a kid. When I say kid, I mean like a teenager. Don't put on Karl Kani. Don't put on cross colors. Don't put on FUBU. None of my friends wore any of that stuff. None of my friends wore any of that stuff. You could not wear. Karl Kani had a moment, maybe. Like all of those had like a little moment. All of these that I just mentioned had a brief little moment, like brief. But generally, Karl Kani, FUBU, cross colors, Fat Farm. Girls could wear Fat Farm, but Fat Farm. No, girls wore Baby Fat. Fat Farm. You couldn't wear any of that stuff for more than just a quick moment, or you were really Parasucos for the girls. Yes. Girls had a different thing. I'm talking about the guys. What you could wear were Timberlands, Nikes, jeans kind of didn't matter, and a black, blue, dark blue, or gray shirt, or a DDTP shirt, or one of the other local shirts that had different colors. You could rock if you could find the money to buy Versace or something like that. You could rock whatever color you wanted of a t-shirt, but that was pretty much it. You get outside of that, you're getting into Bama. You're getting into Bama world. Girls had they had their own. I can't tell you about that. Jose, why do you want me to take my hoodie off, man? I don't understand that. I would never ask you to take an article of clothing off. It's becoming a little bit uncomfortable. I'm just going to say that. It's becoming a little bit uncomfortable. A Bama is a person who doesn't know how to dress, or otherwise uncool person. So anyway, y'all, we just went off into a little bit of my childhood. The guys, the most secure thing you could wear were some jeans with some butter Timberlands. We were baggy back then. You can wear a white shirt too. You can wear a white shirt. White, gray, blue, or black. Don't rock the yellow. Definitely don't put on anything pink. Orange was not safe. Red was probably not safe. Green was not safe. White, black, blue, or gray. Jeans of a black or blue tint and some butters. You could wear the black Tims or you could wear the butter Tims. Then the cinnamon Tims came out. You could rock those once they came out. New Balance, yes. Polos, yes. Polos could be a little bit more colorful. You could get in. That was more like I don't want to say pretty boy, but that was more like, you chasing girls at that point. Tommy Hilfiger. Oh, the Tommies. Yeah, when you rocking the polos and the Tommies, you had a little bit more. You had a little bit more liberty with the colors. If you rocking a polo or a Tommy or whatever, you had a little bit more liberty with the colors. So, y'all, we just We just killing time over here, y'all. We reminiscing a little bit. Nautica. Oh my gosh. That was a 3. Polo, Tommy, and Nautica. We losing viewers, y'all. People are like, I'm out. I don't know where they're gonna go though. Nothing happening. Polo, Tommy, and Nautica. Sounds like DC couldn't dress. We didn't use the term keeping it real back then, but yeah, more or less. It wasn't that you couldn't dress, it's just it was very judgmental around here. It was very judgmental. Yeah, Bama in DC means you can't dress, but most other places, yeah, we did not use Bama for country folk. That was not the way we would use the term. If you're not cool, we would use it, but it was mostly just if you can't dress. This dude, I don't understand, man. I'm getting a little uncomfortable. Yeah, we had a very plain kind of style. DC style was very Bama is off how you act. That's why I said it's mostly number one, you can't dress, but it's also if you're uncool. So you could definitely be a Bama based on how you act as well. Yeah. Hey, I'd like to see everything of you. Can I see all of you? I just want to see all of you, please. It's like, no, you can't see all of me. Coogee. I don't know. Coogee was never that kind of had a little bit of a moment. That kind of had a little bit of a moment. Yeah, all of the stuff y'all are mentioning. Oh, what was that? The cologne was CK. What was it? CK something. CK something. It was a Calvin Klein cologne that was like the most standard one. I can't remember. You thought green was safe? Not like a green on a white. Anything on white was kind of like, acceptable, like a white tee with colors. But if like the shirt was a green shirt, no. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't safe. It might have passed muster, but I wouldn't have said if this is my. Again, if you had like a green polo, that's different. Like polos, you could rock all different kind of colors. Long as it wasn't pink, you were pretty safe. When I was growing up, y'all, nobody would rock pink. Bama equals corny. Yeah, we never said the word corny, so I'm still CK1 or obsession. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That is it. CK1. I don't know if that's the same one, but both of those were very. So you can rock a polo of different colors, but purple, you would be going out on a limb. Pink, you would basically have been ostracized from the world, or you would have been the prettiest of pretty boys. Like, yeah, that's just what he do. You know what I'm saying? We just didn't do pink. We ain't do pink. So, okay, yeah, we didn't, but we also didn't say the word corny. At least I didn't. I never heard anybody say corny back then. What were the words we would say for corny? I remember when the word whack started being used. We didn't say that at first. I don't remember what word we would use for corny, to be honest with you. I'm young enough to remember when pink became a thing. Yeah, basically. There were people like Cameron who broke. Kanye West was instrumental in getting pink out there. Cameron was instrumental in getting pink out there. Maybe some other guys. It had to be somebody like that, like those guys who would do it. Because anybody else, we wouldn't have accepted it. So, Kango hats. Nah, I'm not that old. Kango wasn't really in style. What kind of hats did we wear? Baseball hats always been in style. I'm trying to think. You want to know when I was real young? You want to know, good afternoon, Queen. When I was real young, I'm about to show y'all. Now I'm talking about, no joke, when I was real young, no bull, y'all. We would say no bull. When I was probably like 8, 9, These were in style, y'all. No joke. The coonskin hats were in style in this area. I was too young to have one. People were really wearing these hats when I was a kid. I distinctly remember this, but I was too young. Like not the. I'm talking about like. Let me show you. I'm talking about like this one. People were wearing these. No joke. Anybody who was in DC in the late 80s, early 90s will remember these jumps. I'm not joking, y'all. People were rocking these jumps back then. Yeah, people were rocking these coonskin hats back then. My cousin had one. He was like 4 years older than I was, so he probably would have been like early teens. When I was like, 8, 9, 10, he was like, whatever 4 years older than that is. Yeah, people was rocking these coonskin hats back then. No joke, man. That was a crazy time. Davy Crockett was actually a was that a go-go song? That might have been a go-go song. That might have been a reason why people were rocking these jumps. Yeah, the Fat Boys. Yup. Probably came from the Fat Boys too. Yeah, the Fat Boys. The Fat Boys. Humpty. Did Humpty rock these? Fashion is so wild. And then, we have people who pop in just to kind of bring this back to Thug. By the way, y'all, we are not in court yet, but we have people who pop in and talk about the fact Thug wore a dress. And I'll be honest, y'all, that's not my style. That's definitely not within my repertoire. But when I was a kid, man, you couldn't even rock pink shirts. Like, no joke. You just couldn't do it. Like, there was no feasible, plausible way to rock a pink shirt. Now, I'm not necessarily saying it's the same thing, but we just looked at a coonskin hat, people. We just looked at a coonskin hat. Like, people, fashion icons push the limit. They push the limit. And I think that's something that I've learned. I've learned that. So while I might have an opinion about wearing a dress, I certainly don't have the same opinion I used to have. All right, Jose, man. I'm gonna have to put you in timeout, bro. Not feeling it. So it's just my opinion about it is not as strong as it used to be. I used to have a stronger opinion about it, but it's how I was raised. That's not how I was raised. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I mean, look, we trying to have a certain kind of conversation here. Let's see. The best fashion is fashion everyone can adopt. Guess jeans. Thank you. Guess jeans. Oh, y'all just made me think of another one. Y'all remember the Major Damage jeans? Again, this is when I was still too young. Y'all remember the Major Damage jeans? Oh, snap. I'm about to show y'all some images of the Major Damage. Y'all remember the Major Damage? These jumps was expensive too. When I was real young, the Major Damage was out. Now, the Gerbeau jeans, I heard about that from Juvenile. I don't think I ever seen that around here. If I did, I just didn't know I was looking at it. When I was really young, before I really got old enough to really start buying stuff myself, the Major Damage jumps was out. Gerbeau, I heard about on the Juvenile song. Used jeans, yeah, those were kind of like in the same vein as the Major Damage. I think the used came out after the Major Damage. Yeah, Gerbeau wasn't that. I don't think we had that around here. We might have. If we did, I just didn't know about it. But the Hot Boys put the Gerbeaus in my. I couldn't even tell you what they look like, but I remember hearing it there. Van Crack. Not familiar with that one. Not familiar with that one. Yeah, exactly. New Orleans. Let me see here. They was wearing them. I guess that would have been like a Southern thing. Avarex. Oh my gosh, thank you. We had the only thing we wanted from Avarex was the leather. The black leather jacket. Avarex. Let me see which one. Shoot. Avarex. So you again, you might go wrong with one of these red Avarexes around here when they first came out. I can't say that for sure. I can't say that for sure. Yeah, but you know what? Before that, y'all want to know what people were getting actually shot over here in the DC? Anybody from DC area will remember this. No joke, people were getting killed over this. These Eddie Bauer bear coats. Let me see. We used to call them EBs. They look like this. The long jump. Something like that. People were literally, can y'all see that? Yeah, like this one on the right. People were getting killed over these jumps, y'all. No joke. People were getting killed over these jumps. Used to cost like $300, $200 to $300, and the street cats were like, they liked them because they so big. You could like cut a hole in the inside. They all had an inside pocket. You could cut a hole in it and you could put whatever in that hole you wanted. And people were getting, I'm not saying it's like a rash of killings, but here having that on was like some places where you wear Jordans, people might get shot over their Jordans or whatever. People were getting shot over these jumps, over these Eddie Bauer bears. So y'all, we kind of whittling down to a select few. Let me see. Polo, puff. Let me see. Polo puff jacket. Let's see. I can't say we wore that here. If you were gonna rock one of these here, this would have been safe because it's black. This might have been a little too shiny for us. You would probably never even consider this colorful jump. This would have been too shiny. This one would have been rockable for sure. This would have been the safest jump right here for sure. You could have rocked this back in the day. Blue jump you could have rocked. If it had a hoodie on, it would have been better. Oh man, y'all. Polo boots, yeah, polo boots. But you know what? There was nothing that was gonna beat Timberlands ever. There was no footwear besides perhaps the hottest Nikes of the moment, Jordans or whatever, that was gonna beat Timberlands. You could never go wrong with a fresh pair of butter Timberlands. Like there was nothing better. They were stiff, they weren't broken in, they really weren't that comfortable to walk around in. Because once they started getting creased up and stuff, they weren't fresh anymore. But you could never go wrong with a fresh pair of Timberlands ever. You could wear the butter jumps. You could get the black jumps. They got scuffed up quicker on the black. So stuff. I'm just talking about us. What we wouldn't wear. South Pole we wouldn't wear. Mecca we would not wear. When I say we, I'm just talking about in my area. And I'm not saying nobody here ever wore this stuff. Don't get me wrong. Starter, that's what I was looking for. The starter jumps. Again, this was when I was starter jackets, when they had the teams on them. Yes. This is when you could be colorful and you were, this was again when I was younger at this time. I was younger, but this, you telling me everybody didn't have This freaking, now I know I told y'all we didn't do colors, which we didn't. But when I was probably like still 10, everybody had a San Francisco 49 or something. Everybody had it. Everybody had San Francisco 49ers or something. Something. Yeah, the Hornets starter jacket. Oh, man, you bringing me back. Oh, shoot, the Hornets. This is when you can still wear colors, y'all. Dang, this joint on sale for $900? Oh, there was another one. 8 Ball. 8 Ball was another jacket that came out. Y'all remember the 8 Ball jacket? Y'all remember the 8 Ball jacket? These junks also. I guess we were a little bit more lenient in some of these designer jackets because the 8 Ball jackets came out and they were also very yeah. NASCAR? Let me see. I will look. We never really rocked the NASCAR jumps. Again, might this have taken place after? Hold up real quick. Might this have taken place after I was gone or just outside of my purview? You had to be, again, the more colors you rocked, and again, I know I showed y'all some exceptions to the rule. Every rule has an exception. You had to be kind of like a real ladies' man to rock some of this stuff. You had to be like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm explaining myself. I'm not in DC. I grew up in PG, like right outside DC, like Suitland, Forestville area. Capitol Heights, you know, that whole area. Yeah, maybe some of this stuff was just too. Maybe some of this stuff was. Let me show y'all the DDTP for everybody who doesn't know about it. Might as well just take this time to show y'all. This is what DDTP looked like. So, one of the most common DDTP shirts. Let me see if I can find any. They don't have a lot of them, but this is like a typical DDTP shirt. You can't even make it bigger. Anyway, this is kind of what a DDTP shirt would look like. So you had different designs that they would just print onto a shirt. We would wear. So this was the good thing about DDTP is that they were affordable and they were always in style. So if you were from this area, you could just rock a DDTP and you wouldn't have any problems. If you were from this area, you could just go get you a DDTP. Sometimes they had a sale. You could buy a bunch of them for, you know, you get yourself a better price. And you could always rock a DDTP. You get different DDTP shirts, like a local clothing style. All right, y'all. No, PG is not the same as DC. But it's also not that different. I mean, it's different. PG is definitely not the same as DC, but it's more similar to DC than anything else in the universe. Let's put it like that. Throwback jerseys for sure. PG is not DC, but it's DC's twin brother. Let's put it like that. All right, y'all. I'm gonna try to get back on some YSL stuff. That was fun though. A lot of people probably can't really. There's a lot of people on who probably can't identify with a lot of stuff we're talking about. Oh my gosh. There's a lot. You know what? I think for DC people, PG feels farther away than DC feels for PG people. In other words, I think the distinction is bigger for a DC born and raised than it is for a PG born and raised because we like y'all right there. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all are literally right there. But I do get the distinction though, for sure. I definitely do get the distinction. All right, y'all. So what are we gonna do? We'll finish this up. Well, he's just leaving the courtroom. I'm gonna try to see if I can find something decent for us to watch then. In the meantime, check Thugger Daily. Check some of these. All right, let's see if we can find something. Oh, somebody said Brian's still opening argument. Let's go with that. Was Law and Crime covering this back then? Because this, I can already hear that the sound on this is off.
At the beginning of the day, when you arrive, you'll go straight to the jury room, and our deputies, as I mentioned earlier, when you were here a little bit earlier, gave you the nickel tour of the courthouse.
That's not the one. All right, y'all. The sound on this is just gonna come out of one side of your out of one speaker. Not my fault. We're just gonna rock with this until we get court. So let me put I'm gonna put a banner up.
Happy holiday season to everyone.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Williams was born into an environment, a community, a society that was filled with depression, despair, hopelessness, and helplessness. He was born and raised in the Jonesboro South housing projects. That's here in Southeast Atlanta. It's a very small 3-bedroom apartment. He lived with his 4 brothers in one of the small bedrooms. His 6 sisters lived in the other small bedroom, and his mother lived in her small bedroom. In the wintertime, it was freezing. In the summertime, it was scorching because there was not that much money to go around to pay for utilities. The refrigerator and the cabinets hardly ever had any healthy food, and sometimes no food at all. In order to have the appearance of being able to wear different clothing, Jeffrey would share clothing with his brothers and sisters, neighbors, and friends in the community. And although the clothing was oftentimes dirty, at least it gave the appearance that he can have a different look from the day before. When Jeffrey would exit into the community, most homes' windows were boarded up. There were burglar bars on every entrance. Litter. It was not uncommon to find shell casings and human blood remains from the shootings that occurred. There was glass on the ground from the broken window of the cars. The cars are gone. In this environment of severe poverty, severe crime, Jeffrey developed two deep, embedded beliefs about our criminal justice system. The first one is that it is not justice. Our criminal justice system was not just, at least for people that he saw. Jeffrey would see over and over again people in the neighborhood who were known to be the liars. These are the people that would lie to their kids, lie to their mothers, lie to their brothers and sisters, and then somehow those people would be used by prosecutors, allowed to come before judges. And they would have reduced charges, reduced prison sentences, reduced probationary sentences, no charges at all, on their oath that they come in the courtroom to tell the God's honest truth.
Your Honor,
You have an objection, ma'am?
I have an objection.
What's your basis?
Your Honor, I'd rather approach and not speak it out loud in front of the jury. It will take 1 second.
All right.
Thank you.
If I put your list and device on, please. To tell the God's honest. Jeffrey learned that these liars, these snitches, these rats, they would come into the courtroom, take a witness stand to tell the God's honest truth. They were still the same liars. And they would testify against people accused of crimes. Jeffrey thinks that the entire justice system is corrupt. It should be blown up. And everybody who feeds into that are awful people, stealing lives away from others. The next abiding belief that Jeffrey had growing up is his despise for the police. He would see people walking on the streets. This could be an adult, teenager, a child. Wearing their backpacks, holding a football, bouncing a basketball, and the police just swarm in. They're aggressive. They search the backpack. They throw the football over the house. They kick the basketball down the road. It got to the point when people saw the police coming, they just ran. It's different experiences in different parts of America. It's different experiences in different parts of Atlanta. Jeffrey would be driving with his sister, the youngest sister, Dora. They're about a year apart. Dora is younger than Jeffrey. She's the youngest of 11 children of Jeffrey's mother. Jeffrey's the second youngest. He's the youngest young man. Those two, Dora and Jeffrey, are the same father. None of the other 11 children of Jeffrey's mother share the same father. And Dora and Jeffrey would be driven, get pizza by their dad, and constantly. The car would be stopped for a window tint violation, a failure to maintain a lane, failure to use a turn signal, illegal left turn. His father would be handcuffed and sat on the curb, Jeffrey and Dora on the other side of the curb, the police rummaging through the car, saying, if we find anything, these kids are going to DFACS custody. That's how he grew up. But what really solidified Jeffrey's distrust for the police happened 3 days before his 9-year-old birthday. Jeffrey's born on August 16th of 1991. We are now August 13th of 2000. Jeffrey's older brother, they called him Beanie. He was 20 years of age, 11 years older than Jeffrey. He's shot in the chest. He collapses outside, not far from Jeffrey's apartment. The neighborhood comes out. Jeffrey and his family come out. They're praying over Beanie. It's going to be okay. There's help on the way. 911 was called. And what seemed forever, when the police finally did arrive, they didn't go immediately to Beanie. They had to push back the crowd. Jeffrey's mother was hysterical. She was screaming for her child to survive. The police handcuffed Jeffrey's mother, put her on the ground. And when they finally went to Beanie, put a sheet over his face, Beanie was dead to the police, even though his chest was still going up and down, he's still breathing. The Jonesboro South housing projects were closed by the city of Atlanta in the year 2007. Jeffrey's now 16 years of age. His family was displaced. They were scattered. Most of them, not all of them, reunited and now living in the Cleveland Avenue area. Jeffrey was not educated in his home about go to university, work as a flight attendant for Delta. Somebody would loan you money to start a business. Jeffrey believed that the only two ways he can break the generational hopelessness and despair for his family, himself, and he wanted to break it for as many people as he could who were in this struggle, was to be a professional athlete or an accomplished musical artist. Jeffrey chose the latter. And from that day forward, every week, every month, every year, to this day, Jeffrey practices to make himself a better musical artist. In Jeffrey's neighborhood, rap, it's a subset of hip hop. Gangster rap is a subset of rap. That was the most popular music at that time. So Jeffrey sought to find out how can he accomplish his mission to be a successful rapper. So he had the internet. They were poor, but they had phones with the internet. So he would Google and look up and get on social media every accomplished rap artist and see what made them special. And Jeffrey would listen to the beat after beat after beat. These are billions of musical chords that he listened to. And he tried and he forced himself to be able to speak fast within the beat and rhyme words. Jeffrey can't sit there and write out the words. He doesn't spell well. But he can listen and learn and look up what words mean, or just make up words to put them into the beat. And Jeffrey studied 2 rap artists particularly. He idolized a gentleman named Dwayne Carter. His performing name is Lil Wayne. Jeffrey also idolized Tupac. And Jeffrey looked at, what is Lil Wayne doing that's making him so successful? Because Lil Wayne is right before Jeffrey. He is born on September 27th of 1982. He's 9 years older than Jeffrey. And Lil Wayne, by the time that Jeffrey came along, has exploded. He is a superstar. And Lil Wayne changed the culture. It was more than just the sound of the music. Now, Jeffrey studied Lil Wayne so much, he sounded like Lil Wayne. You're going to hear witness after witness that Jeffrey sounded just like Lil Wayne. But Jeffrey realized that Lil Wayne had a following, a fan base, and people who dressed like Lil Wayne. It used to be that rappers wore baggy pants, big uniforms from teams. Lil Wayne changed it. He wore proper fitting pants. Lil Wayne tattooed his face. He's the first one. Jeffrey has tattoos on his face. Jeffrey changed the clothing. He took what Lil Wayne did, and Jeffrey wore tight fitting pants. He's the first. He did that because when he would take his ill-fitting clothing from his sisters, they were tight jeans. Jeffrey wore tight necklaces. He wore dresses. He realized in order to become successful and to accomplish his mission of breaking those bonds, he had to capture people's experiences and make it interesting, both musically and creating a brand. He's advertising. Jeffrey was called Little Jeff. His father is Jeffrey Williams Sr. He was called Big Jeff. But Jeffrey is sounding like Lil Wayne. He's trying to emulate Lil Wayne on social media. To call himself Little Jeff and Lil Wayne, he thought that that doesn't sound too good. That's a bridge too far. So Jeffrey wanted to have a performing name. So he looked to Tupac. You will learn that in 1983, the incomparable talent Michael Jackson released a song. It went around the globe. P.Y.T. Pretty Young Thing. About 13 years later, Tupac is featured on a song with Smooth. And that song is P.Y.T. PLEA, P-L-A-Y-A, Young Thugs. And on that song, there's a repeat of words. And this really connected with Jeffrey. It's a black man that not too many understand. That's what Jeffrey felt about people with nice color skin. Jeffrey had interest in women, but he never considered himself a player. A player to Jeffrey was somebody who had the girls kind of coming at them at all times. Jeffrey wasn't like that. Jeffrey was shy. He was really tall and really skinny. He was malnourished. His teeth were rotten. There was no money to go to a dentist. And all the sugar.
Breaking news from Thugger Daily, y'all. Breaking news from Thugger Daily. Breaking news from Thugger Daily. Yak Gotti has officially rejected all of the state's current plea offers and intends to continue to go forward with trial. Only rumors about the status of Thug and Shannon. No official confirmation. 5 minutes ago, people. 5 minutes ago. Well, under 10 minutes ago. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Yak Gotti has rejected the plea deals and intends to go forward. Only rumors about the status of Thug and Shannon. This is wild, y'all. Now things are starting to get wild. Now things are starting to get wild. Now things are starting to get wild. Let's see if we can find Weinstein, because Thugger has to be getting this from somewhere. I don't know if Weinstein mentioned it. No. All right, so we'll look at some comments, but Yak look like the type of guy who's like, nah, Yak just got that. He just got that vibe about him, y'all. He just got that vibe about him, doesn't he? He just has that vibe about him, y'all. Yak just has that vibe. I mean, he was the one standing on Lucci car. Yak just seemed like, let me get some of y'all reactions to this. Yak going forward. Yes, we move forward. Them boys want the jurors to make the decision. Well, this is Thugger Daily, and this is Yak Gotti, okay? So he said no confirmation on Thug, no confirmation on Shannon. Oh my gosh, y'all. This is wild. Yak going forward for it, yes. State guns are coming into position. Let's go. Them boys going to get blessed. I swear they're going to be changed men. This is wild. Oh, my gosh. This starts to validate my theory, people. It starts to validate my theory that they were trying to get those quays off so that they can move forward. So these guys are probably not getting the same kind of deal options that the Quays got, because their name isn't Quay. That's why when Bruce Harvey said we got lucky, he wanted to walk that back. Nah, y'all got lucky. I mean, you maximized it, so it's not like you didn't do anything. You got an opportunity, and you did what you had to do. You did what any competent lawyer would do. But, kudos for working out a super deal based on that huge fumble. Somebody fumble, you still got to pick it up. You still got to run into the end zone. Rumors, we'll see if they fight or accept better pleas. So y'all, we gotta have okay, so let's just say unconfirmed. I guess it is so far Thugger has been the guy who's been the most reliable besides just seeing it with our own eyes. So Thugger's been very hesitant to come out with anything that's not confirmed. He said Yak Gotti has officially rejected. So might Yak still get a plea that he can accept? Because he rejected everything up until that point doesn't mean they won't turn around 30 minutes later and say, okay, you got us. Anything's possible. I think they wouldn't treat him good, so he decided to take the risk. Of course not. Plea, bro, 30 to 20. We don't know. Okay, so let's just take this for what it is. We still don't know about the others. Would they let Yak do this alone? Would they let Yak do this alone? Weinstein's cover photo is crazy. Let me go back. Oh, this one? Oh, yeah. Talking about that? But Yak lawyers said this week they will not be taking any pleas as he's innocent. I don't know if he said it so definitively because there is a plea they would take, Princess. I just think the plea they would take apparently is not the type of plea that the state is willing to give. Don't blame him. If Thug has the money, he will draw this out further until the state gives him a better deal, or if he really believes he can win in trial. I think it makes sense because the state doesn't have enough evidence so he could walk free. Well, again, this is what Thugger Daily has reported is a moment. Up until now, all of the deals that they've given Yak have been rejected. He didn't say negotiations have broken down, which they may have. He didn't say the final deal that will be offered has been rejected, which could be the case. We don't know everything else that's behind it. AJ says Yak about to go down next. Well, I don't know if anybody's really gone down yet at this point. They need to go forward. Last two rejected. Does stated he rejected and will fight. They're winning for a not guilty. Yak is going to end up being the one taking the hit for all those M's. I'm telling you, someone getting time. I mean, y'all, we as a people, we have to demand justice for people being unalived out here. Now we can't now. So if we on Yak's side, if we on Shannon's side, if we on Thug's side, then we saying we don't believe they had anything to do with it. But ATF, I agree with you. Like, you would imagine you want somebody to be responsible for killing people in particular. Yak and Doug playing chess, not checkers. 504, you want to give some more details? Still has love by the by the short and curlies. Well, I would say the Quays had love by the short and curlies. Flo. Nobody had more leverage over love that I could tell than the two Quays, and that's why they just got sweetheart deals. Steele, I don't know what he has up his sleeve, but again, Steele is not Yak's lawyer either. Yak's lawyer is Weinstein. So, and we have not gotten any official word that Thug and them being Shannon, basically, that they're going to continue. We don't know that. Yeah, I heard the other day Yak saying, I ain't going. Facial, yeah. Why? You know what? Can I ask y'all a question? You think maybe Weinstein wants him to go and he's just refusing? Do you think maybe Weinstein is what do y'all think? Again, speculation alert. Okay. We don't know people. I don't think anybody here has a private direct line to Doug Weinstein's feelings and heart. We have every reason to believe he's an excellent lawyer who loves his client, who's doing everything he can to help his client. With that said, does anybody think perhaps Doug thinks taking a deal is the best thing? Anybody think that Doug has been saying my best legal advice is to take the deal, but I'm here to do whatever you want me to do? That's the question. Do y'all think maybe Doug is saying, look, my best advice is to take the deal, but if you want to go forward, I'm here to represent you and give you the most vigorous defense possible? Or do you think Doug is saying it's just up to you, whatever you want to do? Or is Doug saying, nah, in my opinion, we could beat this? No, I believe Doug is looking out for his client, and he doesn't want him to take the deal because there's going to be stipulations in these last 3 deals, depending on the offer. Yeah, I agree with that, depending on the offer. Oh, we got an X. You watching on X Monet? Thank you. I think you might be one of my first X comments. That's excellent. If you want the people responsible for the people who have died, then again, follow the law, do the thing right, investigate. Yes, no, 100%, Miss Price. 10 million% agree with you. So breaking news, everybody, you can see on your screen, according to TD, Tagadile, YAC has officially rejected all of the state's current plea offers and intends to continue to go forward with trial. Only rumors about Thug and Shannon. So it sounds like TD has maybe heard something, but he hasn't been able to confirm. So it looks like maybe YAC was getting some prison time, probably more than he was willing to take. Here's a brief reply expressing support for the post. He said, "You're the most obvious AI Twitter bot I've ever seen." Oh my God, that's funny. Will we get to see any of rejected offers? Every jurisdiction does it different. Ride till the wheels fall off. Only rumors. Okay, so it's only rumors. So apparently, TD may have heard some of the other types of things floating around out there, but things have not been confirmed yet as it relates to the other 2. It's too early to speculate about what might happen from here, y'all. There really is no speculation, as we can't even really get into speculation yet as to what might happen from here. Because if you have one guy who says I'm going forward, the only thing I'd like to speculate is if YAC is going forward. Actually, you can speculate a few things. You can speculate a few things. I think I'm gonna hold off on it for a moment. The only thing I'd like to know is if YAC's going forward, will the trial be covered by Law and Crime? Will they cover will Law and Crime or some other news organization continue to cover the trial? Will y'all continue to watch? Who's going to ride with YAC till it's over? Who here? All right, I want y'all to be very honest. First poll, where's Miss Lily at? I need very, I'm going to put a very, then I'm going to put another very, then I'm going to put a capital very honest. Who will watch till the end if only YAC? I need y'all to be super honest with me. Who here is going to watch this till the end if only YAC remains? Who here is going to watch this trial to the end, even if Thug and Shannon take a plea and Yak just says, I'm rocking this thing till the wheels fall off. I just put the poll up. Be real though, y'all. Nobody can see your answer. And it doesn't matter, by the way. You're a free human. You can do what you want. So there's no shame or no problem if you say, hey, just Yak, nah, I'm not gonna watch. So I just put the poll up. I'm gonna send a y'all, how do I do this? No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do the act. I'm not gonna act Kathy Russell. Not gonna act Kathy Russell. Oh, Jose's back. Welcome back, Jose. Jose said no. Okay. Whoever's saying no, I want some no's. I mean, I don't want people to not watch. I just want y'all to, I want to also hear from the people who are saying no, and I'd like to know why. Of course, if you are going to watch, I don't want you to say no for no reason. I just want to hear from people who are saying no as well. I think it will be hard to prove collaborative RICO with just him and none of the other pleas can be used against him. Mr. Vegas, why you're no? Not that there's any reason that you have to be yes, but just out of curiosity, is it hey, once Thug is done, you're done, or just trying to get some idea? Why wouldn't you watch? I would say on my end, I think the trial will be over quicker. I mean, if it's just going to be Yak, this trial's going to wrap up. It'll be done within a month probably. So anybody who's been in it this long, again, I have no facts on which to say that. I can't imagine that if convicting 6 people was going to take 6 more months, if trying to convict 6 people was going to take 6 more months, I imagine if it's just Yak and if it turns out it's just him, you probably wrap this thing up by Thanksgiving, honestly. At least just getting into the jury. Now, how quickly will the jury come back with a verdict? That's another question. But could the state put on all of their evidence needed, and could Weinstein and company put on their it definitely would be done by mid-December at the latest. You do have to think about holidays and stuff that are coming up. Travel, people want to be with their family, blah, blah, blah. So latest mid-December, I would ride it out for sure. I would personally, I would 100% ride it out. I would personally 100% ride it out. We have a new miembro. Let's see, do we have a bro or a bra? We have a new member. Thank you so much, GR. I'm going to just say Otis Anthony. Thank you so much for joining up with us. We do appreciate you. You peek in every once in a while. Again, Mr. Vegas, remember, if it's just Yak and we don't know, if it were just Yak, this thing would be going. It wouldn't last 2024. It wouldn't be going into 2025 for sure. I do that sometimes too, Ocean Star. You like behind and you make a comment on what you're seeing, but we're all talking about something else. But cool. Yeah, Goose Jacket. Correct. Last 2 pleas in the pot, about to burn. You think that's what it is? If the jury is honest, smart, normal people, it will be not guilty. But if they tampered with, different story. I don't think they're tampered with. I don't have any reason to believe they would be. You saying Paige is not going to let Yak go to jury? Is that what you're saying? Got to see it all the way through. Can't fold. Does this put? I'm after we finish this poll, y'all. I'm gonna do a different poll. Let me just double check. We are not live still. I'm gonna just go to this screen for a moment while I search a little bit on X to see what people are saying. Oh shoot. Anyone else gonna follow the other 6 defendants? Oh, how about this? This is another good question. You have other defendants who are also gonna be taking their stuff to trial too. But that's not what I was asking. Y'all, I put y'all on this screen while I'm searching on X because sometimes some wild stuff pops up. Dang. Y'all, this is real. We have the I guess press release or statement from Doug Weinstein. We have the press release or the statement from Doug Weinstein. So this is confirmed information. So I would like to know if they're going to televise this. I'm sure they would if there's enough people who want to see it. Let me see if there's something on Weinstein's TikTok. All right. So far, Doug hasn't posted anything on TikTok. Somehow he made a statement to somebody, and we are seeing that statement posted in different places on the internet. Hold up. All right, Kathy. Y'all, I'm going to show you what Kathy Rasan says. Read this here. Read this here because Kathy had said she had heard some rumors, but she didn't want to repeat them. No plea for Yak Gotti. His team rejected the state's latest offer. They are moving on with the trial. Young Thug and Shannon Stillwell are left. I think Stillwell will join Yak Gotti continuing with the trial. What will Thug do? Y'all, okay. This is getting interesting now. This is getting interesting because how would y'all, I mean, y'all, I'm trying to say this as respectfully as possible. So again, you know, we're talking, we have to respect people's life and their liberty, their desire for liberty, their desire to be with their family. They're doing what's best for themselves. But I feel like also we should be able to have a discussion. We're adults, and these are public figures, y'all. They've put themselves out there for us to talk. So I think long as we do it respectfully, we good. So this is my question to y'all, as long as we can try to be as respectful as possible. Can Thug take the plea and let Yak and Shannon keep going? Like, can he do that reputationally? We know he could do it if they let him out of jail. I mean, it might be good for his everything else. But so many people have been saying they don't want Thug to take a deal, even if Yak and Shannon were taking deals. So now what if Yak and Shannon don't take the deal? I know it's not about his reputation. It's about his life. I've already given the disclaimer that we're having a conversation. So if that's your answer, I mean, that's fine. That's a perfectly valid answer. That's a perfectly valid answer. So let me try to be more clear about this. This whole thing was about Young Thug, y'all. I mean, that's what everybody's been saying the whole time. Everybody's been saying this whole time that this whole thing is about Young Thug. Okay? Everybody's been saying that all they wanted was Thug. And that they swooped in and got all these guys caught up in an effort to bring Thug down. So, if you have two guys who at this point, you have three guys left on this trial. Remember, there are other trials. But you have three guys left on this trial. If two guys are like, man, they trying to railroad us, so we just can't take the plea. You know, does that put Thug in a difficult position? Or is it like Star Child says, look, every man for himself. You get the deal you can get, and if you can get out of there, you get out. You know? That's my question to the people. Absolutely about nailing Thug, not just for the victims or the citizens of the community. Well, Star Child said, look, every man for himself. Some people saying no slime left behind. That's not how it works. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Andre, let's see what you said. I would fight it to the end because Thug is already in a hard position. They all betrayed him. Even now we want Thug. It's a win for the state. They put 20 people away with felonies. Yeah. I mean, this y'all. I hate to tell y'all this, but as of now, the state is winning, y'all. I mean, as of now, the state is winning. Has anybody been acquitted of anything yet? Has anybody been acquitted of anything in this YSL yet? Somebody, please answer my question. Has any YSL defendant beat the charges as of yet? Because if not, then that means that the state is winning at this point. They aren't getting very good deals as far as jail time. They are really, they're not winning like, you know, if you're talking about winning a hand, they aren't winning $50,000 hands. They winning $5 hands, but they still winning the hands. If that, you know, if getting somebody sentenced to prison or jail is considered a win, and unfortunately that's the game they're playing. They're winning, y'all. Montonk just got locked up. They just got a guilty plea from Nichols. They just got a guilty plea from Huey. They just got a guilty plea from Nichols, Huey, and Lil Rod. They were able to make Woody come in and testify. They were able to make QZ come in and testify. Both of those guys got locked up. They're having their way. Now, I agree. That's why I said they're not winning $50,000 hands. They won a $5 hand with Huey. They won a $2 hand. They won, but it wasn't a big win. But they look at Montonk. They got him locked up for 5 years for basically nothing. You know, that's what they wanted, and it happened. So they're getting people locked up. When you say the defense is killing the state, Kai, the defense has not won anything yet. Maybe they're winning in this trial, but the state has actual prison sentences that are on the books all through this trial. The state has prison sentences and guilty pleas and has terminated judicial processes and gotten the guilty pleas and sentences. A lot of the sentences have not been big numbers. None of the sentences have really that I know of have been that big of a number. So from that standpoint, their wins are not like big wins. But has anybody gotten a not guilty verdict on the defense yet? That's my question. Has any defendant got a not guilty verdict? I don't think any defendant has gotten a not guilty verdict yet. And frankly, if Yak and Shannon are saying let's take our chances, let's go for it, then you talking about, let me put y'all over here while I browse. Then you talking about these might be some of the first actual verdicts, not guilty verdicts, if they can get them. I think the other channels watching now, people want to see Steele's opening arguments. Y'all want to keep watching Steele's opening argument? All right, we'll go back to that. So just real quick, y'all, we still have nothing from court so far. I'm going to keep playing Steele's opening argument. If y'all want to keep talking about what we just broke in, the breaking news, feel free.
From the candy that he ate to keep substance in his body, right his teeth. So Jeffrey would speak by covering his teeth with his lips, or often speak like this with his hand or his arm over his teeth, because he had low self-esteem. He was made fun of and bullied growing up. So he got rid of the PLEA. That was not going to work for him. But he kept the young thugs. He got rid of the S, and he became a performer, young thug. And from that day forward, he insisted everybody call him Young Thug. On every type of tweet, Facebook, social media of any kind, on any records, he refers to himself as Young Thug. And that fit in to the appearance of the gangster rap, because most people think about a thug as a criminal. But to Jeffrey, thug had a different meaning. Now, some of you read books about Tupac and what it meant to be thug life. Thug life, the hate you give little infants, Fs, everyone. Meaning discrimination and racism hurts all of us. We teach that to our kids. That was not what thug meant to Jeffrey. He worked so hard, he'd outwork everyone. He would stay up all night after night trying to rhyme words, put him to beats. When he had time and the opportunity to go into the studio, he wouldn't leave. He is a prolific creator of music. The neighborhood realized his talent. He was the best rapper in the neighborhood. So Jeffrey was invited to the underage clubs to perform. And he would be the introductory entertainer. He would be able to perform 5 or 10 minutes, $50, get paid $100 sometimes. He's about 17 years old, 2008, 2009. When Jeffrey would leave the establishment, he'd get robbed. And the money was gone. And that money may not be a lot of money to some of you in 2008 or 9, but to Jeffrey, it was food. It was meals for him and his family. The next time Jeffrey went for an event, He did not get armed robbery. There's a man in the community who's a man of influence in the community. He was allegedly the leader of Raise on Cleveland, the supposed gang, Rock Crew. He was supposedly the leader of the Bloods in that area in Cleveland Avenue. His name is Quentin Porter, goes by Boo or Big Boo. And when Jeffrey comes to make the performance, he's no longer there for 5 or 10 minutes. He is the lead performer. He's going to go last. As the time went on, the neighborhood got behind Jeffrey. The Rock Crew, the Bloods, the whole neighborhood. They would put up signs on the post, come out tomorrow night. Watch our own young thug perform at this establishment. The place is sold out now. This is no longer 25, 35 people. There are hundreds of people in the club. There are hundreds of people in the parking lot trying to get into the club. There are hundreds of people backing up in the streets, all to see Young Thug. The people who own these establishments are making money. They are attracting customers. Word gets out. Jeffrey's no longer just performing in the area that he grew up in the poverty-stricken area. He's now in Atlanta, South Georgia, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee. He is performing all of the time. By 2011, Jeffrey released his first album. It's entitled, I Came From Nothing. And yes, he speaks about killing 12 and people being shot and drugs and drive-by shootings. This is the environment that he grew up in. These are the people he knew. These are the stories he knew. These are the words that he rhymed. This isn't a ballad or a book. These are phrases in a song. And whatever the listener takes from it, you will learn that's what the song means. This is art. This is freedom of speech in America. As the years go on, 2013, 2014, Jeffrey's now 22, 23. It's unbelievable. He has 3 hit songs that are going around the world. Stoner, Danny Glover, and Lifestyle. He is making music videos professionally. He is working with some of the biggest artists in hip hop. It worked. It's unbelievable. He is not running this criminal street gang in Cleveland Avenue area of Cleveland to gain property, money, or power. Jeffrey Williams did it on will and hard work and determination without anybody's help, except the people from that area that he will not turn his back on. By 2014, to today, you will learn. Jeffrey Williams has been nominated and won and recognized MTV, United Kingdom, American Soul Train Music Awards. He is a Grammy Award winner. XXL Awards, BET Awards, Billboard Music Awards. Every single year since 2014, That's what he has accomplished. He is not sitting there telling people to kill people. He doesn't need their money. Jeffrey's worth tens of millions of dollars. Jeffrey has been a sponsor for Puma, Calvin Klein. He has been featured on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine, GQ magazine, XXL magazine, Paper magazine, Complex magazine, Variety Interview magazine. He is at the top of his craft. Jeffrey is so talented in music, he doesn't only do gangster rap. He does rap, gangster rap. He has hits in country music, popular music or pop music, Latin music, Afro, beats. He's been featured on NPR, Tiny Desk. He's played numerous times on Saturday Night Live, Jimmy Fallon Show. Jeffrey has performed in almost every continent on the earth. He's performed in front of more than 300,000 people that come for him. His social media feed has more than 10 million followers. He's not the creator. He's trying to pull people out of poverty. Jeffrey has performed with the likes of Rihanna, Ed Sheeran, Sir Elton John, Drake, everybody in music. And Jeffrey didn't only stay in music. He did fashion. He's an icon in fashion. He has been to Paris, to Spain, all over Europe at the fashion shows. He has his own clothing lines. People are walking around the earth today with Jeffrey's picture tattooed on their calves, on their shoulders. They have his lyrics on their bodies. YSL, when Jeffrey was coming up and making it, Lil Wayne had and repped, talked about Cash Money Records. That's his label. Jeffrey's friends in Cleveland Avenue, they called themselves YSL. Because on the pants, the tight-fitting pants, the women's pants that they're wearing, it says YSL, Yves Saint Laurent. That's where that comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey stands before you, charged with some of the most serious crimes in the state of Georgia. I'd like to go through with you each and every crime he's charged with in the indictment. The indictment's thick. You're going to have it. At the end of the case, the Honorable Judge Granville will give it to you. You should read it. It's the charging document and it's critical in the case. There are many counts. Most of them Jeffrey's not charged with. But everybody, there were 28 people who the prosecution, through the grand jury, indicted together. They're all in count one. That's why this is a joint trial, because everyone's in count one. That was the decision of the prosecutors.
People, more news. More news, people. Shannon has also rejected his latest offer, is ready to go to trial, regardless if anyone else pleads or not. Per Thugger, we have 2 rejected offers, people. Kathy Russin just, she kind of hinted at that. So we have Shannon and Yak. Y'all, you see how this is lining up? Where's Miss Lily at? Patron, you here? We got our mods. We need our mods in here today. We got Andre, we got Amy. Miss Lily and Patron, where y'all at? Where y'all at? Be stunned. I'm actually not a paralegal. I am a law school grad. And also, be gone. Y'all, Miss Lily and Patron, where y'all at? I need my peoples. Okay, Patron, hey, how's it going? So yeah, we have Shannon and we have Yak, who have both taken pleas. We have Shannon and we have Yak, who have both taken pleas. Kind of had a feeling Shannon was going to reject it. Shark is going to fight to get him off. Yeah, I agree. Star Child said, let's go. Let's get a little bit more reaction, y'all. No. Shannon and Yak rejected the pleas. So we are now just waiting. Y'all, it's kind of looking like Thug gonna take the plea today. It's kind of looking like Thug is gonna take the plea today. We don't have any information on Thug, but it seems like everything is coming to a head right now, y'all. It seems like everything is coming to a head right now. You don't think Thug is going to take the plea? Yeah, no, Weinstein confirmed it. Kathy Russin seems to know something because she said here, no plea for Yak Gotti. No, she said still Thug and Shannon Stillwell left. I think Shannon will join Yak Gotti. What will Thug do? So she seems to have some inside information. You don't think Thug's taking it? If Thug deal is not amazing, and he go home, I wouldn't take it. Never. Will there be court today? We don't know. Law and Crime is set up. They were set up at 9 a.m. Well, we have two pleas that we're not going to see. So basically, there won't be anything to see unless Thug takes a deal or unless Whitaker calls some kind of hearing to just discuss the next steps, I guess. You think strategy is all 3? Yeah, 2 said no plea deal as of now. So we'll talk about this for a few minutes, and then I know y'all are enjoying Brian Steele giving his opening statement, but let's just talk about this for a few minutes. So we got about an hour ago, Yak rejected, but y'all got to understand, Yak and SB are both facing the DT murder, y'all. So, the state might have been less willing to bend with them, but then they say Thug ordered it and facilitated it, which they didn't charge him with that, but they implicated him not just as a bystander, but as an integral part in it. So again, Thug has to separate himself from the two. What do you mean by that? How would he do that? Thug got a bad root, man. Do y'all think he's going to stick around or not? You can't say taking a plea and lying. You can't do that. He's a known. So you saying you think Thug should just plea out and get done with it? I feel bad knowing how the real world works. Be Rich, I know what I'm talking about because I haven't been wrong yet. So what's your prediction, A Jizzle? They just gave the other guy 9 from 3 lives. Yeah, but remember, Jesse, remember everybody, the 2 guys that we saw get the sweetheart deals, not including Rod, because he's a special case because he's already serving life. The 2 guys that we saw get the sweetheart deal are both named Quay. So there's a theory that I have been speculating about, which is pure speculation, by the way. I've been theorizing that the 2 Quays got the sweetheart deal because definitely Quay Nichols, but possibly including Quay Huey, could have derailed this trial by requesting and moving for or continuing with their movement for a mistrial without prejudice. So that doesn't help Thug, Shannon, or Yak as far as my theory goes. This is a theory. All right. Still has to work his magic. So y'all think Thug is not taking a it's somebody earlier said, hey, it's not his reputation, this is life. Well, I will say this. You know what I'm saying? Star Child, they want the big fish. So what does that mean? Mistrial, they probably will not get bail. That's the problem. They already offered Thug 5 years before trial. He might not take the plea. They offered him 5 years. AJ was saying they cooked all them that's left. All over YouTube. I think for some reason, I'm just not understanding. Come on, I think I'm not following y'all for some reason. By tomorrow, they will all plead. There's no court tomorrow, but maybe you mean Monday. My prediction is Thug will not take a plea because of the felony. All right, so do y'all see how succinct and easy to understand that comment is? I mean, I am reading these out, y'all. So if you want me to read it, you're commenting so I can read it out. See how easily this is to read and just you totally understand what Eric is saying? Thug should fight all the way. All the members at this point, the only people guilty. So he says Thug should fight. He only takes deal that sets him free today and allows travel internationally. How does the state give him that deal, Trevor? How does the state give Thug the deal that basically does not make him a felon? So the state basically is just going to come out of this, even though they may get technical wins, they're just going to come out of this looking ridiculous, basically. They're going to say, we told y'all these guys were all the most dangerous people in Atlanta, but we just gave them all a slap on the wrist, basically. The way the case, I guess, has gone, Thug has a better chance winning on appeal if he gets convicted. We never know. He does have a solid case to appeal, but would the appeal court overturn a conviction? Would they say he has to do a new trial? You just never know with appeals courts. Thug might get get offered 5 years probation, serve 2 years time, serve release today. Would he take that, Caesar? I mean, you don't know, obviously, but we're just talking. So far, we haven't seen or heard nothing. Y'all, we've heard about Shannon, we've heard about Yak. So we don't know what's going on in that courtroom, but this is the Young Thug trial. This is the Young Thug trial. All right, let's see. Thug about to do the same. Not guilty. Can't see them offering Thug anything acceptable when they obviously offering them to football numbers. Wouldn't this current jury be biased? This is something people keep asking about. If you're innocent, you're innocent. They never gonna let Shannon off easy. He's got several people saying he always has guns. If Yak and Shannon rejected pleas, I don't see Thug taking one either because that's who the state really wants. And they have zero evidence against him taking to trial. I think she said it the best right here. If Yak and Shannon rejected pleas, is Thug going to be the one to take the plea? Thug seems to have a much better case for not being guilty, but he does have some other charges out there, not just related to the original indictment, but the guns and the drug charges, which because he's doesn't have a criminal history, I don't know what getting convicted, what being sentenced would be. Sentenced for that would be like, even if he is convicted. So y'all have to think about those other charges that are out there too. This says the fact is there will be a mistrial, so the plea deals are their chance of getting conviction. I think the mistrial is mooted out at this point, y'all. You mentioned Mr. Shark client name except. Okay. Those pleas must have been bad. All right, well. One more to go, y'all. I'm really trying to be real careful with what I say right now. I'm trying to be very careful with what I say right now. I have this very strange feeling a mistrial is going to be granted, and that is the state's need to start offering plea deals. Kathy says, I don't think so. Whoever is left will continue next week is my guess. I agree with her. Or if not next week, whenever Judge Whitaker says to come back. Probably next week, honestly. What was the jury told about this break? It's been a week and a half. I'm sure the jury has heard something about this. Both Quays played it out, so I don't think the judge sees a reason for a mistrial anymore. Let me give that a heart. Agreed. That's exactly what I've been saying. I see motions being filed before this just starts right back up, even if not granted for the purpose of the record. Madness jury walk-in gone from 7 to 3. Well, it was actually 6, but I get it. All right, y'all. So I'm going to go back to y'all can keep talking about this. I'm going to go back.
That Jeffrey doesn't even know most of the people in this indictment. He doesn't know them. They all know him because everybody in that area knows Jeffrey Williams. He is known as the Michael Jordan of that area. And he didn't get out and stay away. He tries to come back and give people hope because he knows what it is to be depressed, hungry, and have nothing going for you. The first count is a RICO conspiracy. And the supposed objective that the prosecution charged is that Jeffrey, along with others, had a meeting of the mind. They had an agreement. They have an agenda together. And that they wanted to preserve and protect and enhance the reputation, the power, the territory of YSL. That's the allegation. Jeffrey hasn't lived in the Cleveland Avenue area in a decade, more. He has homes from Los Angeles to Atlanta. But they charge him with, he wants the reputation, power, territory of the enterprise by obtaining money, weapons, or other property. Jeffrey needs no money from somebody on robbing someone of a car or doing a $30 run deal or even $100 million. Right? He's got his own source of legitimate income. So Rico conspiracy, there are then what's called overt acts. The judge will charge you on the law, but there are 191 overt acts. And those are separate instances that the prosecution said they're going to prove. Most of them don't include Jeffrey. But the ones that do, I'd like to go through with you. And I've broken it up into 3 categories because an overt act can be a crime. It doesn't have to be a crime, so I then wrote chats, social media, any type of statement, because the prosecution has been investigating Jeffrey for a decade. They have all of his personal chats. You think you're talking to somebody on Facebook in a personal chat? They have all of his thoughts. They put these in the indictment. The third category are lyrics. So I'd like to go through them with you. First is going to be supposed crimes. And these are the overt acts that you will see that involve Jeffrey. As you can see, Jeffrey has never been convicted of a crime. He stands before you. He's not a convicted felon. He can vote. He can carry a gun. He can be on a jury. But now, these acts are embedded in the indictment. So let's start with the first one. So this is September 9th of 2013. Jeffrey just turned the age of 22. And he's driving in a car, and he gets stopped, of course, for failure to maintain a lane. And the police officer comes up to the car, and Jeffrey doesn't have a license, doesn't have a valid driver's license. So now he's under arrest. Police officer says he sees pills, Xanax pills, 7 of them, on the console. Police officer searches the car, and underneath the front passenger seat, there's no passenger, is a gun. That weapon comes back stolen from Andrew and Ann Phillips months before. There's no evidence that Jeffrey's involved in that burglary of the Phillips home. There's no evidence Jeffrey ever touched that gun. You're not going to hear any type of DNA, fingerprints. In fact, Jeffrey says, that's not my gun. Police officer wants to know, whose gun is it? Jeffrey's not talking to police. So Jeffrey gets arrested. That case got dismissed. But 10 years ago now, it's an overt act for you to consider. You will learn that this stop was video recorded and audio recorded. But the City of Atlanta Police Department, the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County, I demanded that. They can't find it. So you're going to rely on a report of an officer who doesn't remember. this incident. That's it. That's an act in furtherance of a conspiracy. That's the entirety of that first overt act. The next one. This is overt act 5 through 7. You may notice that Jeffrey's not even alleged to be in this overt act, but now you're going to hear Jeffrey's supposed involvement. This is 2 days later. It's September 11th, an infamous day in America. It's 2013. Jeffrey was arrested, if you remember, from the last overt act, September 9th, 2013. He made bond. He just got out. Walter Murphy, he grew up with Jeffrey. He's one of the people that would exchange dirty clothing with Jeffrey. You will learn that they would have no money between them. One of them would come across $1. They would split the food that they could buy with that $1 together. Walter Murphy is with a person named Adrian Bean and Fred Plethora. And there is an armed robbery of Mr. Dotson. Gunfire went out. Police are always in this area. So when the gunfire was heard, police respond immediately. Adrian Bean is driving the car. This is a car that he borrowed from a friend. This has nothing to do with Jeffrey. So he commits a crime in someone else's car. Adrian Bean almost kills a police officer, almost runs him over, driving so recklessly, high rate of speed, goes across a neighbor's lawn, over an embankment. The car is now airborne. It goes over, you'll see pictures, goes over a parked police car in a parking lot and slams into the side of a laundromat. The car crashes. Mr. Plethora is shot. Police are firing at the car. Mr. Murphy is shot. Mr. Bean runs away. He's captured. Mr. Bean, you will learn, is told, hey, we believe there was a fourth person in that car. If you make that young thug, we'll go lenient on it. Adrian Bean is in the Fulton County Jail talking with his wife. He said, I should have ran the way Thug ran. He got away. That's recorded anytime an inmate, a person is incarcerated, in a jail. Most of the time, they're speaking with a pastor, a lawyer. Their calls are being recorded. You will learn that Mr. Bean also stated on a recorded call, they gave us a story to tell. Mr. Bean is interviewed 4 days later, September 17th, 2013, by Detective Quinn, City of Atlanta Police Department. Detective Quinn it's a big case because police officers are discharging their weapon. People are getting shot. Detective Quinn interviews Adrian Bean. And Adrian Bean tells him, they talk about this recording. Adrian Bean tells him, I lied to my wife. Everything on those recordings are not true. Jeffrey was never arrested for this. He was never charged for this. He was never prosecuted for this. He's not even in our indictment on overt act 5, 6, or 7. But now we're going to hear from Mr. Bean. That's it for the next one. Somehow that furthered this conspiracy. Jeffrey was not even charged. Next overt act is January 7th of 2015. Now, this is a larger part of our case, probably. God forbid, Donovan Thomas is going to be killed 3 days later. It's going to be January 10th of 2015. And in order to understand this rental car, and there's nothing clearly wrong with renting a car, but in order to understand this rental car and then 3 days later, the killing of Donovan Thomas, you have to understand some background. So we're shortly before New Year's of 2015. And there's a man named Kenneth Copeland. He goes by Rudy. And Kenneth Copeland is not friends with Jeffrey Williams. He uses Jeffrey Williams, just like a lot of people. Because Kenneth Copeland wants to be famous and have money. So he reaches on to Jeffrey Williams about a year before that. Well, Kenneth Copeland is a criminal. He is a notorious criminal. In fact, you will learn that he was ranked one of the 10 most violent people in Georgia by the federal prosecutor here in Atlanta. That is Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland breaks into cars. He steals the property they're in. Donovan Thomas is the head of a gang called IF, Inglewood Family. Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey are friends. Jeffrey's friends with everybody. It promotes him. And Jeffrey tries to help other people at the same time. Kenneth Copeland breaks into Donovan Thomas's car. And he takes his expensive chain, Donovan Thomas's wallet, his driver's license, and Donovan Thomas's cellular telephone. Donovan Thomas calls his cellular telephone. Kenneth Copeland answers the call on Donovan Thomas's phone. Kenneth Copeland changed his voice, tried to disguise his voice, but Donovan Thomas knows it's Kenneth Copeland. Donovan Thomas has people on the street. And he tells Kenneth Copeland, "You have my stuff. I'm coming to get it back." And Kenneth Copeland says, "Yeah, I'm glad you called me. Because one of my partners had your stuff. I realized it was yours, so I got it for you for safekeeping. No problem." When Donovan Thomas meets with Kenneth Copeland, he doesn't come alone. He comes with 2 other people, and they display guns. Kenneth Copeland's not alone. He's with his brother. They're really not related, but they call themselves brothers. His name is Demekian Garlington. Demekian Garlington and Kenneth Copeland are like this. They are inseparable. Demekian Garlington and Kenneth Copeland are together. When Donovan Thomas comes, he makes it known that Kenneth Copeland is on the menu. Meaning Kenneth Copeland is going to be first. He just stole Donovan Thomas's property. It is now January 6th. It's really January 5th. It's a Monday night going into Tuesday morning, January 6th of 2010. It's going to be the day before this first rental car. And Kenneth Copeland is with a lot of people. Jeffrey's there. Jeffrey was performing on stage at Club Crucial. Monday night was Club Crucial night. That's where they all went. And Kenneth Copeland goes in the back, in the kitchen area, and he's met there by a man named Kelvin Watts. He goes by Shell Kel, and who's a half-brother of Donovan Thomas, and other people who are affiliated with Donovan Thomas, and Kenneth Copeland gets beat. He has bumps on his head, his eye is injured, he's being kicked. No one does that to Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland's the person who puts the bumps on the head, injures the person, kicks him. Kenneth Copeland's mad. And you will learn that Kenneth Copeland then went on a mission. He went to every place that he knew that Donovan Thomas or one of his brothers or friends were, or family members, and he would shoot at them with his weapon. On the 7th day of January 2015, Kenneth Copeland told Jeffrey, I'm going to be with my child, just born. The mother of my child, her name is Miss Quarterman. And I don't want to be driving around in the typical car I drive around in, Dodge Charger. Can I use one of your rental cars? Jeffrey does this for everybody. People need to take someone to a doctor. People want to go out of the state. They don't have transportation. He rents cars all the time. Jeffrey says, yeah, there's a rental car here. It's a Corvette. Kenneth Copeland says, that's a 2-seater. My child has a baby seat. That's too small. Jeffrey rents a car at the Atlanta airport on the evening of January 7, 2015, along with Kenneth Copeland. After they drop off the Corvette, the same location. This rental car is in Jeffrey's name. When they leave the rental car location, Kenneth Copeland wants to pick up his brother, D'Amica in Garlington. And after Jeffrey is dropped off, Jeffrey does not see that Infiniti vehicle until after the killing of Donovan Thomas. That Infiniti vehicle, that rental car, is in the possession, the control of Kenneth Copeland that whole time. The 8th of January, Kenneth Copeland is shooting at Donovan Thomas and his friends, associates. He's using this Infiniti vehicle. He's using another vehicle. He is on a spree. It's now January 10th of 2015. There's a New England Patriot, Baltimore Raven playoff football game. It's Saturday evening. Donovan Thomas is watching the game from inside a barbershop with a lot of other people, his friends. At approximately 7:22 that evening, on Saturday, January 10th, 2015, Donovan Thomas is outside of that barbershop. His Chevrolet Tahoe is parked in that parking lot. Car drives by. you'll see a video, a surveillance video from the stores. You'll see sparks, it's gunfire. Donovan Thomas is struck, fatally. The EMTs try to save him. He's taken to Grady Hospital, surgery after surgery, and he leaves us. 2 other people were shot as well, but their injuries were not fatal. Later that day, that evening, Jeffrey, you will learn, is in negotiations with his record label. They want to give Jeffrey over $800,000 up front. And the contract's worth millions to produce these records. That's what Jeffrey was working on. He was working on a music video. No one's going to say that Jeffrey was at that scene of the shooting. But later, Kenneth Copeland, when he's arrested, he tells the police lie after lie after lie after lie. Kenneth Copeland says Jeffrey Williams was involved in that shooting. Although Kenneth Copeland said, I don't know anything about it, I'm just telling you what I heard. Kenneth Copeland's one of those liars in the neighborhood that everyone knows, that becomes a witness, swears to tell God's honest truth. You will learn that after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, his associates did not take that well. Immediately, word on the street is that Kenneth Copeland, Moody, is responsible. Kenneth Copeland, it's now after 10 p.m., it's hours after shooting. He's then at Jeffrey's home, along with a lot of people. They're all scared they're going to be killed. They're all telling, I had nothing to do with it. Jeffrey, you will learn, is friends with Donovan Thomas. Jeffrey puts Donovan Thomas in his music videos. Donovan Thomas invited Jeffrey just recently to come into his neighborhood to shoot a music video with him in it. Jeffrey's not happy. He is sad. Kenneth Copeland says, the police are calling Kenneth Copeland. The police are right on him. And you will learn, and it's on recording, that Kenneth Copeland goes into the police station later that morning, so it's a very early morning hours, January 11th of 2015, and he's with Detective Thorpe. Detective Thorpe is recording this. And Kenneth Copeland says, yeah, I got your call. I was at Jeffrey Williams' house, Thug's house. Everyone knows Jeff. And I told him that the police won't talk to me. But Jeffrey said, if you had nothing to do with this, you should go talk to the police. That's what Jeffrey said. Detective Thorpe asked Kenneth Copeland, this is hours after the killing. Do you have anything to do with a rental car, an Infinity rental car? Were you in an accident in an Infinity rental car? And Kenneth Copeland says, no. He's just a liar. Kenneth Copeland tells Detective Thorpe, earlier today, during the time of the killing, I was at the Green Store. The Green Store is like a grocery store. It's green in color. It's called the Green Store. It's not far from where Donovan Thomas was got killed. You will learn that there's video surveillance inside and outside of the green store. Supposedly, Detective Thorpe, who is a qualified law enforcement officer, he's been doing this forever. I'm being told that, no, we never got the video of the green store to support the supposed alibi of Kenneth Copeland. No one corroborates Kenneth Copeland who really was.
All right, y'all. More breaking news, but it's not whether or not Thug is pleading, so we don't have that yet. But I thought y'all would like to know this. Donovan Thomas's parents have arrived at the courthouse. So, again, we don't have any indication what's going to happen, but it does look like something is about to happen. Kathy Rasan said she believes that they may go live sometime at 3:30, maybe. I'm saying maybe after. She said about 3:30. But she is apparently about to board a plane. I thought she was already on the plane. And Nut's parents are at the courthouse. Now, remember, Shamel Drinks' parents were also apparently invited to the courthouse, but they dropped those charges on Nichols. And the only other person is SB. And so we can't really make a whole, this is important, but we can't really draw any conclusions from this, considering that Shamel Drinks' parents were reportedly told to come down to the courthouse only to see charges against the person who the state said had killed their child and their loved one, to see those charges dropped. I don't know. I really don't know what this could mean, because Thug is not charged with killing Nut. And the two people who are charged with it, the reports are that they're not going to take a plea. So the reason why his parents would be there, I don't really know why that would be the case. So Andre, I see you say you think it's bad, but say it's bad. Why? Why is it bad? Why is it bad? Again, Thug is not charged with killing Donovan Thomas. And the two people who are charged with that are not on trial. Well, they are on trial, but they're not taking a plea. That's the report. So what's the significance of going down there today? We don't know. Anyway, y'all, we are waiting for the cameras to be turned on. I'm going to kick back over to Mr. Steele doing his thing, and we'll see. But just to say it one more time, Kathy Rasan says that, oh, and by the way, I phrased it like they were brought to maybe they just wanted to go. Maybe so we also have to include the possibility that they just said, let's go down there. So everybody, I phrased it like they were invited down there, or maybe I kind of phrased it that way, but let me correct. This only says that they're there. It doesn't mean that somebody told them to come. So they might have said, hey, our son was killed. We are led to believe that these people did it. Today is the day. They're saying these people aren't going to take a plea. Let's go down there. You know what I mean? So we really don't know exactly how that turned out to be the case. So y'all can talk about that, but Nut's parents are at the courthouse, according to Kathy Rasan. We don't know if they were told to come down, if they just decided to come down. Have they been there before? I don't know. I mean, I would imagine they probably have, but I don't know for sure. So we keep rocking with Mr. Steele for now.
you will learn that Kenneth Copeland eventually says, it's now June of 2015, gets rearrested. He doesn't want to be in jail. He speaks with the police. He's now with Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, also City of Atlanta police officers. They're detectives with the gang unit homicide. Kenneth Copeland says, oh yeah, the night of the killing, Donovan Thomas, I wasn't involved. But I saw Jeffrey Williams. He's at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue. I saw him with all these other people. And then I followed him to his home. It's about 8 o'clock at night. There are videos at the McDonald's. They don't have any video. They never bother to get any video. We even try. But we have phone records. And phone records can show that they're not GPS. This is not like you're within 5 feet of this area if you call E911 or something. But it gives you range, maybe 1.5 miles, maybe more. And tells you which tower you're hitting off of. Kenneth Copeland tells the police, I followed Jeffrey Williams' car to his house about 8 o'clock. That's not true. When you track Kenneth Copeland's phone records, he doesn't go near Jeffrey. He doesn't see Jeffrey that night. He doesn't follow Jeffrey home. He doesn't go to Jeffrey's home until after 10. This is all a lie. Kenneth Copeland was told by the police, we want Thug. That's how he gets a deal. Because Kenneth Copeland was also told, you're an armed career criminal. You're going to spend 25 years in federal custody for having a gun. You're going to be dying in the state of Georgia custody because we're going to charge you with gang crime after gang crime after gang crime. But you can help yourself out. On Kenneth Copeland's word, Jeffrey Williams stands here concerning that overt act. So Jeffrey Williams rents a car in his own name to use in a homicide of his friend. Kenneth Copeland, Antonio Sledge, they're all at Jeffrey's home, and they're all scared. They're saying, Donovan Thomas's friends are going to kill us. They think we're involved. Jeffrey gives money to Antonio Sledge so he and his family can get a hotel room and not suffer a potential drive-by shooting. As Kenneth Copeland said, they're all going to be killed. Kenneth Copeland made them all supposed targets by the IF gang. Kenneth Copeland, Shannon Jackson, Demonte Kendrick, others go down to Miami shortly after the shooting. Jeffrey was performing. Jeffrey wanted them to be safe, not get hurt until people calmed down. Jeffrey then sent them back to Atlanta. Jeffrey then went on tour, because you will learn by April of 2015, Jeffrey did his first nationwide tour. He did with a performer known as Travis Scott. In the summer of 2015, Jeffrey then toured Europe, performing there, and going to fashion shows. Jeffrey Williams is not involved. On the next overt act, you will see these are the people. This is overt act number 17 and 18 and 19 and 20. And this is charging murder and then attempted murder for shooting the second person who was shot that night, and then the third person, Mr. Sanders, who was shot that night, and then participation in criminal street gang activity. You may notice that the overt act doesn't even include Jeffrey. No one charges Jeffrey with murder, but here we are. The next overt act is April 26th, 2015. Jeffrey is touring. He is performing. He's in Louisiana. Lil Wayne, his idol, Jeffrey idolizes him, came out against Jeffrey, called him gay. Jeffrey did a promotional social media release where there's people with guns on either side of him, and Jeffrey's saying, come to this concert, we'll see what happens, come on to the concert. Jeffrey was told to do that video and release by his management team. Because when Lil Wayne says don't listen to his music, that impacts him. Lil Wayne is bigger than Jeffrey Williams at that time. So this creates interest in fans. You will learn that this is part of being involved in hip hop or rap. There's all these battles going across social media. It generates interest, much like the NFL have rivalries with the Saints and the Falcons, and how much they hate each other. It is generating advertising, it's branding. Jeffrey is in Louisiana. Here in Atlanta, Lil Wayne has a tour bus, and he performs concert, and his tour bus was fired upon and struck. There's zero evidence Jeffrey's involved. Zero. Jeffrey's not even named. And now you're going to hear about it. Because Jeffrey's the king slime. He just controls everybody, even without any evidence to support it. Because that's the theory of the prosecution and the police who have targeted Jeffrey Williams. The next overt act is July 7th of 2015. Jeffrey is at Perimeter Mall, that's located in DeKalb County. And he's in the mall and he's buying 50 to 100 sneakers, brand new sneakers. And he's going to do a video shoot. And he's going back to Cleveland Avenue where the children don't have proper footwear. He's going to give out these sneakers and allow the children to be in a video shoot. So that's why he's at the Perimeter Mall. He's there with friends of his. And he's on a Segway scooter. It's like an electric skateboard. And the mall security comes over and tells Jeffrey and his friends, and you'll see video of this, they have to leave the mall. You can't have a Segway inside the mall. But Jeffrey leaves the mall. But the security officers follow him. They followed Jeffrey and his friends to Jeffrey's Jaguar. And the security won't let Jeffrey leave. Won't let his friends leave. They're standing around the Jaguar. They can't shut the door to the Jaguar. They can't pull out. And they tell Jeffrey, you're waiting here. You're going to have to be here. They tell Jeffrey's friend, we're going to get a criminal trespass warrant for you. Allegedly, someone inside the car said, I'm going to go home, get a gun, and come back and shoot you in the face. That's the allegation. The security guards then supposedly step back, the car drives away. Nobody is shot. There's no incident. Jeffrey gets arrested on that. DeKalb County prosecutors dismissed that case. It was not even indicted. Now you have it here before you. The next overt act dealing with crime is September 24th of 2017. Jeffrey's with Sergio Kitchens. Sergio Kitchens is an unbelievably well-known musical performer. His performing name is Gunna. And he and Jeffrey both are under YSL. That's Jeffrey's record label. They signed Sergio Kitchens for Gunna. There's a third person in that car. His name is Cedric Jones. The car is going to Peachtree DeKalb Airport. Gets pulled over for a window tint violation. The officer gets Jeffrey out of the car and handcuffs, Sergio Kitchens out of the car and handcuffs Cedric Jones out of the car. Police search the car. They find in the car supposed methamphetamine, supposed hydrocodone, marijuana, and a stolen firearm. Jeffrey was on his way to perform at the Jimmy Fallon show that night. Cedric Jones said, I packed that stuff. Somehow that is now influencing and perpetuating and moving this supposed YSL conspiracy. That's the overt act. The next one. May 18, 2018. Jeffrey is driving a Porsche. Sergio Kitchens is in the front passenger seat. Supposedly Jeffrey is speeding. Supposedly there's another car that's in tandem speeding. Both cars get pulled over by police. There's videos. Jeffrey and Mr. Kitchens are asked to get out of the car. They're asked if there are guns in the car. They say yes. There are guns in the car. Police get them out of the car. Any drugs in the car? No. Police have Jeffrey and Mr. Kitchens on the side of the road. Go through Jeffrey's car. They run the guns. The guns are lawful. The police put the guns in the trunk of the car. Tell Jeffrey and Mr.
Still no sound from the court, y'all. Still no sound from the court. But this is the moment. We're going to see what is going to happen. Yeah, please do hit the like button, everybody. Appreciate y'all watching this with us over here. Please hit the like button. We're just about to see what's what. For everybody who doesn't know, word on the street is that Yak and Shannon have already rejected any type of plea deal that has been offered by the state. There has been no word as to whether Thug is going to reject his plea deal, which we imagine they've been negotiating the details of. So hit the like, please. Again, we don't know what's going to happen, but we do expect Yak and Shannon not to take a deal and possibly to continue with trial next week. That's the word. Yak and Shannon are reportedly not taking a deal, and Thug reportedly is the only one. Thug's sister Dora put up the praying hands, y'all. So I don't know if we can glean anything from that. It's possible she doesn't know what's about to happen. Who blocked you, A Jizzle? What do you mean you're about to lose internet, Amy? A Jizzle is Vera. That's funny. Thugger Daily posted. All right, let me take a look. Okay. So Thug's family has entered the courtroom. So we have Thug's family in the courtroom according to Thugger. We have Donovan Thomas's family in the courtroom according to Kathy Rasan of Law and Crime. Andre says not good. I don't know what you mean by it's not good. I don't know what you mean by it's not good. I mean, not good. Why? Why is it not good? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit too much of a, I don't know. It's circumstantial. I see a head. Yeah, I see a head too. I heard Thug. Okay. Yeah, y'all. We're about to find out. I think it does feel like it's lining up for a Thug plea deal. It kind of feels like that. Yeah, that's the one thing that seems to be the fly in the ointment, if you will. If Thug takes the plea on the Rico, even if he doesn't have to testify, you do wonder if that's not going to, like you said, Sean, if it's not just going to tie it all together. I mean, if he pleads guilty to the Rico, is that going to hurt Yak and Shannon? You know. It would seem like it, Sean. I don't know, but it would seem like it. Would the state be willing to drop the Rico for Thug and just have him plead out to the drugs and the gun?
Court for the county now session. Judge Page Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order.
Good afternoon, everybody can be seated. All right, it is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct? Am I misinformed?
Hold on, please.
All right. Do y'all need a minute in private?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we can recess.
Y'all, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck just happened? Philip, why do you say that's a master class by Steele? Explain to me why you say it's a master class. He wants to enter a non-negotiated plea. So y'all help me understand. It says he's trying to enter a non-negotiated plea. Yeah, he's not. The state won't give him a good deal. So what he's gonna plea, y'all. I mean, a non-negotiated plea means he's going to plea. He's gonna plea. I mean, I'm saying that that's what a non-negotiated plea means. We don't. I mean, look. I think we have to wait and see what's gonna happen. I think we have to wait and see what's gonna happen. Okay. The judge would have to grant the plea and the sentence correct, more or less. I mean, you can plea. You can make a plea at any time you want. It's just you would not have had a deal with the state as to what happens next. Why would I'm trying to figure out why that. Maybe I'm just not getting it, but why is that such an excellent thing? Yeah, let's run that back real quick. I have it on another screen here. Let's run that back real quick because I'm not.
Court for the county now session. Judge Page Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order.
Good afternoon, everybody can be seated.
Okay, so first things first, we can conclude they have no deal. I mean, that seems clear, right? Seems clear that they don't have a deal. Because if they had a deal, she would know that.
All right. It is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but
you got Sharp
have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct?
Okay, so why don't they know the answer to this question? Shouldn't they? All right, looks like they're not back yet. What? Zoom in. They didn't say anything. Look at Brian Steele's face. Look at Adams. They look.
Am I misinformed?
Small, please.
All right.
Y'all, so they don't have a deal. Yeah, it looks to me like they don't have a deal. So what might be the question? The only question really is, as far as I can tell, whether you want to make a plea or not. Yeah, that is my take on it. Hey, is that Miss Westmoreland back there? Miss Westmoreland? She can't. That is Miss Westmoreland. I thought she would have been done with this.
Do y'all need a minute in private?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can recess.
What is it that you found, Andre? All right, so we are looking at the live feed now. So if anything happens, yeah, okay. Let me take a look. Yeah, I got that. I already know that part about a non-negotiated plea. Thank you, though. No, I mean, but it says it carries greater risk and greater reward. So you can't just look at the reward part, Andre. You have to think of the risk and the reward. If you bet $100, you have a risk and a reward. Say you can win another 100. If you bet $1 million, you have a greater possible reward and you have a greater risk. So, you can't just say, hey, it's going to be better for him. You don't really know. Yes, Solitude, it is live. In case you missed it, I'll run it back one more time. It was really quick. I'll run it back real quick. One last time because we don't have any action in court yet.
All right. It is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct? Am I misinformed?
So at this point, y'all, Doug has not even entered a plea. I don't know. There's she just gave Monk Tunk 5 years. She just gave Monk Tunk 5 years off some you didn't testify the way they expected you to. So I definitely don't know if we want to consider Judge Whitaker like the state was just giving out pretty lenient sentences. I don't know if we want to say nobody knows. Mike, is that no one knows, B. I mean, they can get sentenced on the state, the Georgia RICO, and then the feds can still pick it up. This judge does seem lenient on the other guys. No, Wiggs and Wine. This judge has not sentenced anybody in front of us but Monk Tunk. She has accepted the recommendation of the state for the other 3 people we've seen. She didn't. I mean, she did sentence them. It was her ultimate decision, but she just went with what the state said. So she accepted the recommendation. She did not decide any other sentence from scratch except Monk Tunk. If y'all remember, with Monk Tunk, what did the state say? Your Honor, we're going to leave it up to your discretion. She talked to the probation lady. What's your recommendation? Your Honor, we're going to leave it up to your discretion. And what did Judge Whitaker decide with her discretion? Monk Tunk, you didn't testify right. We're going to give you 5. Okay? So, Wiggs and Wine, the only thing that we have to go off of with Judge Whitaker sentencing in this YSL trial of her own discretion, the only thing, not to say she didn't have discretion with the other 3 sentences, but there were recommendations on the table. The only thing where there were no recommendations and it was totally left up to Judge Whitaker's discretion with no input from the state was Monk Tunk, and she gave him 5 years. Yeah, 5 years for lying in court. I don't know if I used the word merciful, but it was definitely on the I said it was the lowest amount of a lot of time. So, but that was for lying in court. So if you're about to plea to RICO, how can Monk Tunk get 5 years and you don't at least get thug 5? Bro, he can't plead guilty to RICO. All right, well, he has a RICO charge on him, Anthony. So if he's about to plea, what is he gonna plead to? What are you gonna just plead to something and then say, but I don't plead to the RICO? Well, then you have to continue the trial for that charge. Maybe Glanville would have given Monk Tunk more. I think I made the case at the time that Whitaker was the best judge for Monk Tunk to hear that because other judges could have given him more. So the idea that Glanville would have given him more is quite possible in my mind. Because those got time served. But what does that mean? What is that? Yeah, what y'all are kind of just making up stuff, or maybe I'm not understanding y'all. None of this matters. I mean, let me not say it doesn't matter. The judge is free to say whatever she wants to say if he pleads guilty, y'all. She can say, I'm sentencing you to the maximum. She can say, in this trial, I've seen a lot of shooting and killing, and it looks to me like you're responsible. I'm giving you X, Y, Z. She can say whatever she wants. Y'all don't get that? Even if it's time served, okay, if she gives him big football numbers and time served, you still have a lot of time on your hands. That's what I'm saying, lovely lyrics. They're trying to say he was the leader. He was the cause of everything. They're trying to say he was the cause of it all.
So if he pleads and he does a non-negotiated plea, then he's basically throwing himself at the mercy of the court. Now, I'm not saying what Judge Whitaker will do. I just want y'all to understand that this is just going to leave it in her hands. I wasn't saying it mattered, but yeah, talk. We're all talking. We're all talking. We're all talking right now. 20 years, but 7 in jail and the rest on probation. That's your prediction? He cops the plea. He gets 20, served 7, 13 on probation. Listen, he has to do what's best for him. I'm just trying to help y'all be clear that him pleading to Judge Whitaker leaves the power in her hands. And it's always technically in her hands, but it doesn't give her any guidance from the state. Now, my understanding is he can make his own recommendation. You know, he could say, this is what I think you should sentence me to. That might be persuasive. That might be persuasive. So the judge was under the impression that Thug's taking a plea right now. The judge is under the impression Thug's taking a plea right now. So if he takes the plea, she's going to sentence him and she can give him whatever she wants. It can be whatever she decides, y'all. She probably has guidelines though, sentencing guidelines that she has to follow. But within those guidelines, she can give him whatever she wants. So what I'm really just trying to make sure everybody understands, you can't say, hey, he got time served. I mean, yeah, whatever she sentences him to, likely his time served would be subtracted from that. But there's no reason to believe she would only sentence him to time served. Tony, if it's within the sentencing guidelines that she could give him only time served, then yeah, it could be that. But I don't know. We don't know what it will be. Does that make sense, Tony? It could be time served if that falls within her sentencing guidelines, but we don't know what she will actually do. They might have gone there to see him take a plea, but he hasn't done it yet, Kai. He has not done it yet. I think Thug's going to get 20 served, 15 with time served. That would put him at, if it's served 15, I think they say in Georgia you have to do 65%. So let's just say that would put him in prison for probably over 7 years. If it's 15, that would leave him in prison for a long time. He has time served, but if he gets 7 years and only did 3, he may have to do another 1 to 3. Yeah, he was either unsure about his plea or he heard her say something that he didn't expect her to say. Y'all have to understand that the state is making the case that this man is the head of a criminal enterprise and that they are still going to be trying other people for this Rico after Thug. Do y'all understand that? Do y'all understand that if they give him 5 years with time served, which means pack your bags, you're going home. I'm just saying that. What's going to happen to the other
X number of people who are still on trial with RICO charges. I mean, Mr. Nichols pleaded guilty only to the RICO charge and got sentenced to 7 years. Mr. Nichols just got 7 years for the RICO charge 2 days ago. Mr. Nichols just got 7 years for being an underling in a RICO charge 2 days ago. Now he did get a murder drop and other benefits, but he only pleaded guilty to the RICO charge, and he got 7 years 2 days ago. So y'all think they're gonna give the head of the RICO less than that? I mean, I don't know, y'all. Judge Whitaker sounded pretty stern when she was giving Montuntos 5. You need to respect the system. She seemed pretty stern, and yeah, I know he got a murder drop, but he also didn't have to. He didn't have to acknowledge or cop to the murder. I agree with that. I said that too. But doesn't Thug have a machine gun? Doesn't Thug have drugs and the RICO? No word, bro. We just waiting. We don't know if Thug's taking a plea. He came into session. I'll play it one more time, y'all. Sorry if y'all get tired of it, but some people weren't watching. I am watching the multiple screens here.
Before the court becomes now session, Judge Page Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order.
Good afternoon, everybody can be seated. All right, it is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse.
Can I ask y'all a question? What would be a reasonable idea of what the state would have negotiated such that they could have been very close? Do y'all think that the state was very close to time served, go home? Y'all think that the state was very close to time served, go home? So if the state is not reasonable, according to you, Andre, but according to Whitaker, they were very close. So they were very close to some big number. Maybe Whitaker maybe she just had the wrong impression because she just said, okay, I see you saying it wasn't close. We don't know if it was close or not, but Whitaker says her understanding is that it was close. So she might be misinformed. All right, hold up. Let me rewind it again. She might just be misinformed.
All right, it is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct?
They didn't even talk, y'all. He's just thinking.
Am I misinformed?
He's just thinking, y'all. If y'all watch when she asks, it looks like he might not even have said a word. He just looks like he's thinking.
Correct.
They just looking at him. They like, Adam's like, huh? Steele is like, what?
Am I misinformed?
Moment, please.
All right.
Let me put it live so we can see it when it comes back. Yeah, I agree with that. I think the most we can deduce from this is he's thinking about it. We are back, but we're back and then we're not back. We came back and then we left. The problem is everybody understand this is not negotiated. You are throwing yourself at the mercy of the court essentially with this. You're pleading guilty and you're asking for mercy essentially. What we're going to see if he pleads guilty right now, we're going to see him ask the court for a merciful sentence. Okay? I don't know. I'm not saying he's going to use those words, but that's what's going to happen. Y'all understand? Correct, Patron. And then it puts it in Whitaker's lap to make the decision. And the only free and clear decision we've made so far has been Monk Tonk. We saw Monk Tonk's lawyer argue on his behalf. Your Honor, I would ask that you treat this as a technical infraction as opposed to a substantive infraction. And what did Whitaker say? She said, "No, to me, this is akin to perjury. Take these 5." Right or wrong? So if he's going to throw himself at the mercy of Judge Whitaker, with no input from the state, the only thing we've seen in this YSL trial with Whitaker and no input from the state was Monk Tonk. They asked her to treat it as a technical infraction. She rejected that. She said you need to respect the justice system. Take these 5. Can I answer why does he decide now today? I imagine he could take this kind of plea at any time, probably. They were open to negotiation now, apparently due to the free Quay mistrial motion. So this was a moment in time. But I imagine he can at any time just try to do a non-negotiable plea. So I don't know for sure that it has to be today. Probably want to go ahead and just, again, take advantage of this moment. All right, we coming back, y'all.
All right. Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, Mr. Williams, where are we? Ready to go forward? All right. Y'all coming up here to the podium. All right, Sergeant, can you swear in Mr. Williams?
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's your name, first and last. You might can't tell first and last. Jeffrey Williams.
Jeffrey Williams, Jeffrey Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Are you the same Jeffrey Williams indicted in case number? Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, have we all signed the indictment, or are we going to do that afterwards? Because I don't have a copy of it.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't believe that we have.
We have not signed the indictment.
Okay, probably be a good idea to do that.
Does anyone have a copy? Because you don't? Okay.
Where's the one we were using yesterday? We'll do that in just a minute. You can go ahead with the colloquy.
And Your Honor, we don't have the waiver form as well. I believe that the court had one.
That right here.
I've got blanks. Y'all filled one out, right?
We have.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, are you the same Jeffrey Williams indicted in case number 22SC183572?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also known as Young Thug?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not been given today?
No.
How old are you?
33.
And how far have you gone in school?
9.
Say that one more time.
9.
Okay. Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you are charged with the following offenses? Conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, participation in criminal street gang activity, the leadership charge, participation in criminal street gang activity, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, 3 counts, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a machine gun. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges, and that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you will continue to receive a jury trial?
Yes.
All right. And have you received this waiver of rights form that I hold in my hand from your attorney and reviewed it with your attorney?
Yes.
All right. And is this your signature on the bottom of this form?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in indictment 22SC183572, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need additional time to discuss this case with your attorneys?
No.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, do you on behalf of Mr. Williams waive a formal reading of this indictment?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
And do you, Mr. Williams, waive any and all defects in this indictment, including any with respect to your name?
Yes.
Have you been arrested on these charges?
Yes.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you or your attorneys know of any outstanding warrants related to these charges?
Any what?
Outstanding warrants related to any of the charges in the indictment?
No,
No.
I don't believe so either, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm unaware of any as well, Your Honor.
I am as well.
Thank you. Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each of the crimes that you are charged with?
Yes.
And each of the charges that you are pleading guilty to?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the charges that Mr. Williams faces, count 1 carries a minimum charge of 5 years and a maximum charge of 20 years in prison, or up to a $25,000 fine, or both.
Isn't it a $15,000 fine, because wasn't it the version of the statute in effect at the time, or was that the same for Rico? Was Rico 25?
Yes, Rico was
Okay.
25.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Count 56 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison, a maximum of 20 years in prison, consecutive to any other sentence, with a fine of $10,000 to $15,000, or both.
Okay.
Count 57 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison and a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Count 58 carries a minimum sentence of 1 and a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Count 59 carries a sentence range of 5 to 30 years in prison. Count 60 carries a sentence.
Hang on, slow down just a second. All right, and that's for the amount of that drug that was found on 59, 5 to 30?
That's as a result of the charge itself, I believe, with intent to distribute.
I think that 59, Your Honor, is
Uh-huh.
simple possession of cocaine. I have to look at the indictment to be
I
sure.
think that's 60.
Okay.
Let me look.
Okay.
Hey, Your Honor, 59 is codeine.
Yes.
And 60 is cocaine.
Yes.
So,
Your Honor, it is with the intent to distribute. So my reading of the statute is that it carries the range of 5 to 30.
okay.
And Your Honor, also, as I have the indictment in my hand from Ms. Roster, may I pass it to counsel for Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll permit
Go
time for
ahead.
them to. Okay. Count 60 carries a range of 1 to 5 years in prison. Count 61 carries a mandatory 5 years consecutive to the underlying felony. Count 62 carries a sentence of 10 years consecutive for a total maximum exposure of 120 years in prison.
All right.
Were you aware of that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole or the Department of Corrections or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that if you are sentenced to confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections, no one can guarantee parole?
You can say yes.
Well,
She asked you, do you say that?
Oh,
can
yes,
guarantee
ma'am.
parole?
Your Honor, may I allow Mr. Williams time to finish signing the indictment?
Okay.
Your Honor, with permission, may I approach with a member of Mr. Williams' team?
You may.
Thank you.
Why y'all think what changed? What changed? I heard consecutive, y'all. So that's why they got Montunk with the 30 years, because he couldn't run all of his sentences together. He had 15-year sentences that had to run consecutive to each other.
Mr. Williams, do you understand that this is a non-negotiated plea of guilty, and that since your guilty plea is a blind plea or a non-negotiated plea, the state is making a recommendation of sentencing to the court, notwithstanding the fact that this is a blind plea? You understand that, Mr. Williams? Yes. Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you aware of the state's previous offer that was turned down prior to your making this non-negotiated plea?
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, the state is making a recommendation of 45 years with 25 to serve in custody, followed by 20 on probation, subject to the special requirements of 1615 the gang statute.
All right, and do you want to break down for me what your recommended sentence on each count is?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is recommending on count 1, 5 years to serve. Count 56, 20 years to serve consecutively to count 1. Count 57, 5 years of probation to serve consecutively to count 56. Count 58, 10 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57. Count 59, 5 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57 and 58. Count 60, 5 years of probation concurrent with count 57, 58, and 59. Count 61, 5 years of probation consecutive to count 57. And count 62, 10 years of probation consecutive to count 61.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Williams, did you discuss the state's previous offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and so we're all clear that we're talking about the same thing. Can you put what the state's previous offer was on the record for me, please?
I can, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The state's previous offer was a total of 43 years with 20 years, 5 years to serve on count 56, commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation. On count 58, the sentence was 10 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to count 56. Count 59 was 3 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56 and 58. Count 60 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, and 59. Count 61 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, 59, and 60.
Was that the entirety of what the sentence was?
No, Your Honor,
I mean, I know there were
reading.
special conditions, so y'all were
There
going
are.
to null cross
Yeah,
1
yeah.
and 62?
Yes, as part
Okay.
of the recommended sentence, in exchange for the defendant agreeing to the special conditions that we asked the court to impose, the state was willing to null pros count 1, count 57, and count 62.
Okay, and then all of that consecutive to the probation, that was going to be what we call backloaded, and what were y'all proposing with regard to that, since it was going to follow the probated sentence?
The total sentence was 43 years to serve, with the first 5 years in prison commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed by 23 years in prison, which would have been served in confinement, except that if defendant had complied with the special conditions of probation imposed as part of this sentence, the backloaded portion of defendant's sentence would have been commuted. However, should defendant had violated any special condition of probation within the first 15 years of his sentence, his probated sentence would have immediately been revoked, and he would have been required to serve the entire remainder of his sentence confined to the Georgia Department of Corrections.
All right, so as long as he had successfully completed his 15 years of probation, the 23 years that was going to follow it was going to be commuted to time served as long as his probation was successful. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And would the court like for us to?
No, I was really more interested in the length of sentence and what y'all had. I know you didn't reach agreement, but y'all, that's what the last offer had been with, of course, a bunch of special conditions, which I guess is where the hang up is. I don't know.
Right. Defendant did not want to agree to the special conditions.
All right. Is that basically your understanding too, Mr.
Yes, Your
Steele
Honor.
and
It would
Mr.
have been,
Adams?
yes, Your Honor. Mr. Williams would have been released today for 15 years on probation. If he successfully completes that probation, then he would not have to go to custody. If he did not, he'd face probation revocation as well as 23 years, as a court said, backloaded in the Georgia prison system. But we could not come to terms on all the conditions that the district attorney was insisting upon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you aware of that previous offer as well as all of the requirements that that offer would have entailed?
Yes.
Okay. And had you had enough time to discuss that particular offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right.
The previous one?
The previous offer.
Yes.
Do you understand that the court can impose any sentence authorized by law, including a higher sentence than that recommended by the state, up to the maximum sentence on each charge in this indictment? Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you enter into a non-negotiated plea, you do not have a right to withdraw your plea once the sentence has been announced?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a guilty plea which is permanently recorded on your criminal history?
Yes.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including in the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
I'm not on probation.
Okay, so you're
Yeah,
not on
if you
probation.
were on probation,
Yes, yes, yes.
but if you're not, then it doesn't matter.
Okay. Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind by this court, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probations without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence the court imposes?
Yes, I know. I know.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, and the Department of Corrections or Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect the right to vote, the right to hold public office, the right to serve on a jury, the right to obtain a passport, the right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or if you use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of up to 1 to 15 years in prison.
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to, that if you continued at trial, rather, you would continue to have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify or to remain silent and not incriminate yourself? Do you understand all of those things?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? The right to a trial by jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself.
Yes.
The right to confront witnesses against you.
Yes.
The right to continued assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the continued trial of your case.
Yes.
The right to the presumption of innocence.
Yes.
The right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence.
Yes.
The right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence.
Yes.
The right to have the charges against you proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
The right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, may I interject?
You may.
Your Honor, on count 1, which is the racketeering conspiracy count, Mr. Williams is tendering a plea under nolo contendere. As to count 56, which is participation in a criminal street gang activity as being a leader or a supervisor or organizer, Mr. Williams is also tendering a plea to this honorable court as under nolo contendere. The balance of the counts, so he is tendering a guilty plea.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
would the court like to hear from the state or not?
About the NOLO issues?
Yes.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state asked that the court not accept a nolo plea and require either a guilty plea or a not guilty plea as to these charges.
All right. I'm going to permit a nolo plea as to counts 1 and 56.
All right. Mr. Williams, as to count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
As to count 58, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 59, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 60, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 61, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And as to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, how do you plead?
Nolo.
As to count 56, participation in criminal street gang activity under the leadership charge, how do you plead?
Nolo.
I think you didn't ask about count 62.
As to count, thank you, Your Honor. As to count 62, possession of a machine gun, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty to the offenses you have indicated because you are in fact guilty of these charges?
Yes.
All right. Are your guilty pleas and your nolo pleas freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today's date for a felony charge and 12 months from today's date you don't have a misdemeanor charge, but to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, also, do you?
You have 30 days from
I was-
today to file a direct appeal from this guilty plea and until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw the guilty plea, which does not mean it would be granted, but that's the time period, okay?
What's a direct appeal?
Well, you can talk to your attorneys more about it, but it would be up to one of the, like the Court of Appeals, I think is where this one would go. Those just the time periods.
And Your Honor, the state, in addition to the sentence we are asking that the court to impose,
okay,
we would also be asking the court to require or to forfeit, have defendant forfeit all of the property that has been seized and that is currently being held, that was found or recovered or taken from his home after it was searched on May 9th.
Do you have any kind of list of what that property is? I mean, I'm not familiar with what was seized.
And Your Honor, we're not
We do,
agreeing.
and that,
Oh, I know, I mean, I assume y'all aren't agreeing to anything.
We're not
or you
agreeing
would
to that.
Present it as a negotiated plea.
we're not, but we do have a list of the
All right.
property
Do
items.
you have it where available right now?
Yes, actually, would the court permit us to send it electronically?
Sure,
Because
that's fine. And then if that is not imposed as a condition, is it just get litigated as like any forfeiture matter?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
it
ci-
would be litigated
it's a
later
c-
on, yes.
It's a civil separate filing in
Okay.
this court. It's not related to the criminal.
right.
It's related case, but it's unrelated.
Understood.
And we are sending that to Your
All right.
Honor
Thank you.
at this time. And as it relates to the conditions of a conviction under 1615-4, Your Honor, we would ask, or as part of the sentence, defendant would be required to adhere to the requirements, the sentencing requirements of the gang statute, which at least in part require that he not associate with any gang members whatsoever. And I can read the rest of that into the record if the court requires, or I can continue with the factual basis.
All right. And let me ask you, because I know that at least while y'all were negotiating, one of the things that I guess was being negotiated was some exception for, I think, somebody that is contractually obligated on his record label. Is that something that the state would still be in agreement to?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right. Your Honor, as part of the requirements of 1615-4,
Yes.
defendant would, one moment, Your Honor. Under 1615-4, in addition to any other penalty provided by the code section, all sentences imposed under the code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly
Slow down
have.
just a tad, because there's a court reporter taking it down. And when we start reading, we read really fast. So go ahead.
This code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of a criminal street gang, shall not participate in any criminal gang activity, and in cases involving a victim, shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any such victim or any member of any such victim's family or household. So that is, and we've listed in our indictment the victims of the crimes, the overt acts that have been committed, and under the basic conspiracy law, those are the victims that we are naming. Your Honor, as this case has been tried and would continue to be tried until the state completed its case in chief, the evidence has shown that the defendant, through Throughout the time between 2013 to 2022, conspired with both indicted and unindicted co-conspirators to participate in the enterprise known as Young Slime Life, or YSL, through a pattern of racketeering activity. Throughout that time, multiple conspirators, both indicted and unindicted, and including the defendant, have committed overt acts intended to further the enterprise itself. With regard to the defendant, as far back, the evidence has shown, as 2013, the defendant, along with other YSL founding members, Walter Murphy, for one, committed an aggravated assault and armed robbery against a Derek Dotson. The court has heard evidence of that presented through Adrian Bean, who was a co-conspirator in that particular act. The armed robbery of an Archillian Bennett back in 2013. As alleged in the indictment, defendant and unindicted and indicted co-conspirators committed acts to further YSL that included drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. They used and furthered, rather, this conspiracy by using social media posts and music to assert the violent nature of and the dominance of Young Slime Life, which is also known as YSL. The defendant is charged with being a leader of the gang YSL, and evidence has been presented by accomplices and co-founders of YSL, Trontavia Stevens and Walter Murphy, and evidence would have been presented, in the words of the defendant himself, that the defendant, as shown by some of his own social media postings, was the founder, one of the founders of YSL, along with Mr. Stevens and Mr. Murphy. YSL formed, according to the evidence that has come out in this trial, in 2012, 2013, under the former version of the name of the gang called Rock Crew, or Raised on Cleveland. The court has heard evidence of the 2014 and 2015 incidents that have involved conflicts between YSL members and IF gang members, that included someone shooting the window of Mr. Williams' car, and armed individuals rushing outside during shootings at Club Crucial to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at a place called the Dugout, where armed individuals rushed to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at Mr. Kelvin Watts committed by members of YSL, communication with members of YSL after those incidents, and ultimately the murder of Donovan Thomas at the hands of members of YSL. The evidence has shown and will show that on January 10th of 2015, members of YSL drove a car rented by the defendant, a gray Infiniti, and drove past Mr. Thomas as he stood outside of a barber shop congregating with friends, and unloaded an array of bullets on Mr. Thomas, hitting him, his Chevrolet Tahoe, and two other persons in the process. Mr. Thomas died from those bullets. Phone records show that communication was held between Mr. Williams, Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Demise McMullen, corroborating accomplice testimony that has been presented in this courtroom regarding what happened, who committed the murder, and what happened to the guns and the vehicles that were used in the murder. After the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., the members of YSL responsible for the murder and members of YSL who were not responsible for the murder congregated at Mr. Williams' condominium called the Sky House, and they all made plans and later either drove or flew down to Miami. Prior factual acknowledgments by members of YSL include that Mr. Williams gave each of the persons who accompanied him to Miami money to lay low as they left the city following the murder of Mr. Thomas. The evidence has shown the ensuing conflict that occurred after Mr. Thomas was killed. It has shown shootings at Mr. Rashawn Bennett's home, shootings at Mr. Darren Mills' mother's home, and I said Mr. Rashawn Bennett's mother's home. Shootings unrelated to the conflict with members of If Gang, of a Lil Wayne tour bus. That shooting followed the confronting by Atlanta Police Department of members of YSL that drove to the compound where Lil Wayne was making an appearance and who drove there with the intent to disrupt and cause harm and to shoot up Lil Wayne's tour bus. Lil Wayne was another artist with whom Mr. Williams was having conflict, according to the testimony that had been presented. Mr. Williams had come out at that time with a mixtape that carried the name of an album that Mr. Carter was set to release and was not able to because his label would not allow that to happen. That caused a contractual or the threat of a lawsuit. It caused Mr. Williams angst. He posted about it. He said derogatory things about the persons who were threatening him with the lawsuit. And as a result, he had to rename his mixtape to something different than what he initially intended. The person who ultimately was convicted of shooting that tour bus up, Jimmy Winfrey, is a person that I believe that recordings have come in regarding jail phone calls, rather, from Mr. Winfrey and members of YSL regarding communication about getting a lawyer. Following the shootings that occurred in 2015, music, social media postings, and other overt acts were committed by Mr. Williams and other members of YSL, taunting members of groups that they considered opposition to YSL, posting of threats of violence by members of YSL against those people. Specifically, the music, Your Honor, contained lyrics such as the following: I rep my life for real, for slimes, you know I kill. I shoot at your mammy, need to stand down. I up my stamina, take it to trial, get an appeal, take it to trial. Pay for that casket, that's just if we whack them. YSL slimy and shady, watch me whack that bitch, pop them like a cyst, Glock with the assist. It also consisted of a song wherein Mr. Williams sang or rapped the lyrics, "Hey, this is that slime shit, that YSL shit, killing 12 shit, fuck a jail shit. I'm in the VIP, I got the pistol on my hip, fuck the police. You praying that you live, I'm praying that I hit, this that slime shit. 100 rounds in a Tahoe, I'm prepared to take them down. Got banana clips for all these ends acting monkey. This is that slime shit, this is that mob shit. Fuck the judge, YSL, this that mob life." Defendant Williams released a video on YouTube of a song wherein he states, "I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentions me. Act like you want war and they gonna smoke you like a blunt." Another song, "I escaped every one of the licks because I was supposed to be rich. I don't care nothing about a cop. I'm just telling you how it is. I done did the robbing, I done did the jacking, now I'm full rapping. Gave the lawyer close to $2 million, he handles all the killing. We don't speak about shit on wax, it's all my business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all kittens." In another song, "I was on Cleveland, stuck like a magnet, bitch ass N-word. Pay for that casket, that's just if we whack 'em." In yet another song, Defendant Williams raps, "Red just like Elmo, but I never fucking giggle. YSL won't fold. Pick his ass off from the balcony, wipe an end's nose. I'm gonna F for the cash, then she getting robbed by Tick," a reference to Trontavia Stevens. "All I ever wanted was the money. Put your hands in the air if you dare. F and N, put him in a wheelchair." And even later on, Mr. Williams, and I believe that this was in 2019, made a post to YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you." And in yet another song entitled "Anybody," Defendant Williams stated, "I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. I got the streets on my back, carry it like I'm moving a body. I told them to shoot 100 rounds like he trying to movie the body. Ready for war like I'm Russia. I get all types of cash, I'm a general." As Mr. Williams' prominence in the music industry rose, his ascension within or in leadership in the gang YSL became more apparent as he rapped and talked about the crimes that YSL co-conspirators and members committed and how he got away with robberies. With respect to the Donovan Thomas murder, the court has heard evidence through phone records that within 6 minutes of the shooting of Donovan Thomas Jr., a phone call was made from Demise McMullen's cell phone to Defendant Williams' phone. And then immediately after that call, Mr. Williams calls his sister Dora Greer and then calls Kelvin Treadwell. There's then a series of calls between Dora, Greer, and Treadwell, and then Treadwell calls Demise McMullen or Nard. All of those calls happen within 15 minutes of the 911 call. And as I have stated before, the court has heard accomplice prior inconsistent statements about who committed the murder itself and what happened afterwards. The conflict between YSL and members of If Gang continued into 2019, wherein Mr. Williams raps the lyrics that I referred to earlier. In May 2019, a YSL member shot multiple times at a vehicle owned by Rayshawn Bennett, a black and red Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon that at the time was being driven by a Milton Howard Jr. It was after that incident, later in August 2019, that defendant Williams posted on his page the language, YFN, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. The post was then deleted from his account. Through text messages of a co-conspirator, Marquavius Huey, there was communication between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, both in January and in September of 2020. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Marquavius Huey with the performance location of Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci. And when he sent that, he sent it with the message, handle that tonight, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. Mr. Huey responded, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. On September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of YFN Lucci, and Mr. Williams responded, Slatty, that is S-L-A-T-T-Y, handle, and stay very low. Mr. Huey responded, slat, and for show, F-A-S-H-O, I've been out the way, and appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. Mr. Williams responded, slat, handle that, I got you. Through text messages and on a separate occasion, Mr. Huey said and conveyed to Mr. Williams that he would sit down for any one of them. And I believe that to be a reference of going to jail. When Mr. Bennett was not killed in 2022, Jaden Myrick sought permission from defendant Williams to stab Mr. Bennett while Mr. Bennett resided with Mr. Myrick at the jail. Mr. Myrick reached out to co-indictee Khalif Adams, who reached out to co-indictee Demikion Garlington to get permission from Mr. Williams. Demikion Garlington was also involved in the back and forth shootings back in 2015. On February 9th, 2022, Rayshawn Bennett was stabbed by Jaden Myrick at the Fulton County Jail. And after that stabbing, Mr. Myrick reached out multiple times to Mr. Adams for some type of compensation for the stabbing. Mr. Adams reached out to Mr. Garlington about the payment for the completion. On February the 22nd, 2022, YSL co-conspirator and co-indictee Christian Eppinger called YSL co-conspirator Antonio Sumlin to get permission to finish what Mr. Myrick could not complete, that is the killing of Mr. Bennett. Mr. Eppinger asked for payment for a lawyer. However, these calls were intercepted and Mr. Bennett was relocated. In March 2022, information about the stabbing made the news, and shortly thereafter, a series of violent offenses occurred. On March 11, 2022, YSL associates Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were gunned down. Mr. McMiller is a childhood friend of Mr. Williams. Mr. Ford was also a friend of Mr. Williams. On March 12th, the day after, There was a shootout near the Cleveland Avenue area. A shooting by a YSL associate, Stephen Harris, in YFN territory occurred, and a YFN member was shot in the head. March 11th through March 14th, there were a number of social media posts going back and forth between members of YSL and YFN. One of them was a post by Shannon Stillwells. "We ain't the only ones who ain't gonna be crying, that's going to be crying." After a posting was made by Mr. Watts picturing him, Mr. Shamel Drinks, and Mr. Jasper Walters, on March 14th, 2022, after YSL members spotted Mr. Drinks at a gas station, Mr. Drinks was gunned down as he drove away from the gas station and waited at a red light. Later, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Farley were all charged with the murder. That is one of the acts that we are still and would anticipate the court seeing the evidence of during the course of this trial. After grand jury warrants were issued after this indictment for Mr. Williams and 27 other co-conspirators, following searches of phones, wiretaps, and other information that led police to understand the role that Mr. Williams played in the YSL street gang and enterprise. Mr. Williams' home, he was arrested at his home and a search warrant was executed inside his home. While at his home, a sale amounts of illegal narcotics, including those that he is charged with in this indictment, was found. Also found was the machine gun with which the defendant has been charged in this indictment. The gun had a switch. The narcotics included marijuana, codeine, and cocaine. And inside the home were also other guns besides the guns with the switch. The items were seized, and again, Mr. Williams was subsequently arrested, along with other YSL members at Mr. Williams' home. Your Honor, that is the evidence that I believe has been shown throughout the course of this trial and that the state would continue to show. There are several messages between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams inside the cell phone one of the cell phones that were recovered from Mr. Huey. Besides the messages about tells Mr. Williams he has a new number. Mr. Huey asks Mr. Williams, "Hey, my brother, I'm fucked up. You ain't got nobody I can pull up on and have something in my pocket." Mr. Williams responds, "Slat, let me call BEO." Mr. Huey responding, "Slat, I need you, my brother." Mr. Huey saying, asking whether or not a lawyer was going to go and talk to another YSL associate, asking Mr. Williams to send him some money to pay his lawyer off. Mr. Williams asking Mr. Huey, who had been accused of armed robbery, what did he want? Mr. Huey responded with a number. Mr. Williams responded, "Slat." After Mr. Williams stole a star ring from one of the victims in the indictment, he asked Mr. Williams, "Do you have a star ring?" Mr. Williams said, "Yes." Mr. Huey said, "Slat, you can't cash at me $500 so I can make a payment to my lawyer." Mr. Williams responded, "Slat." Mr. Huey sent him his phone number. Mr. Williams assured him through his responses, SLAT, that he would take care of them. Throughout Mr. Huey's phone, you see messages of this nature between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. The court, again, will hear that as this trial continues. The recommendation that the state previously made prior to us reaching this point was made with the hope that Mr. Williams would agree to certain special conditions of probation that we asked him to adhere to, and that he would take ownership and responsibility for being the leader of YSL. Given that those negotiations have broken down, we are asking that the court sentence Mr. Williams as we have asked earlier. And prior to the court imposing a sentence, we would ask that Ms. Shawana Edmonds, who is the mother of Mr. Thomas, be allowed an opportunity to make an impact statement. And that is all that we have, unless the court has questions.
Okay, well, given that Mr. Williams is not charged with the murder of Mr. Thomas, I don't think that that is applicable here.
I checked on that, Your Honor, with respect to count one. As a co-conspirator, Mr. Williams is responsible for all of the acts of the other co-conspirators, the overt acts. The overt act of the murder of Donovan Thomas is one of those acts.
I know, and this trial is not complete, and so y'all have not yet proven that. Not to mention that you dismissed the murder charge against one of the co-defendants who already pled. So,
not for that case, Your Honor. That was a different. That was Mr. Drinks.
okay.
We have not dismissed any.
All right. Well, if there is a conviction on the RICO or murder count following the close of this trial, that would be the appropriate time for the victim impact statement to be made. All right, Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams, does the defense want to put anything on the record? Obviously, you need to make a recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Many of the statements made by the prosecutor, we vehemently disagree with. The prosecutor misstated many pieces of evidence and then took liberty that that is the state's theory. Mr. Williams has tendered a nolo contendere plea to the RICO conspiracy count. And in that count, there are several overt acts. And the first one, Your Honor, deals with a traffic stop. It's on September 9th of 2013. And I won't go through every one because it might take a long time, but just for completeness for this, as court knows, Mr. Williams is driving a car. There is a dash cam video of the stop. The officer who testified at the trial 11 years later, the case was a gun was found under the passenger seat. Mr. Williams is not tied to the gun. He's not convicted of that. And the dash cam video that the officer said would have picked up sound as well as definitely video was never turned over to us, supposedly lost. Could not explain the loss. The armed robbery in another overt act of Mr. Dodson, D-O-D-S-O-N, has the following information. The state only, because we haven't called witnesses yet. So the state put up a man who said nothing except, I don't recall. And then they put in his prior recorded jail calls. That man was taken, his name is Mr. Bean, B-E-A-N. He was taken to Grady Hospital and he was spoken with by a detective. The state vehemently accused me of lying to the jury, that the man never went, Mr. Bean was never taken to Grady Hospital, and that somehow I planted on him to say something on a recording where he said, the reason I implicated Jeffrey Williams is because the police told me that it would be easier for me. Then I had to go through the CAD reports and show that Mr. Bean was in fact taken to Grady Hospital, and Mr. Bean on recording told Detective Quinn, who of course told the truth. Yes, when I spoke to the detective previously, I did lie. Then what the state doesn't tell the jury is that there's another man in the car. He is shot at the scene. He's arrested. He pled guilty. His name is Fred Prethro, P-R-E-T-H-O. And Mr. Prethro is in the Georgia State Prison System, easy to find. And Mr. Prethro was in Grady Hospital also, unfortunately suffering from a gunshot wound. And you can hear the medical equipment behind him. And Detective Williams came in and was recording the whole conversation and said how many people were in the car. And Mr. Prethro names the people. Adrian Bean, who's the gentleman I just said, himself, and Walter Murphy. Are you sure there weren't a fourth person in the car? No, the three of us. The state doesn't call that person. The state does call Detective Williams. So I wanted to ask and inquire on that. The state, to obstruct, if that's obstruction, asked the predecessor court to prohibit me from getting into the fact of any conversation that would have impeached another witness. It's fine. Fred Prethro's on my witness list as well as the detective, and I have the recordings. In addition to that, Walter Murphy gave a statement while in the hospital, and his statement is very interesting. It's two different police reports, signed the same date, which is September 11th of 2013, and on the first 7 lines of the police report, they're identical. Then all of a sudden, when it gets to on the right-hand police report, it says Mr. Murphy stated that there were 3 people, I believe, I have to go back, in the vehicle. On the other police report, it states Mr. Murphy stated there were 4 people. There's no reason that they should be different. They're both signed the same. The state doesn't call that officer at all. I tried to ask Mr. Murphy about it. The state objects, and the predecessor judge sustained the objection. Mr. Williams was not involved in the Mr. Dotson. Miss Bennett, that was Mother's Day, May 12, 2013. She reports allegedly an armed robbery. The detective who testified here and investigated stated he never took out arrest warrants from Mr. Williams. And he wrote his police report, Miss Bennett is not truthful. That is the case that the state is talking about. The state then, there was Brady evidence that they don't turn over, and we find out about it in court after they arrest Miss Bennett because they say she's not cooperating, and it comes out that she told the prosecution over and over again that this did not happen the way that she reported it, and she doesn't remember. As to Donovan Thomas, and Mr. Williams has nothing but empathy, sympathy, and sorrow. They were friends. It is a lie. What the prosecution has put before this jury is a lie. What happened here is the prosecution comes up with a theory because they need a motive, they think. I know you don't need a motive in reality to prove a murder case or any other case, but they wanted a motive. So they made it where Mr. Williams and a gentleman named Rich Homie Kwan, his name is Mr. Lamar, he's a performer, and Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were close. There are public documents, recordings, Mr. Lamar being interviewed almost every year, and then he talks about his time with this band or group called Rich Gang. And he says every year up to this past year, he, God forbid, died. We can't call him as a witness, how close he is to Mr. Williams. The state, though, made it in this case, or tried to make it, that Mr. Williams and Rich Homie Kwan are enemies because Rich Homie Kwan will not sign with a record label that has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams doesn't sign to that record label. That record label is owned by a gentleman named Brian Williams, also goes by Birdman. Wildly successful. He started Drake's career. He started Mr. Dwayne Carter, performer known as Lil Wayne's career. He started Nicki Minaj's career. Just fabulous, powerful person, well respected in the industry. But the state wants it to be that Donovan Thomas interceded and would not let Rich Homie Kwan sign to Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, and that is the reason that Jeffrey Williams had a feud and killed Donovan Thomas. Your Honor, what the evidence would really show if we kept going to trial, and I could tell you that Mr. Adams and I never thought we'd be in front of this honorable court. We always thought it would go all the way through trial. Was The state is saying that Rich Homie and Jeffrey Williams don't speak since the fall, and they have a bad relationship the fall of 2014. We would have shown, and we served on the state, December 15th, 2014, Jeffrey Williams in a private plane with Mr. Lamar, or Rich Homie Quan, and they are high-fiving and laughing with each other. That is on audio video. There's a man who the state hasn't called yet, Mr. Martinez Arnold, also known as Duke. It's on the state's witness list. He's represented by the Honorable Ashley Merchant. He's on that plane as well. He would have identified the item, and he would have testified that Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were very close in December 2014. Then on December 29th of 2014, Mr. Williams, Mr. Rich Homie Quan, Mr. Arnold, others were at Brian Williams' home in Miami, Florida. There was a posting by Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Quan, and a picture of Mr. Arnold and Mr. Lamar, and they said, Mr. Lamar says, "This is my number one man, Duke," or something to that effect. We would have put that into evidence. In addition to that, Your Honor, on December 8th, 2 days before Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was killed, Mr. Williams is with Mr. Thomas, as well as Mr. Sledge and Brian Williams in Brian Williams' tour bus outside of a fabulous entertainer, artist, Mr. Clifford Harris, T.I.'s studio. And at that time, they were very close. But you also have the detective with the gang unit, Detective Underwood. I asked her within the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, did you do any, and she was on the gang unit the entire time, including today. And I asked her, do you have any evidence about Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas being close friends? And she said, yes. Of course, I knew that. I said, how about in January of 2015, close to the time of Mr. Thomas's death? She said, yes, they were close friends. Mr. Michael Sprinkle, he's a deputy district attorney in the Fulton County DA's office. He has a recording with Mr. Treadwell. You've heard the name O.G. Bentley. And in that, they're going through the evidence. And Mr. Treadwell, it's important because he has a child, two actually, with Mr. Thomas's sister. So he's family. And Mr. Sprinkle states this is 2018, this is after the rental car, this is after all of the interviews of Mr. Copeland, this is after the interviews of Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle's in some of those interviews with Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle on tape, on recording, states, I do not know why anybody thinks Jeffrey Williams is involved in this killing. He and Donovan Thomas were close friends. It makes no sense to anyone. And Mr. Williams was never arrested, never charged, even in this, as the court just noted, with anything to do with Donovan Thomas's, God forbid, killing. In addition to that, Donovan Thomas has a place that he used to stay with a group of people on Auburn Avenue. Jeffrey Williams performed and did a music shoot there to try to help other people who are suffering in poverty to get out and to be able to be seen and to broadcast their music. Jeffrey Williams does that for everybody because he comes, Your Honor, from the struggle of total poverty, seeing people killed. He saw his brother die right in front of him, and the law enforcement, I'm not blaming anybody, everybody's on edge. The law enforcement would not get any help for him because there are all these people around. It is just what Mr. Williams has gone through is wrong for everyone. It's not just Mr. Williams, it's that whole community, but he's trying to get people out of poverty and out of that community. I have been with Mr. Williams where we have gone to speak with children together. And he tells them, don't be a rapper. Be like Brian, be a lawyer, keep in school. He tells his children, get your education. His family, his whole being, Your Honor, is trying to break the chains of poverty for others. And it has been spun in this courtroom with false statements and allegations against Mr. Williams at every turn. In addition to that, Your Honor, the state talks about the fact that Mr. Williams takes people to Miami. You would have heard evidence if we went forward. I put all these people on my witness list. Not one person on my witness list has been interviewed by law enforcement or the prosecution. They have investigated this case for 15 years. They haven't interviewed all these people. That Sprinter van that you heard about, that was already booked days before. Going to Miami, Florida, Mr. Williams and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, they did a video shoot for a music video. If anybody would have gone further with the expert for the state, they would have seen that Mr. Williams' cell phone does not contact any of the co-defendants that are named here in Miami, and Mr. Williams stays at a separate location than any of those persons. He would always take people who can't afford it on airplanes, on buses, on tours, to his concerts. He let everyone go because, Your Honor, they never left that area. He wanted to show people you have an opportunity. The world is big. Mr. Williams gave jobs to everybody who'd want to work. He'd give them jobs and security, and I'm not insulting them. They really weren't their jobs, but they were being mentored, but they were given titles and tried to give them respect and opportunity. But if they did not wish to work, Mr. Williams would not allow them to work with them. This has all been turned on its head by the state. The fact that the state has put in Mr. Williams' lyrics are offensive. Mr. Williams has tens of thousands of recordings. On our witness list, we are bringing in all of his people, his recording artists, his engineers, his managers, his record label, and an expert, the Honorable Dr. Eric Nielsen, to talk about how Mr. Williams creates his music. His music is then changed around and merged. Mr. Williams, some of the lyrics you just heard are not even uttered by Mr. Williams. The state has no idea when these lyrics were made. Some of them were made before the shooting of Donovan Thomas that the state is saying this applies to Donovan Thomas killing with the Tahoe. They are so far afield of where we need to be when we are trying to, God forbid, take somebody's liberty, Your Honor. The state is talking about things like F the judge and I rep my life for real. That's not even said by Mr. Williams, but they don't care to find out. They are on a tunnel vision to try to convict a man who should not be convicted. The statement about I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with that body. If the state just bothered to talk with anybody, that is a Nicki Minaj song with Jeffrey Williams. It is written by Nicki Minaj. That is on the text messages I gave, not the text message, the Instagram or Twitter rather, that I gave to the state. That is out well before this, but the state doesn't care. This is out in 2015 or 16 or 17 or 18, I can't remember, I think 18, where Mr. Williams is asked who wrote anybody, and his response is anybody was written by Nicki Minaj, and it was. But it was really written and sung. It's a takeoff of a song by Tupac. There's a song that it parallels, which is an inspiration. But here we are with the state. Also, I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with the body. The next line comes up is it's a truancy body. The state can't explain that, so they just conveniently leave it out. Your Honor, there were wiretaps on this case. Mr. Williams, it was going to come out, there was an application to wiretap his phone. The state never presented to a judge. That speaks volumes. The leader of the YSL criminal street gang, who's been involved from 2012 until his arrest, and even according to the state, while we sit here, they never even tried to wiretap his phone. It might have been because they don't really know what his phone number is. So all these communications you're being told about with Mr. Huey, I'm not so sure the state could have gotten anybody to say that's Mr. Williams' phone. This is how the trial has gone for us. But we sit here for almost 2 years since we did our jury selection initiation on January 4th, 2023. Mr. Williams has been sitting in a jail since May 9th, 2022. This is 2.5 years waiting for the conclusion of the state's case and a verdict from the jury, and that's why he is tendering this plea. I'm telling the court this, and the court knows when you came out the first time. It's very hard for Mr. Williams. I am not supportive of what we're doing right now. I'm not against it. But I told Mr. Williams, you okay with me saying this? Yes. I told Mr. Williams that I think we're winning the trial and we should go to verdict. But he told me I can't wait another 3 months if there is any possibility I could go home because I have children that are hurting. I have things to do, and he has some medical issues that he would like to tend to. He eats out of a bag, Your Honor. He eats processed food only. He gained 75 pounds during trial. He's lost it since. But it is hard. You know, for me, it's only 3 more months. It's enjoyable, actually. I enjoy coming. It's not that enjoyable for Mr. Williams. He told me he wakes up. Can I say? Yes. He wakes up every day, and it's another day in HE blank blank. Your Honor, the state is talking about, in this case, they put in social media. This honorable court was not here, but the state put in that Mr. Williams, in the indictment, Mr. Williams put out a call for murder. He put $24 million murder for hire on a person's head. That is a lot of money, and that is awful. If they would have read the chat, the Instagram chat, Mr. Williams, right above it, there's a picture of a very well-known, very accomplished musical artist who actually had surgically implanted in his forehead a pink diamond worth $24 million that day. That's what Mr. Williams would talk about. That's the type of evidence that is coming from the state of Georgia in this case. It is wrong. This is all wrong. And I know we're pleading guilty, and I know we're pleading nolo, and I know we're asking this honorable court for a certain sentence, and we'll get to it with the court's permission. But this is the type of evidence that there is. But it is holding this man hostage. And that's not really what we're supposed to do, district attorney time in the state of Georgia or anywhere. The state then, because I opened on that, then they never bothered to put in all of the chats. Why did it take me to read the chats? In addition to that, going back to Donovan Thomas, talk about Mr. Williams involved, the state did a geofence. A geofence tracks his devices. It doesn't have to be a phone. It could be an iPad. It could be any type of electronic device that targets and is used. You don't have to be on the phone. It's the contact. If he has an app open, it'll capture it. And the state targeted the McDonald's, where they keep saying that Mr. Williams met with people there. They targeted the barbershop where, God forbid, the killing occurred. And they targeted a third location, no, 2 locations. And it comes out, Ms. Williams' devices are not there. It's exculpatory. I don't get that information. I got that because I interviewed Lieutenant Crabtree, and the results can't be found, according to prosecution. I did a motion for that. They just can't find it. That is great evidence for Mr. Williams. It would have also shown clearly that when he does go down from his house after getting this call that I'll talk about from Demise McMullen, he's not with these other people. And the expert for the state, the FBI agent who does the telephone analysis, Mr. Williams' phone does not ping off the same tower as a Demise McMullen or a Mr. Copeland or a Mr. Garlington or whomever. The state of Georgia has misrepresented for 2 years in front of this jury. They have hidden evidence. They have violated Brady. They have falsely accused Mr. Williams. Your Honor, saying that Mr. Williams gets that call 7 minutes after, the state said 6, it was 7 minutes after the killing of Donovan Thomas from Demise McMullen. Mr. Williams was already out of his home. Mr. Demise McMullen's is calling Mr. Williams. He's not even there. He's going down to meet with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, also known as O.G. Bentley. O.G. Bentley was supposed to go to Miami, Florida. They were talking about this deal. And Mr. Williams, that day, he was given another contract. Mr. Williams, by this time, he went from zero money. He is a multimillionaire at the time. He doesn't need the Cleveland Avenue drug deals for $15. He doesn't need the shootings. He wasn't even living in Atlanta since 2018, 19, 20, 21. He came back the very end of 21, 6 months, and he got arrested in May of 2022. In his house, Your Honor, we have everyone on the witness list. There are 12 people living at that house. Mr. Williams opens up any of a car that he has. He'll rent cars for people. Any home he has, he will allow people to live in hotels because people that he knows, unfortunately, are homeless. And he gives them all places to stay, cars to drive around. He is not involved in criminal activity. Mr. Williams just got back in our country. His passport shows it. Right before he was arrested on May 9th of 2022, there were other people in that house with the drugs and the guns. There are people whose the guns are in their names. They were going to come in court and claim the guns. Everybody else was doing as well, but Mr. Williams has entered a guilty plea. I'm not going back on that, but I just want you to know that this case is just wrong to do to somebody with no bond and to hold him hostage. He wants to, you may not do it. He's aware of that. He's aware of that. But the state offered him 15 years on probation, but they keep piling on these conditions. He just said, he made up his mind. He said, I'm just going to go with it. I got to get home. Judge may not let me home, but I'm not doing these conditions and admit that I'm the leader and I'm involved in the killing, and my music just promoted everybody to do it. He's not going to do that. So he did not do that. And that's how we wound up here. The state, the night of the killing, people came to Mr. Williams' home. The state tells the court, he said, lay low. What they don't tell you is right after that, he gave money to Mr. Sledge, who said, they're going to kill me. They think I did it. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with it, I don't want to be with you. And Mr. Sledge said, I just need a hotel room with my children and my bride or my significant other to get to. And Mr. Williams said, be safe, lay low. That's the lay low. In addition to that, Mr. Williams told Mr. Copeland's with the police. Hours after the killing of Mr. Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland goes to the police department. Mr. Williams is the person who told him to go. Mr. Copeland said, what do I do? They're shooting at my house, at my family's house, at my significant other's mother's house. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with the murder, get out of here. Mr. Copeland denied it. And Mr. Williams said, then go tell the police. Mr. Copeland said, you want me to go to the police? And Mr. Williams said, if you had nothing to do with it, they think you did it. Go to the police. In addition to that, Mr. Copeland said, well, I'm going to retaliate. Mr. Williams told him, don't do that. Let 12 handle. That's on recordings. That is on recordings on January 11th of 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Your Honor, as far as Dwayne Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams had no conflict with him. They are friends. We were presenting evidence that right before this shooting of the tour bus is April 26th of 2015. Mr. Williams is performing in New Orleans area. Then that's the area where it's Holly Grove, where Mr. Carter, or Lil Wayne, a performer known as Lil Wayne, comes from. And in order to drum up popularity and interest, people get on the internet and they start what's called rap battles, arguments, feuds. That's what happened here, and you would have heard testimony from Mr. Williams' management that they said, start a rap battle. It'll be better for your career. Mr. Dwayne Carter is aware of that. Mr. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. The state's aware of this. He has interviews after this. Are you mad? What's the real deal with Jeffrey Williams? He states, no. He's great with me. He brought popularity to me. He loves me. He idolizes me, and I love working with him. They did an album together. In 2014, they're in the studio together, making music together. It is all made up that Mr. Williams is involved. Mr. Williams gives a statement. The state refuses to put it in and then stop me, the previous judge, from cross-examining the detective. His name is Racy. He met with Mr. Williams in the DeKalb County Jail on the 15th day of July 2015. Mr. Williams is arrested that day. And there's a long interview. And Mr. Williams waives his right to counsel. He tells them, I'm his lawyer. They say, you don't want to speak to us? You don't have to. He said, well, I'll speak with you. And they asked Mr. Williams these questions. What about Lil Wayne's shooting? He said, it was outrageous. I love him. That's my idol. I love Lil Wayne. How about this battle? He says it's promotion. They asked him about his rap lyrics. It's the only person that the state ever did anything about rap lyrics with. And they asked Mr. Williams, what about the rap lyrics? And he tells them, it's hyperbole. He didn't use that word. He used the word, it's made up. It's rhyming. It's made up. Not like the state is saying that I rap lyrics for real. That's not even Mr. Williams' utterance. Your Honor, the point I'm trying to make to you is what the state of Georgia has presented to this jury in this courtroom the past year has been full of untruths, and they know it. The state says that Mr. Williams had a conflict because he named an album with Dwayne Carter, and Dwayne Carter didn't like that. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. He said that was one of the nicest things anyone could have done to me. It shows how much he really appreciates me. It shows respect and honor, and I appreciate what he did. The state knows this. With regards to Jimmy Winfrey, what the state did is they put in a recording. It's not Mr. Williams. It's a jail recording, Mr. Winfrey and an unknown person. And an unknown person says, when you get out, you're going to get a Porsche and $250,000. Mr. Williams not privy to that. The state looked at all of Mr. Williams' bank records, everything. They undressed him financially. There's zero evidence Mr. Williams did anything for Mr. Winfrey. The state tells you that Mr. Winfrey asked for money for a lawyer. The conversation was, and it's recorded, it was with Mr. Williams' manager. And Jimmy Winfrey said, I need to show that I was gainfully employed for the court. Can you get me something from YSL? And the manager said, yeah, if we have it, and if it's true, yes, you can have it. That is it. There's no evidence that Mr. Williams paid for anybody's lawyer, Mr. Winfrey or otherwise. In addition to that, Your Honor, the social media postings with Mr. Rashawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucy. So Mr. Williams, the state tells Mr. Bennett on social media, I would have killed you if I didn't like the way you take care of your mother and children. That is the post. What they don't tell you is Mr. Bennett, who is also, to his credit, trying to drum up his career. Mr. Bennett is picking on Mr. Williams, who's a much higher profile artist than Mr. Bennett at that time. And Mr. Bennett is saying that he slept with Mr. Williams' fiance, while Mr. Williams and she are a significant couple, that Mr. Williams' music is awful. Nobody should listen to his music ever. Mr. Williams responds by saying, we can do an album together if you want. Stop this. The man continues of how he's sleeping with Mr. Williams' significant other, and then Mr. Williams responds by saying, I would have killed you except for what you do. That is the context that they don't tell you about. And Mr. Williams did nothing to Mr. Bennett. In fact, the evidence would have shown, if we had time or we would have gone forward, that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Williams are on the red carpet receiving awards in California, sitting right next to each other and taking photographs. This is not the Jeffrey Williams is a known person who is all over the place. If he did something, somebody wanted him, they can find him. He is not hanging out on Cleveland Avenue. What the state is saying are not true. The situation with Mr. Bennett, so he's in the Fulton County Jail, and he's housed, and there are crazy, sick, violent people, and they're on the phone, and Mr. Myrick, M-Y-R-I-C, is calling other people, supposed co-conspirators. How much will Jeffrey Williams give? He doesn't say that, but that's the theme of it, as well as Christian Eppinger. What the state doesn't tell you is that when Mr. Sumlin is asked, hey, find out how much Thug will pay me to kill Mr. YFN Lucci, Mr. Sumlin says, I don't know his number. I can't get in touch with him. He doesn't talk to me. And that's because, Your Honor, since 2015, and he means no insult, but Jeffrey Williams has had zero contact with Shannon Stillwell until this case, Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington, Justin Cobb, Demise McMullen, Mr. Sledge, Mr. Murphy, all these people. This is a lie. This is a 100% lie, and that's why we tendered a NOLO plea to being a leader of a criminal street gang. Mr. Williams is not a leader. In fact, if it would go forward, on Mr. Huey's phone, there are conversations with Mr. Copeland. And they both say how Jeffrey Williams is a zero, and F him. And they don't talk to him, and Jeffrey Williams never does anything for them. Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams met later. He met him closer in the time of 2020. Mr. Huey's father went through a horrible episode that Mr. Williams knew, and that's how Mr. Williams knew his son, who's Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey's on hard times, and Mr. Huey's making mistakes. And Mr. Huey, supposedly, Mr. Williams believes, armed robbed a man named Chandler Durham, D-U-R-H-A-M. Mr. Durham is Mr. Williams. He's a fabulous record engineer. And Mr. Williams states, give him back, tell him to give back the property or he's going to die. The state puts that as an overt act. No one dies. The property doesn't get returned. Mr. Huey ignores Mr. Williams. The state told you today that Jeffrey Williams sent Mr. Huey a posting that Mr. YFN Lucci is going to be performing on January 19, 2020. That's not true. Mr. Huey sent that to whoever phone that was. And all it says is slat and slatty. Well, I went out to the places that Mr. Bennett was supposed to perform. There's no shooting. There was no fight. There was nothing to report. There's nothing here. In addition, the state says same thing on September 12th, September 2nd, 2022 on Mr. Huey's phone. I'm not conceding that was Jeffrey Williams even having a conversation with him, but even if it was, it doesn't show anything. It says slatty, lay low. Lay low means don't do anything. Get out of the way. That is what it is. That is Mr. Williams' role. Mr. Williams, there is evidence in the record, and there would have been more. He takes people on tour with him. He takes people in the mall with him. But when they do crime or do things to people, for instance, there was a prostitute, and several people gave that prostitute money, $500. And the prostitute, at the end of the $500, getting $500 from several people, had sex with a person, and then she was armed robbed. So all the money came back. Mr. Williams wasn't involved in that, but he heard about it. He made those people find the prostitute and repaid her every dime. People stole from stores that Mr. Williams found about. He went to the stores and he repaid all that. He didn't steal anything. He doesn't need to steal anything. Your Honor, Mr. Williams stands with Elton John. Elton John called Mr. Williams the next coming of John Lennon. Mr. Williams is unbelievable talent. He's not just a rap artist. In fact, when he's interviewed in 2017, he gives a statement and he says, I had to learn rap. He grew up in a house learning other forms of music. He likes all music, but rap hit in his community, and his community raised him. They supported him. They came out to him. They made him get into establishments. And once the establishment saw all the people come out, he got more establishments. And then he went out of that little area in Atlanta to other parts of Georgia, and then to all the neighboring states and throughout our country. And he has performed on every continent but one. He has performed in front of, being the headliner, 300,000 people at one time. He has a real life and career. He is not the leader, and he is not worried about buying jewelry that is stolen. Mr. Williams is actually innocent. I'm not trying to corrupt our plea. That's his plea, and he's entitled to it, and he wants it, and he embraces it. But to me, this is a wrongful prosecution. This is outrageous.
All right, so you're pleading guilty, or your client is pleading guilty to counts 57 through 62.
It's all true.
Do you
Yes, there's a
concede
factual
there's a
basis.
factual basis
I
for those
concede.
counts?
Yes, I concede that.
Okay. All right, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. And Your Honor, I'll answer any of your questions, but the point I'm trying to make is 45 years to serve 25 years in prison, when just this morning, it was a probationary offer. It was a probationary offer. The state knows, but they want to control. They have this theory of music, and they want to stop Mr. Williams from making music, from entertaining, just stop his life. That's just not right. And it's wrong of the district attorney in Fulton County to do that. If they offer probation, then he's not a 45 to serve 25 years in custody type of person, and he's certainly not the person that the state has stated in front of the court. What we're asking, Your Honor, on count one, which is the RICO count, to accept the nolo contendere plea. Please sentence Mr. Williams to 20 years to serve 5 years in prison commuted to time served. Mr. Williams has served, as I said, 22.5 years. On count 56, Your Honor, that's the leadership of a gang, nolo plea, 20 years to serve 5 years commuted to time served, consecutive to all other counts. On count 57, which is a gang count, Your Honor, not a leader, guilty plea, 20 years to serve 5 years commuted to time served, concurrent with count one. With regard to count 58, which is possession of, I believe it is marijuana with intent to distribute, 10-year sentence on probation, concurrent with count one. On count 59, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, 5 years on probation, concurrent with count one. On count 59, Your Honor, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of cocaine, 3 years on probation, concurrent with count one. Count 61, 5 years of probation. It's a firearm count, consecutive to the other counts, consecutive to before count 56. And then count 62, 10 years to serve commuted to time served. That should be a total sentence, Your Honor, that we are respectfully requesting the court to consider. I believe it's 45 years to serve 5 years in prison, commuted to time served, 40 years on probation, credit for the time already served and community time served. As I said, after 3 years of probation, the probation becomes non-reporting, and after successful completion of 10 years on probation, the balance of the sentence be terminated. Mr. Williams asked the court for house arrest for 3 years as part of the sentence, but house arrest specifically defined that Mr. Williams will be in his home or at any lawful employment, touring, studio, performance, business meetings, and the like. Wear an ankle monitor for the first year and pay the costs of same, and the company must be approved by probation department, and the ankle monitor to be affixed within 10 days of hopeful release from custody. Mr. Williams cannot possess a firearm, but he can be around licensed security who are armed or other persons who are lawfully carrying a firearm with a license. And that would be knowingly for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams can transfer probation outside the state of Georgia. He has residences in the state of California. He has studios in the state of California. Mr. Williams be allowed to travel throughout our country and the world for lawful work-related industries. Mr. Williams wants to perform. He's going to do this anyway, Your Honor, but we made it part of the sentence. At least one concert each year at a venue, if they'll have him holding 10,000 people, if that is workable for the venue and Mr. Williams' management, and he is going to donate all of the profits that he makes to a 501c3 charity. Mr. Williams wants to pledge $100,000 for the next 3 years to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office if they will hold an illegal firearm buyback to buy back firearms that are not supposed to be on our streets. Mr. Williams does not wish to go near the Cleveland Avenue area, not to insult that area at all, but it is just not a good idea under this circumstance. And he can drive on the highway, but otherwise not come within 1 mile of the area that we call Cleveland Avenue, and we can give the exact dimensions of that area. Mr. Williams must perform 100 hours of community service per year for the next 3 years as designated by probation department. Mr. Williams can associate, and this was agreed to previously, with people who are convicted felon or alleged gang members solely for lawful purpose of making music.
I see Ms. Love shaking her head, and I think it's fair to establish that until the entirety of the negotiations were agreed to, it was all up in the air.
Sure.
That may have been something y'all had already hammered out, but it wasn't, it's not anything they're bound to.
Absolutely.
Fair. Okay.
I agree with that. Mr. Williams can have no contact with any of the supposed victims, and there was an Exhibit A attached to the state's proposed plea agreement, negotiated plea agreement that was sent to you, so we adopt that Exhibit A, but we can give it to the court if you need those names. And Mr. Williams have no contact with any of the co-defendants in this indictment, with the exception of Mr. Quantavious Greer, that is his biological brother, as well as Mr. Sergio Kitchens. He's a phenomenal artist. He goes performer known as Gunna, G-U-N-N-A. Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens are contractually obligated, and they frequently perform music together. Your Honor, any other conditions that this honorable court deems appropriate? I want to thank the court for all your time. Always, I want to thank Ms. Percifield for everything she has done. I want to thank Mr. Williams for allowing me to stand with him. And I really never thought we would be here, but this is his decision. I want to thank the Honorable Keith Adams, who may want to speak, Your Honor, but I can never imagine a better lawyer than Keith Adams.
Mr. Adams, do you want to add anything to the record?
Your Honor, I don't know that there's really much to add. Mr. Steele has represented to the court, I think fully and thoroughly, the breadth of our knowledge of the case, Mr. Williams's background. I think the court has not just heard it from Mr. Steele, but has had the opportunity to sit here and hear some of the evidence and kind of get a feel. You've had a chance also to observe Mr. Williams and then get a feel for him, his background, and so forth. You know, the only thing I can say about Mr. Williams that hasn't been said is that he comes from an area. You might have heard throughout the course of the trial that there was an album, a concert tour. We came from nothing. And that is true. Mr. Williams came from, you know, I hate to use the word abject poverty, but that really is the case. Came from an area where there was a significant amount of crime, where, as you've heard, he's had tragedy in his life and has observed tragedy in his life, and he has gone through a good bit. He has been involved in a lot, but he has raised himself up. He has done the best he could and has done phenomenally well, and is, I think, an inspiration to a lot of people from that community who look to him and see the success that he has gained, and have been fully supportive of him. But he finds himself here. He is in front of you. He is tendering this plea because he accepts responsibility. You have heard everything Mr. Steele has had to say. I can only ask that you follow what we have put before you. You also have, I believe, the paperwork that was given to you by the state, which kind of gives you some idea of what they were looking for as well in terms of conditions on Mr. Williams, if we were to have reached some sort of agreement. And we ask that if you feel that there is anything within the state's proposal that might be appropriate in terms of the sentence for Mr. Williams, that the court please feel free to do that. There is nothing that he puts himself before the court. And I think 2.5 years sitting, going through this process, challenging the process, but now standing before you and asking that you consider everything and sentence him appropriately in the way that we've requested. I'd simply ask you, I join Mr. Steele and Mr. Williams in asking you to do the same. And I thank you as well, as Mr. Steele did, for your patience with us and for bringing some order to the proceedings that candidly was needed. So that's all I have to say. I thank you again, and I ask you to consider everything that's been put before you.
All right, Mr. Williams, is there anything that you want to say?
Yes, ma'am. I take full responsibility for, you know, my crimes or my charges. I want to say sorry to my family, my mom. My mom got 11 kids. I can't say all their names, you know. My managers, my kids that's not here. Really everybody that got something to do with this situation, I want to say sorry for just, like, you know, having so much time investing into this, you know. And I am a smart guy. I am a good guy, and I really got a good heart, you know. I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, you know, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height, because it could end bad, and it don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it could end bad, and it could, you know, fall on you. And I know the choice is yours, it's up to you, and I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's at a, you know, bar in the future or something. Just out of this type of situation, I promise you I won't ever be in this type of situation again. I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes. You know, I come from nothing and I've made something, and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry. Table, I know what I am. I know the heights I've reached. I know the impact I got on people, period, in the community, you know, all people. I learned that late, like these past 2 or 3 years of my life, I kind of learned that late. And maybe it was because I was, you know, probably on drugs or anything, I don't know. But I have came to my senses and I understand what I mean to this world. But I am a good guy, you know. I don't mind doing stuff like, you know, like free shows, and I always did that. You know, I did free shows and gave it to single parents, millions of dollars. You know, I made $1.8 million on a free show, and I gave it all to single parent charity, and I did like 2 or 3 shows that made like $700,000 a piece, and I gave it to the breast cancer organization. Like, you know, I do things like I put millions of dollars back into my community for real. I really did. I did more than anybody ever did from my side, you know. But I understand, you know, rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that, and I promise you, I'm 100% changing that. You know, it's just I'm older, I'm grown now, you know, and it's just like I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. Like I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go forever.
Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people. I mean, it's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, you know that gangs are damaging to our community. And it may be that a whole lot of rap music and the rap industry is, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television, where people would just get up and posture and act like they hated each other. And it may be that that's a lot of what is going on in the music industry with rap. But whether it is fake or not, it has tremendous impact on kids and young people who think, this is cool, this is what I want to do. Look at him, he's a millionaire. I can do that by being, you know, a gangster in the streets. And that's not true. What you're likely to have happen to you if you're a gangster in the streets is you get shot, you get killed, or you get thrown in prison. And those are, you know, by far the most likely outcomes. And, you know, you've been in here watching the trial, and you've seen the pictures of Mr. Ryan posing with a gun as big as he is at 15 years old and going out and shooting and killing another teenager. And that's what gangs do. And that's unfortunately a lot of what rap music does. And if you are a modern day John Lennon, you know, I mean, he might have rapped too in this day and age. I don't know. But I know you're talented. And even if you choose to continue to rap, you need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go, and that there are ways out of poverty besides hooking up with the powerful guy at the end of the street selling drugs. And, you know, I know that happens for protection sometimes, but a much better way would be getting an education and setting, you know, hanging around with people who set a good example. And you be one of those people that sets a good example. I mean, all right, so that's my high horse on that. I could also go on. But I want you to try to be more of the solution and less of the problem. All right. All right. So it is not lost on the court that the state, had they been able to come to agreement on certain special conditions, was willing to entirely dismiss the RICO count, was willing to entirely dismiss one of the gang counts, and was willing to entirely dismiss this, you know, machine gun count. Was willing to give a sentence that permitted Mr. Williams to walk out of the door today, and therefore does not seem to be particularly worried that Mr. Williams, if on the streets, would be a danger to society. I'm taking that into consideration in crafting my sentence. And in permitting a NOLO plea to the RICO count in one of the 2 gang counts, I would not be permitting the NOLO to the one if you were not pleading guilty to at least one of them. But you are, and y'all admit a factual basis for the counts that you are pleading guilty to. I find there to be a factual basis for those counts, and for the remaining counts with which you are charged, I am going to impose a sentence, and I've taken a little bit of the suggested special conditions from the defense and a little bit of the special conditions suggested by the prosecution. On count 1, the court sentence is 20 years to serve 5 years, commuted to time served, the balance of 15 years to be probated, and a $25,000 fine. On count 2, the sentence is 5 years to serve, commuted to time served. That's the minimum sentence that's permitted on that count. It is required to be run consecutively. I'm going to run it consecutive to count 1, but I am going to backload. Oh, I'm sorry, that is not commuted. That is 5 years to serve, and it's going to be run consecutively to count 1, backloaded, by which I mean after you serve your 15 years of probation, if you have been successful on that probation, and I sincerely hope that you are, then at the end of that 15 years, I will commute the entire rest of any service portion of your sentence to time served. So I'll get to the end of it and give you the total sentence, but I'm also going to impose a $15,000 fine with regard to that count. Count 57, 20 years to serve 5, commuted to time served, the balance of 15 years probated, concurrent with count 1. Count 58, 10 years to serve 5, commuted to time served, balance probated, concurrent with count 1. 59, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. 60, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. Count 61, 5 years to serve, that is required to be also a consecutive sentence, so that's going to be run consecutively to count 56 and backloaded. Count 62, 10 years to serve, also required to be served consecutively, that's going to be consecutive to count 61, also backloaded. So essentially, the total sentence is 40 years to serve the first 5 years in prison, but commuted to the time that you have already served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed then by the backloaded 20 years, which can be served in custody and will be served in custody if you are not successful on your probation. If you are successful in completing your 15 years probation, that will be commuted to time served. You are to remain on reporting status for the first half of your probation, active reporting for the first 7.5 years of your probation, and that is pursuant to OCGA 17-10-1, subsection 2, A2A. And Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, in order to keep him on reporting status, there needs to be good cause shown. We all concede that good cause is shown here?
Stipulate.
All right, I appreciate that. Special conditions of your probation.
What good cause? What do you mean?
Can I have a second, Your Honor?
Sure.
Let the judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You had enough time to talk with your attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. All right, special conditions of your probation. After 48 hours from your release, you are to stay away from the metro Atlanta area, and that's defined by the U.S. Census Bureau. It may change. But you can look that up anytime to figure out what that is. For the first 10 years of your probation, subject to the following exceptions, you are permitted to be in the metro Atlanta area to attend any wedding, funeral, or graduation from high school, college, or graduate school of any of your immediate family members. And immediate family members is defined the same way that you all were contemplating it when you were negotiating. You can get here up to 24 hours prior to any such event, and you need to leave within 48 hours after any such event. In addition, during each year of your probation, I'm going to require that you come to the metro Atlanta area and make a live anti-gang and anti-gun violence presentation 4 times a year, each year of your probation, at a grade school, a middle school, a boys or girls club, anything like that, that type of group. And if you want to, that presentation can include a benefit concert, and these presentations may count towards your required community service hours, which I'm going to impose, that during each year of your probation, you perform 100 hours of community service. You are, and this is required by the fact that there's a gang conviction. You shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of any criminal street gang. Exception to that, if your brother is a member of any street gang, I hope you talk him into getting out of it. Quantavious Greer, and then also Sergio Kitchens, as long as you are contractually obligated to him. That is going to include anybody who is named in this indictment, except as absolutely necessary to conduct the lawful business of your musical career, and to any extent that the state is not agreeing to the exception for Mr. Kitchens. In the event that that part is not enforceable because it is only a portion of a special condition, going to provide that that be severable from the rest of this, and I'll put some case cites in the Senate sheet for that. You are in no way to promote any criminal street gang or any criminal street gang activity, including on any social media platform. You are not to utilize any hand signs, terminology, or language that promotes any criminal street gang. You are not to participate in any criminal street gang activity. You are not to knowingly engage in any contact with any of the victims that are listed in this indictment or with any of their family members. And you may not have in your possession or with arm's reach any kind of a firearm, because you're going to be a convicted felon. And that is, except I know that you have security and you need security. You can be within arm's reach of a firearm that is in the possession of either licensed law enforcement or licensed security personnel that are in your security detail or anybody that you're performing with. You are to submit to random drug screens and not use any drugs unless they are prescribed for you by a licensed physician. You are to execute a Fourth Amendment waiver that will permit the search of your person, residence, vehicles, and electronics for any firearms, any criminal street gang paraphernalia, or any illicit drugs. And as I mentioned, with regard to one of the first of your co-defendants from this trial, at least since I've been involved, to plead guilty, our Uniform Superior Court rules instruct and provide that it is absolutely proper for a judge to grant leniency in sentencing when, quote, the interest of the public in the effective administration of criminal justice are served, unquote. And I think that this plea is in the interest of the public and in the interest of effective administration of justice. Have been trying to ensure that, to the extent I can, this trial also abides by that. It's been challenging at certain times. I find your plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I accept it as such. I also need to inform you that your attorneys were going to represent you through either the last day of this term of court or 30 days from now, whichever is later, and any of the filings that were mentioned that need to be filed within that time, they would file on your behalf unless they are permitted to withdraw from representing you before that time. I am not going to impose the conditions suggested by your counsel about the benefit concerts and the donations to the sheriff's office, but I certainly strongly encourage you to do those things and to do and continue to do things that benefit your community and especially help young people to stay out of criminal trouble. And unless there is anything from counsel other than that.
I have one matter, Your Honor.
Okay, and does the state as well?
Yeah. Yes,
Your Honor, with regards to Mr. Williams being permitted to come to the Metro Atlanta area or Cleveland Avenue area for funeral or the other items,
right?
Can you also consider, God forbid, there's a serious medical condition of a person that
In
is
his immediate family,
yeah.
certainly we can add that. And I also meant to mention, because I know you do travel all over in order to pursue your career, that it's permissible for your probation to be transferred to out of state, and that has to be done through probation, but that is fine with the court. And you may also keep your, nobody's mentioned it, but keep your passport and travel out of state and internationally to the extent that you need to do that for business purposes as well. All right, Mr. Vadi.
Yes, just very briefly, and thank you. The district attorney just wanted me to urge the court, due to the fact that the Thomases have been negatively affected incredibly traumatically by what has been discussed by both parties here today, to make a brief statement as she believes that they fall within the exception or within the bounds of Marcy's law. If the court would allow, I understand the court made a ruling earlier as it relates to that, but she wants
All right, thank you. And I appreciate, well, I cannot even begin to understand what they must, anybody must be going through when they lose a family member to violence or criminal violence. Mr. Williams himself has expressed his own sorrow to the family. I, again, am going to stand by my belief that the appropriate time to hear a victim impact statement from them is at the close of the trial that contains the murder count with regard to their family member. All right, thank you. Okay, court is adjourned. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yo, he's free. Yo, cameraman. Oh, they can't show him like hugging his family. Oh, that sucks, man. Dang.
Since the offers for Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell are expiring today, we will offer the record.
Let's take a recess and I'll be back.
Man, I guess we aren't gonna see him go hug his family. They're taking, that's it, y'all. It's over. Looks like Law and Crime is gonna stay up a little while. Oh man, that was nerve-wracking. That was definitely nerve-wracking. How's everybody feeling? So, y'all, I hate to cut it short after we spent so much time together. I hate to cut it short after we spend so much time together. And also, I don't know if they're coming back. It looks like they might try to come back.
Hey there, Young Thug Trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit against baby formula manufacturers after her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas are linked to NEC, but manufacturers failed to warn the public of the risks and instead targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
All right, y'all. So it looks like they might come back. I have to bounce. I'm sorry. She did say recess, but y'all, it's Halloween. My kids have been waiting for me. I got to make a quick video out of this and then get out of here. But I do want to say something. Thank you, everybody who has been here. I'm going to keep making videos. I'm going to keep doing live. So if you haven't hit the like button, please do subscribe. Trevor. Yeah, $2. Thank you for the super chat. But y'all know what? I told y'all I think Paige has a heart. And y'all doubted me. Many of y'all not me, but y'all doubted that. Anybody who said Paige doesn't have a heart, you gotta double check that today. Because she could have done anything with this man's life. She could have done anything with this man's life, and she just gave him the biggest second chance. So he should be going home right now because she commuted his time to time served. So she sentenced him and then commuted his time to time served. I would have liked to have seen him walk out of the court, but I guess it wasn't up for us to see that. So y'all, I would love to just hang out with y'all and talk about this, but it is Halloween, so maybe somebody else without kids can rock with y'all a little longer. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna make a quick video about this, upload it, and then I'm out. So thank everybody again. Do hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, do subscribe, and I will see y'all back for the next one.